speak to you as a Manawampanoag man. It is with mixed emotions that I stand here to share my thoughts. The pilgrims had hardly explored the shores of Cape Cod 4 days before they had robbed the graves of my ancestors, and stolen their corn, wheat, and beans. Our spirit refuses to die. Yesterday we walked the woodland paths and sandy trails. Today we must walk the macadam highways and roads. We are uniting. We're standing not in our wigwams but in your concrete tent. We stand tall and proud, and before too many moons pass we'll right the wrongs we have allowed to happen to us. For Indians there has never been a clear line between prose and poetry. When an Indian studying in New Mexico was praised for his poetry, he said, "In my tribe we have no poets. Everyone talks in poetry." There are, however, poems, collected in William Brandon's The Last Americans and in The Way by Shirley Hillwit and Stan Steiner. An Ashenab Spring poem translated by Gerald Vizenor. As my eyes look across the prairie, I feel the summer. In the spring. Snow the Last by Joseph Concha. Snow comes last, for it quiets down everything. This from a fifth-year group in a special Navajo program in the year 1940, called It Is Not the Navajo Reservation a Lonesome Place? It is not. The skies are sunny, clear blue, or gray with rain. Each day is gay, in nature's way. It is not a lonesome place at all. A Navajo house shabby and small? It is not. Inside there's love, good laughter, and big talk. But best, it's home, with an open door, and room for all. A castle could have no more. In March of 1973 came a powerful affirmation that the Indians of North America were still alive. On the site of the 1890 massacre, on Pine Ridge Reservation, several hundred Oglala Sioux and friends returned to the village of Wounded Knee to occupy it as a symbol of the demand for Indian land, Indian rights. The history of that event, in the words of the participants, has been captured in a rare book published by Akwesasne Notes. In the 1970s, 54% of the adult males on the Pine Ridge Reservation were unemployed, one-third of the families were on welfare or pensions, alcoholism was widespread, and suicide rates were high. The life expectancy of an Oglala Sioux was 46 years. Just before the Wounded Knee occupation, there was violence at the town of Custer. An Indian named Wesley Bad Heart Bull was killed by a white gas station attendant. The man was let out on $5,000 bond and indicted for manslaughter, facing a possible 10-year term. A gathering of Indians to protest this led to a clash with police. The murder victim's mother, Mrs. Sarah Bad Heart Bull, was arrested, on charges that called for a maximum sentence of 30 years. On February 27, 1973, about 300 Oglala Sioux, many of them members of the new militant organization called the American Indian Movement, entered the village of Wounded Knee and declared it liberated territory. Ellen Moves Camp later said, "We decided that we did need the American Indian Movement in here because our men were scared, they hung to the back." It was mostly the women that went forward and spoke out. Within hours, more than 200 FBI agents, federal marshals, and police of the Bureau of Indian Affairs surrounded and blockaded the town. They had armored vehicles, automatic rifles, machine guns, grenade launchers, and gas shells, and soon began firing. Gladys Bissonette said 3 weeks later, "Since we are here, in Wounded Knee, we've been shot at, over and over, always after dark. But last night we were hit the hardest. I guess the Great Spirit is with us, and no bullets find their way into our bodies. We ran through a hail of bullets one night. We're going to hold our stand until we are completely an independent sovereign nation, Oglala Sioux Nation." After the siege began, food supplies became short. Indians in Michigan sent food via a plane that landed inside the encampment. The next day FBI agents arrested the pilot and a doctor from Michigan who had hired the plane. In Nevada, 11 Indians were arrested for taking food, clothing, and medical supplies to South Dakota. In mid-April 3 more planes dropped 1,200 pounds of food, but as people scrambled to gather it up, a government helicopter appeared overhead and fired down on them while ground fire came from all sides. Frank Clearwater, an Indian man lying on a cot inside a church, was hit by a bullet. When his wife accompanied him to a hospital, she was arrested and jailed. Clearwater died. There were more gun battles, another death. Finally, a negotiated peace was signed, in which both sides agreed to disarm. The United States government promised to investigate Indian affairs, and a presidential commission would re-examine the 1868 treaty. The siege ended and 120 occupiers were arrested. The U.S. government then said that it had re-examined the 1868 treaty, found it valid, but that it was superseded by the U.S. power of eminent domain, the government's power to take land. The Indians had held out for 71 days, creating a marvelous community inside the besieged territory. Communal kitchens were set up, a health clinic, and hospital. A Navajo Vietnam veteran. There's a tremendous amount of coolness considering that we're outgunned. But people stay because they believe, they have a cause. That's why we lost in Vietnam, cause there was no cause. We were fighting a rich man's war, for the rich man. In Wounded Knee, we're doing pretty damn good, morale-wise. Because we can still laugh. Messages of support had come to Wounded Knee from Australia, Finland, Germany, Italy, Japan, England. One message came from some of the Attica brothers, 2 of whom were Indians: "You fight for our Earth Mother and her children. Our spirits fight with you." Wallace Black Elk replied, "Little Wounded Knee is turned into a giant world." After Wounded Knee, in spite of the deaths, the trials, the use of the police and courts to try to break the movement, the Native American movement continued. In the Akwesasne community itself, which put out Akwesasne notes, the Indians had always insisted their territory was separate, not to be invaded by the white man's law. One day New York State Police gave 3 traffic tickets to a Mohawk Indian truck driver, and a council of Indians met with a police lieutenant. At first, he insisted that he had to follow orders and give out tickets, even in Akwesasne territory, although he obviously was trying to be reasonable. He finally agreed that they would not arrest an Indian in the territory or even outside of it without first having a meeting with the Mohawk Council. The lieutenant then sat down and lit a cigar. Indian Chief Jokwesa, a distinguished-looking man with long hair, rose and addressed the lieutenant with a serious voice. "There is one more thing before you go," he said, looking straight at the lieutenant. "I want to know," he said slowly, "if you've got an extra cigar." The meeting ended in laughter. Akwesasne Notes continued to publish. On its poetry page, late autumn, 1976, appeared poems reflecting the spirit of the times. Isla Abernathy wrote, "I am grass growing and the shearer of grass. I am the willow and the splitter of laths. Weaver and the thing woven, marriage of willow and grass. I am frost on the land and the land's life. Breath and beast and the sharp rock underfoot. In me the mountain lives, and the owl strikes. And I in them. I am the sun's twin. Mover of blood and the blood lost. I am the deer and the deer's death. I am the burr in your conscience. Acknowledge me." And Buffy St. Marie. "You think I have visions? Because I am an Indian. I have visions because there are visions to be seen." In the 60s and 70s, it was not just a women's movement, a prisoners' movement, an Indian movement. There was general revolt against oppressive, artificial, previously unquestioned ways of living. It touched every aspect of personal life: childbirth, childhood, love, sex, marriage, dress, music, art, sports, language, food, housing, religion, literature, death, schools. The new temper, the new behavior, shocked many Americans. It created tensions. Sometimes it was seen as a generation gap, the younger generation moving far away from the older one in its way of life. But it seemed after a while to be not so much a matter of age. Some young people remained straight while some middle-aged people were changing their ways and old people were beginning to behave in ways that astounded others. Sexual behavior went through startling changes. Premarital sex was no longer a matter for silence. Men and women lived together outside of marriage, and struggled for words to describe the other person when introduced. "I want you to meet my friend." Married couples candidly spoke of their affairs, and books appeared discussing open marriage. Masturbation could be talked about openly, even approvingly. Homosexuality was no longer concealed. Gay men and gay women, lesbians, organized to combat discrimination against them, to give themselves a sense of community, to overcome shame and isolation. All this was reflected in the literature and in the mass media. Court decisions overruled the local banning of books that were erotic or even pornographic. A new literature appeared to teach men and women how sexual fulfillment could be attained. The movies now did not hesitate to show nudity, although the motion picture industry, wanting to preserve principle as well as profit, set up a classification system. The language of sex became more common both in literature and in ordinary conversation. All this was connected with new living arrangements. Especially among young people, communal living arrangements flourished. A few were truly communes, that is, based on the sharing of money and decisions, creating a community of intimacy, affection, trust. Most were practical arrangements for sharing the rent, with varying degrees of friendship and intimate association among the participants. It was no longer unusual for men and women to be roommates in groups of 2 or 3 or larger, and without sexual relations as practical, unself-conscious arrangements. The most important thing about dress in the cultural change of the 60s was the greater informality. For women it was a continuation of the historic feminist movement's insistence on discarding of feminine, hampering clothes. Many women stopped wearing bras. The restrictive girdle, almost a uniform of the 40s and 50s, became rare. Young men and women dressed more nearly alike, in jeans, in discarded army uniforms. Men stopped wearing neckties, women of all ages wore pants more often. Unspoken homage to Amelia Bloomer. There was a new popular music of protest. Pete Seeger had been singing protest songs since the 40s, but now he came into his own, his audiences much larger. Bob Dylan and Joan Baez, singing not only protest songs, but songs reflecting the new abandon, the new culture, became popular idols. A middle-aged woman on the West Coast, Malvina Reynolds, wrote and sang songs that fit her socialist thinking and her libertarian spirit, as well as her critique of the modern commercial culture. Everybody now, she sang, lived in little boxes and they all came out just the same. Bob Dylan was a phenomenon unto himself, powerful songs of protest, personal songs of freedom and self-expression. In an angry song, Masters of War, he hopes that one day they will die and he will follow their casket in the pale afternoon. A Hard Rain's a Gonna Fall recounts the terrible stories of the last decades, of starvation, and war, and tears, and dead ponies, and poisoned waters, and damp, dirty prisons. It's a hard rain's a gonna fall. Dylan sang a bitter anti-war song, With God on Our Side, and one about the killer of the black activist Medgar Evers, only a pawn in their game. He offered a challenge to the old, hope to the new, for the times they are a changin'. The Catholic upsurge against the war was part of a general revolt inside the Catholic Church, which had for so long been a bulwark of conservatism, tied to racism, jingoism, war. Priests and nuns resigned from the church, opened their lives to sex, got married and had children, sometimes without bothering to leave the church officially. True, there was still enormous popularity for the old-time religious revivalists, and Billy Graham commanded the obedience of millions, but now there were small swift currents against the mainstream. There was a new suspicion of big business, of profiteering as the motive for ruining the environment. There was a re-examination of the death industry, of money-making funerals and profitable tombstones, as in Jessica Mitford's The American Way of Death. With the loss of faith in big powers, business, government, religion, there arose a stronger belief in self, whether individual or collective. The experts in all fields were now looked at skeptically. The belief grew that people could figure out for themselves what to eat, how to live their lives, how to be healthy. There was suspicion of the medical industry and campaigns against chemical preservatives, valueless foods, advertising. By now the scientific evidence of the evils of smoking, cancer, heart disease was so powerful that the government barred advertising of cigarettes on television and in newspapers. Traditional education began to be re-examined. The schools had taught whole generations the values of patriotism, of obeying authority, and had perpetuated ignorance, even contempt for people of other nations, races, Native Americans, women. Not just the content of education was challenged, but the style, the formality, the bureaucracy, the insistence on subordination to authority. This made only a small dent in the formidable national system of orthodox education, but it was reflected in a new generation of teachers all over the country, and a new literature to sustain them. Jonathan Kozol, Death at an Early Age, George Dennison, The Lives of Children, Ivan Illich, Deschooling Society. Never in American history had more movements for change been concentrated in so short a span of years. But the system in the course of 2 centuries had learned a good deal about the control of people. In the mid-70s, it went to work. Chapter 20. The 70s, under control? In the early 70s, the system seemed out of control. It could not hold the loyalty of the public. As early as 1970, according to the University of Michigan Survey Research Center, trust in government was low in every section of the population. And there was a significant difference by class. Of professional people, 40% had low political trust in the government. Of unskilled blue-collar workers, 66% had low trust. Public opinion surveys in 1971, after 7 years of intervention in Vietnam, showed an unwillingness to come to the aid of other countries, assuming they were attacked by communist-backed forces. Even for countries allied to the United States in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or Mexico, right on our southern border, there was no majority opinion for intervening with American troops. As for Thailand, if it were under communist attack, only 12% of whites interrogated would send troops, 4% of non-whites would do so. In the summer of 1972, anti-war people in the Boston area were picketing Honeywell Corporation. The literature they distributed pointed out that Honeywell was producing anti-personnel weapons used in Vietnam, like the deadly cluster bomb that had riddled thousands of Vietnamese civilians with painful, hard-to-extricate pellets. About 600 ballots were given to the Honeywell employees, asking if they thought that Honeywell should discontinue making these weapons. Of the 231 persons who returned the ballots, 131 said that Honeywell should stop, 88 said it should not. They were invited to make comments. A typical no comment: Honeywell is not responsible for what the Department of Defense does with the goods it buys. A typical yes comment: how may we have pride in our work when the entire basis for this work is immoral? The Survey Research Center of the University of Michigan had been posing the question, is the government run by a few big interests looking out for themselves? The answer in 1964 had been yes from 26% of those polled. By 1972 the answer was yes from 53% of those polled. An article in the American Political Science Review by Arthur H. Miller, reporting on the extensive polling done by the Survey Research Center, said that the polls showed widespread, basic discontent and political alienation. He added, "What is startling and somewhat alarming is the rapid degree of change in this basic attitude over a period of only 6 years. More voters than ever before refuse to identify themselves as either Democrats or Republicans. Back in 1940, 20% of those polled called themselves independents. In 1974, 34% called themselves independents. The courts, the juries, and even judges were not behaving as usual. Juries were acquitting radicals. Angela Davis, an acknowledged communist, was acquitted by an all-white jury on the West Coast. Black Panthers, whom the government had tried in every way to malign and destroy, were freed by juries in several trials. A judge in western Massachusetts threw out a case against a young activist, Sam Lovejoy, who had toppled a 500-foot tower erected by a utility company trying to set up a nuclear plant. In Washington, D.C., in August 1973, a Superior Court judge refused to sentence 6 men charged with unlawful entry who had stepped from a White House tour line to protest the bombing of Cambodia. Undoubtedly, much of this national mood of hostility to government and business came out of the Vietnam War, its 55,000 casualties, its moral shame, its exposure of government lies and atrocities. On top of this came the political disgrace of the Nixon administration in the scandals that came to be known by the one-word label Watergate, and which led to the historic resignation from the presidency, the first in American history, of Richard Nixon in August 1974. It began during the presidential campaign in June of 1972, when 5 burglars, carrying wiretapping and photo equipment, were caught in the act of breaking into the offices of the Democratic National Committee, in the Watergate apartment complex of Washington, D.C. One of the 5, James McCord, Jr., worked for the Nixon campaign. He was security officer for the committee to re-elect the president. Another of the 5 had an address book in which was listed the name of E. Howard Hunt, and Hunt's address was listed as the White House. He was assistant to Charles Colson, who was special counsel to President Nixon. Both McCord and Hunt had worked for many years for the CIA. Hunt had been the CIA man in charge of the invasion of Cuba in 1961, and 3 of the Watergate burglars were veterans of the invasion. McCord, as CREEP security man, worked for the chief of CREEP, John Mitchell, the Attorney General of the United States. Thus, due to an unforeseen arrest by police unaware of the high-level connections of the burglars, information was out to the public before anyone could stop it, linking the burglars to important officials in Nixon's campaign committee, to the CIA, and to Nixon's Attorney General. Mitchell denied any connection with the burglary, and Nixon, in a press conference 5 days after the event, said the White House has had no involvement whatever in this particular incident. What followed the next year, after a grand jury in September indicted the Watergate burglars plus Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy, was that, one after another, lesser officials of the Nixon administration, fearing prosecution, began to talk. They gave information in judicial proceedings, to a Senate investigating committee, to the press. They implicated not only John Mitchell, but Robert Haldeman and John Ehrlichman, Nixon's highest White House aides, and finally Richard Nixon himself, in not only the Watergate burglaries, but a whole series of illegal actions against political opponents and anti-war activists. Nixon and his aides lied again and again as they tried to cover up their involvement. These facts came out in the various testimonies. Attorney General John Mitchell controlled a secret fund of $350,000 to $700,000 to be used against the Democratic Party for forging letters, leaking false news items to the press, stealing campaign files. Gulf Oil Corporation, ITT, American Airlines, and other huge American corporations had made illegal contributions, running into millions of dollars, to the Nixon campaign. In September of 1971, shortly after the New York Times printed Daniel Ellsberg's copies of the top-secret Pentagon Papers, the administration planned and carried out Howard Hunt and Gordon Liddy themselves doing it the burglary of the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist, looking for Ellsberg's records. After the Watergate burglars were caught, Nixon secretly pledged to give them executive clemency if they were imprisoned, and suggested that up to $1 million be given them to keep them quiet. In fact, $450,000 was given to them, on Ehrlichman's orders. Nixon's nominee for head of the FBI, L. Patrick Gray, revealed that he had turned over the FBI records on its investigation of the Watergate burglary to Nixon's legal assistant, John Dean, and that Attorney General Richard Kleindienst had ordered him not to discuss Watergate with the Senate Judiciary Committee. Two former members of Nixon's cabinet, John Mitchell and Maurice Stans, were charged with taking $250,000 from a financier named Robert Vesco in return for their help with the Securities and Exchange Commission investigation of Vesco's activities. It turned out that certain material had disappeared from FBI files, material from a series of illegal wiretaps ordered by Henry Kissinger, placed on the telephones of 4 journalists and 13 government officials, and was in the White House safe of Nixon's advisor John Ehrlichman. One of the Watergate burglars, Bernard Barker, told the Senate committee that he had also been involved in a plan to physically attack Daniel Ellsberg while Ellsberg spoke at an anti-war rally in Washington. A deputy director of the CIA testified that Haldeman and Ehrlichman told him it was Nixon's wish that the CIA tell the FBI not to pursue its investigation beyond the Watergate burglary. Almost by accident, a witness told the Senate committee that President Nixon had tapes of all personal conversations and phone conversations at the White House. Nixon at first refused to turn over the tapes, and when he finally did, they had been tampered with. 18.5 minutes of one tape had been erased. In the midst of all this, Nixon's vice president, Spiro Agnew, was indicted in Maryland for receiving bribes from Maryland contractors in return for political favors, and resigned from the vice presidency in October 1973. Nixon appointed Congressman Gerald Ford to take Agnew's place. Over $10 million in government money had been used by Nixon on his private homes in San Clemente and Key Biscayne on grounds of security, and he had illegally taken, with the aid of a bit of forgery, a $576,000 tax deduction for some of his papers. It was disclosed that for over a year in 1969 to 1970 the U.S. had engaged in a secret, massive bombing of Cambodia, which it kept from the American public and even from Congress. It was a swift and sudden fall. In the November 1972 presidential election, Nixon and Agnew had won 60% of the popular vote and carried every state except Massachusetts, defeating an anti-war candidate, Senator George McGovern. By June of 1973 a Gallup poll showed 67% of those polled thought Nixon was involved in the Watergate break-in or lied to cover up. By the fall of 1973 8 different resolutions had been introduced in the House of Representatives for the impeachment of President Nixon. The following year a House committee drew up a bill of impeachment to present it to a full House. Nixon's advisers told him it would pass the House by the required majority and then the Senate would vote the necessary 2/3 majority to remove him from office. On August 8, 1974, Nixon resigned. 6 months before Nixon resigned, the business magazine Dunn's Review reported a poll of 300 corporation executives. Almost all had voted for Nixon in 1972, but now a majority said he should resign. Right now, 90% of Wall Street would cheer if Nixon resigns, said a vice president of Merrill Lynch Government Securities. When he did, there was relief in all sectors of the establishment. Gerald Ford, taking Nixon's office, said, "Our long national nightmare is over." Newspapers, whether they had been for or against Nixon, liberal or conservative, celebrated the successful, peaceful culmination of the Watergate crisis. "The system is working," said a longtime strong critic of the Vietnam War, New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis. The two journalists who had much to do with investigating and exposing Nixon, Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward of the Washington Post, wrote that with Nixon's departure, there might be restoration. All of this was in a mood of relief, of gratitude. No respectable American newspaper said what was said by Claude Julien, editor of Le Monde Diplomatique in September 1974. The elimination of Mr. Richard Nixon leaves intact all the mechanisms and all the false values which permitted the Watergate scandal. Julien noted that Nixon's Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, would remain at his post. In other words, that Nixon's foreign policy would continue. That is to say, Julien wrote, that Washington will continue to support General Pinochet in Chile, General Geisel in Brazil, General Stroessner in Paraguay, etc. Months after Julien wrote this, it was disclosed that top Democratic and Republican leaders in the House of Representatives had given secret assurance to Nixon that if he resigned they would not support criminal proceedings against him. One of them, the ranking Republican of the Judiciary Committee, said, "We had all been shuddering about what 2 weeks of televised floor debates on impeachment would do, how it would tear the country apart and affect foreign policy." The New York Times's articles that reported on Wall Street's hope for Nixon's resignation quoted one Wall Street financier as saying that if Nixon resigned, what we will have is the same play with different players. When Gerald Ford, a conservative Republican who had supported all of Nixon's policies, was nominated for president, a liberal senator from California, Alan Cranston, spoke for him on the floor, saying he had polled many people, Republicans and Democrats, and found an almost startling consensus of conciliation that is developing around him. When Nixon resigned and Ford became president, the New York Times said, "Out of the despair of Watergate has come an inspiring new demonstration of the uniqueness and strength of the American democracy." A few days later the Times wrote happily that the peaceful transfer of power brought a cleansing sense of relief to the American people. In the charges brought by the House Committee on Impeachment against Nixon, it seemed clear that the committee did not want to emphasize those elements in his behavior which were found in other presidents and which might be repeated in the future. It stayed clear of Nixon's dealings with powerful corporations. It did not mention the bombing of Cambodia. It concentrated on things peculiar to Nixon, not on fundamental policies continuous among American presidents, at home and abroad. The word was out, get rid of Nixon, but keep the system. Theodore Sorensen, who had been an advisor to President Kennedy, wrote at the time of Watergate, "The underlying causes of the gross misconduct in our law enforcement system now being revealed are largely personal, not institutional. Some structural changes are needed. All the rotten apples should be thrown out. But save the barrel." Indeed, the barrel was saved. Nixon's foreign policy remained. The government's connections to corporate interests remained. Ford's closest friends in Washington were corporate lobbyists. Alexander Haig, who had been one of Nixon's closest advisors, who had helped in processing the tapes before turning them over to the public, and who gave the public misinformation about the tapes, was appointed by President Ford to be head of the armed forces of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. One of Ford's first acts was to pardon Nixon, thus saving him from possible criminal proceedings and allowing him to retire with a huge pension in California. The establishment had cleansed itself of members of the club who had broken the rules, but it took some pains not to treat them too harshly. Those few who received jail sentences got short terms, were sent to the most easygoing federal institutions available, and were given special privileges not given to ordinary prisoners. Richard Kleindienst pleaded guilty. He got a $100 fine and 1 month in jail, which was suspended. That Nixon would go, but that the power of the president to do anything he wanted in the name of national security would stay. This was underscored by a Supreme Court decision in July 1974. The court said Nixon had to turn over his White House tapes to the special Watergate prosecutor. But at the same time it affirmed the confidentiality of presidential communications, which it could not uphold in Nixon's case, but which remained as a general principle when the president made a claim of need to protect military, diplomatic, or sensitive national security secrets. The televised Senate committee hearings on Watergate stopped suddenly before the subject of corporate connections was reached. It was typical of the selective coverage of important events by the television industry. Bizarre shenanigans like the Watergate burglary were given full treatment, while instances of ongoing practice, the My Lai massacre, the secret bombing of Cambodia, the work of the FBI and CIA, were given the most fleeting attention. Dirty tricks against the Socialist Workers' Party, the Black Panthers, other radical groups, had to be searched for in a few newspapers. The whole nation heard the details of the quick break-in at the Watergate apartment. There was never a similar television hearing on the long-term break-in in Vietnam. In the trial of John Mitchell and Maurice Stans for obstruction of justice in impeding a Securities and Exchange Commission investigation of Robert Vesco, George Bradford Cook, former general counsel of the SEC, testified that on November 13, 1972, he crouched in a Texas rice field while on a goose hunt with Maurice Stans, and told him he wanted to be chairman of the SEC. For this, he would cut out a critical paragraph in the SEC charges against Vesco that referred to Vesco's $200,000 secret contribution to the Nixon campaign. Corporate influence on the White House is a permanent fact of the American system. Most of it is wise enough to stay within the law. Under Nixon they took chances. An executive in the meatpacking industry said during the Watergate events that he had been approached by a Nixon campaign official and told that while a $25,000 contribution would be appreciated, for $50,000 you get to talk to the president. Many of these corporations gave money to both sides, so that whichever one they would have friends in the administration. Chrysler Corporation urged its executives to support the party and candidate of their choice, and then collected the checks from them and delivered the checks to Republican or Democratic campaign committees. International Telephone and Telegraph was an old hand at giving money on both sides. In 1960 it had made illegal contributions to Bobby Baker, who worked with Democratic senators, including Lyndon Johnson. A senior vice president of ITT was quoted by one of his assistants as saying, "The board of directors have it set up to butter both sides, so we'll be in good position whoever wins." And in 1970, an ITT director, John McCone, who also had been head of the CIA, told Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State, and Richard Helms, CIA director, that ITT was willing to give $1 million to help the U.S. government in its plans to overthrow the Allende government in Chile. In 1971 ITT planned to take over the $112 billion Hartford Fire Insurance Company, the largest merger in corporate history. The Antitrust Division of the Justice Department moved to prosecute ITT for violating the antitrust laws. However, the prosecution did not take place and ITT was allowed to merge with Hartford. It was all settled out of court, in a secret arrangement in which ITT agreed to donate $400,000 to the Republican Party. It seemed that Richard Kleindienst, Deputy Attorney General, had 6 meetings with an ITT director named Felix Rohatyn, and then brought in the head of the Antitrust Division, Richard McLaren, who was persuaded by Rohatyn that to stop the merger would cause a hardship for ITT stockholders. McLaren agreed. He was later appointed a federal judge. One of the items not mentioned in the impeachment charges and never televised in the Senate hearings was the way the government cooperated with the milk industry. In early 1971 the Secretary of Agriculture announced the government would not increase its price supports for milk, the regular subsidy to the big milk producers. Then the Associated Milk Producers began giving money to the Nixon campaign, met in the White House with Nixon and the Secretary of Agriculture, gave more money, and the Secretary announced that new analysis made it necessary to raise milk price supports from $4.66 to $4.93 a hundredweight. More contributions were made, until the total exceeded $400,000. The price increases added $500 million to the profits of dairy farmers at the expense of consumers. Whether Nixon or Ford or any Republican or Democrat was president, the system would work pretty much the same way. A Senate subcommittee investigating multinational corporations revealed a document in which oil company economists discussed holding back production of oil to keep prices up. Aramco, the Arabian American Oil Corporation, 75% of whose stock was held by American oil companies and 25% by Saudi Arabia, had made $1 profit on a barrel of oil in 1973. In 1974 it was making $4.50. None of this would be affected by who was president. Even in the most diligent of investigations in the Watergate affair, that of Archibald Cox, a special prosecutor later fired by Nixon, the corporations got off easy. American Airlines, which admitted making illegal contributions to the Nixon campaign, was fined $5,000, Goodyear was fined $5,000, 3M Corporation was fined $3,000. A Goodyear official was fined $1,000, a 3M official was fined $500. The New York Times reported, Mr. Cox charged them only with the misdemeanor of making illegal contributions. The misdemeanor, under the law, involved non-willful contributions. The felony count, involving willful contributions, is punishable by a fine of $10,000 and or a 2-year jail term, the misdemeanor by a $1,000 fine and or a 1-year jail term. Asked at the courthouse here how the two executives who had admitted making the payments could be charged with making non-willing contributions, Mr. McBride replied, "That's a legal question which frankly baffles me as well." With Gerald Ford in office, the long continuity in American policy was maintained. He continued Nixon's policy of aid to the Saigon regime, apparently still hoping that the Thieu government would remain stable. The head of a congressional committee, John Calkins, visiting South Vietnam just around the time of Nixon's fall from office, reported, "The South Vietnamese army shows every sign of being an effective and spirited security force. Oil exploration will begin very soon. Tourism can be encouraged by continued security of scenic and historic areas and by the erection of a new Hyatt hotel. South Vietnam needs foreign investment to finance these and other developments. She has a large labor pool of talented, industrious people whose cost of labor is far less than Hong Kong, Singapore, or even Korea or Taiwan. I also feel there is much profit to be made there." The combination of serving both God and Mammon had proved attractive to Americans and others in the past. Vietnam can be the next take-off capitalistic showplace in Asia. In the spring of 1975, everything that radical critics of American policy in Vietnam had been saying that without American troops, the Saigon government's lack of popular support would be revealed came true. An offensive by North Vietnamese troops, left in the south by terms of the 1973 truce, swept through town after town. Ford continued to be optimistic. He was the last of a long line of government officials and journalists who promised victory. On April 16, 1975, Ford said, "I am absolutely convinced if Congress made available $722 million in military assistance by the time I asked or sometime shortly thereafter, the South Vietnamese could stabilize the military situation in Vietnam today." 2 weeks later, April 29, 1975, the North Vietnamese moved into Saigon, and the war was over. Most of the establishment had already, despite Ford and a few stalwarts, given up on Vietnam. What they worried about was the readiness of the American public now to support other military actions overseas. There were trouble signs in the months before the defeat in Vietnam. In early 1975, Senator John C. Culver of Iowa was unhappy that Americans would not fight for Korea. He said that Vietnam had taken a mighty toll on the national will of the American people. Shortly before that, Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger, speaking to the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies, was reported as being generally gloomy, saying that the world no longer regarded American military power as awesome. In March 1975, a Catholic organization, making a survey of American attitudes on abortion, learned other things. To the statement, "The people running this country don't tell us the truth," more than 83% agreed. New York Times international correspondent C.L. Sulzberger, a consistent supporter of government Cold War foreign policy, wrote in a troubled mood in early 1975 from Ankara, Turkey, that the glow has worn off from the era of the Truman Doctrine. He added, "And one cannot say that the bleak outlook here is balanced by any brilliant United States successes in Greece, where a vast mob recently battered the United States Embassy." He concluded, "There must be something seriously wrong with the way we present ourselves these days." The problem, according to Sulzberger, was not the United States behavior, but the way this behavior was presented to the world. It was a few months after these reports, in April of 1975, that Secretary of State Kissinger, invited to be commencement speaker at the University of Michigan, was faced with petitions protesting the invitation, because of Kissinger's role in the Vietnam War. Also, a counter-commencement program was planned. He withdrew. It was a low time for the administration. Vietnam was lost. Kissinger was quoted that April, the U.S. must carry out some act somewhere in the world which shows its determination to continue to be a world power. The following month came the Mayaguez affair. The Mayaguez was an American cargo ship sailing from South Vietnam to Thailand in mid-May 1975, just 3 weeks after the victory of the revolutionary forces in Vietnam. When it came close to an island in Cambodia, where a revolutionary regime had just taken power, the ship was stopped by the Cambodians, taken to a port at a nearby island, and the crew removed to the mainland. The crew later described their treatment as courteous. A man who spoke English greeted us with a handshake and welcomed us to Cambodia. The press reported, Captain Miller and his men all say they were never abused by their captors. There were even accounts of kind treatment of Cambodian soldiers feeding them first and eating what the Americans left, of the soldiers giving the seamen the mattresses off their beds. But the Cambodians did ask the crew about spying and the CIA. President Ford sent a message to the Cambodian government to release the ship and crew, and when 36 hours had elapsed and there was no response, he began military operations. U.S. planes bombed Cambodian ships. They strafed the very boat that was taking the American sailors to the mainland. The men had been detained on a Monday morning. On Wednesday evening the Cambodians released them, putting them on a fishing boat headed for the American fleet. That afternoon, knowing the seamen had been taken off Tang Island, Ford nevertheless ordered a marine assault on Tang Island. That assault began about 7:15 Wednesday evening, but an hour earlier the crewmen were already headed back to the American fleet. About 7 p.m. the release had been announced on the radio in Bangkok. Indeed, the boat carrying the returned crewmen was spotted by a U.S. reconnaissance plane that signaled them. Not mentioned in any press account at the time or in any government statement was a fact that emerged in October 1976 when the General Accounting Office made a report on the Mayaguez affair. The U.S. had received a message from a Chinese diplomat saying China was using its influence with Cambodia on the ship and expected it to be released soon. This message was received 14 hours before the marine assault began. No American soldier was hurt by the Cambodians. The Marines invading Tang Island, however, met unexpectedly tough resistance, and of 200 invaders, 1/3 were soon dead or wounded. 5 of 11 helicopters in the invasion force were blown up or disabled. Also, 23 Americans were killed in a helicopter crash over Thailand on their way to participate in the action, a fact the government tried to keep secret. Altogether, 41 Americans were killed in the military actions ordered by Ford. There were 39 sailors on the Mayaguez. Why the rush to bomb, strafe, attack? Why, even after the ship and crew were recovered, did Ford order American planes to bomb the Cambodian mainland, with untold Cambodian casualties? What could justify such a combination of moral blindness and military bungling? The answer to this came soon. It was necessary to show the world that giant America, defeated by tiny Vietnam, was still powerful and resolute. The New York Times reported on May 16, 1975. Administration officials, including Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger, were said to have been eager to find some dramatic means of underscoring President Ford's stated intention to maintain our leadership on a worldwide basis. The occasion came with the capture of the vessel. Administration officials made it clear that they welcomed the opportunity. Another press dispatch from Washington, in the midst of the Mayaguez events, said, high-ranking sources familiar with military strategy and planning said privately that the seizure of the vessel might provide the test of American determination in Southeast Asia that, they asserted, the U.S. had been seeking since the collapse of Allied governments in South Vietnam and Cambodia. Columnist James Reston wrote, in fact, the administration almost seems grateful for the opportunity to demonstrate that the president can act quickly. Officials here have been bridling over a host of silly taunts about the American paper tiger and hope the Marines have answered the charge. It was not surprising that Secretary of Defense Schlesinger called it a very successful operation, done for purposes that were necessary for the well-being of the society. But why would the prestigious Times columnist James Reston, a strong critic of Nixon and Watergate, call the Mayaguez operation melodramatic and successful? And why would the New York Times, which had criticized the Vietnam War, talk about the admirable efficiency of the operation? What seemed to be happening was that the establishment Republicans, Democrats, newspapers, television was closing ranks behind Ford and Kissinger, and behind the idea that American authority must be asserted everywhere in the world. Congress at this time behaved much as it had done in the early years of the Vietnam War, like a flock of sheep. Back in 1973, in a mood of fatigue and disgust with the Vietnam War, Congress had passed a War Powers Act that required the President, before taking military action, to consult with Congress. In the Mayaguez affair, Ford ignored this. He had several aides make phone calls to 18 congressmen to inform them that military action was underway. But, as I.F. Stone said, Congress raped as easily as it did in the Tonkin Gulf affair. Congressman Robert Drinan of Massachusetts was an exception. Senator McGovern, Nixon's presidential opponent in 1972 and longtime anti-war critic, opposed the action. So did Senator Gaylord Nelson of Wisconsin. Senator Edward Brooke raised questions. Senator Edward Kennedy did not speak out, nor did other senators who during the Vietnam War had influenced Congress to ban further military action in Indochina but now said their own legislation did not apply. Secretary of State Kissinger would say, "We are forced into this." When Kissinger was asked why the U.S. was risking the lives of the Mayaguez seamen by firing on ships in the area without knowing where they were, he called it a necessary risk. Kissinger also said the incident ought to make clear that there are limits beyond which the United States cannot be pushed, that the United States is prepared to defend those interests, and that it can get public support and congressional support for these actions. Indeed, congressmen, Democrats as well as Republicans, who had been critical of the Vietnam War now seemed anxious to pull things together in a unified show of strength to the rest of the world. A week before the Mayaguez affair, 56 congressmen had signed a statement saying, "Let no nation read the events in Indochina as the failure of the American will." One of them was a black congressman from Georgia, Andrew Young. It was a complex process of consolidation that the system undertook in 1975. It included old-type military actions, like the Mayaguez affair, to assert authority in the world and at home. There was also a need to satisfy a disillusioned public that the system was criticizing and correcting itself. The standard way was to conduct publicized investigations that found specific culprits but left the system intact. Watergate had made both the FBI and the CIA look bad breaking the laws they were sworn to uphold, cooperating with Nixon in his burglary jobs and illegal wiretapping. In 1975, congressional committees in the House and Senate began investigations of the FBI and CIA. The CIA inquiry disclosed that the CIA had gone beyond its original mission of gathering intelligence and was conducting secret operations of all kinds. For instance, back in the 1950s, it had administered the drug LSD to unsuspecting Americans to test its effects. One American scientist, given such a dose by a CIA agent, leaped from a New York hotel window to his death. The CIA had also been involved in assassination plots against Castro of Cuba and other heads of state. It had introduced African swine fever virus into Cuba in 1971, bringing disease and then slaughter to 500,000 pigs. A CIA operative told a reporter he delivered the virus from an army base in the Canal Zone to anti-Castro Cubans. It was also learned from the investigation that the CIA, with the collusion of a secret committee of 40 headed by Henry Kissinger, had worked to destabilize the Chilean government headed by Salvador Allende, a Marxist who had been elected president in one of the rare free elections in Latin America. ITT, with large interests in Chile, played a part in this operation. When in 1974 the American ambassador to Chile, David Popper, suggested to the Chilean junta that they were violating human rights, he was rebuked by Kissinger, who sent word, "Tell Popper to cut out the political science lectures." The investigation of the FBI disclosed many years of illegal actions to disrupt and destroy radical groups and left-wing groups of all kinds. The FBI had sent forged letters, engaged in burglaries, opened mail illegally, and, in the case of Black Panther leader Fred Hampton, seems to have conspired in murder. Valuable information came out of the investigations, but it was just enough, and in just the right way: moderate press coverage, little television coverage, thick books of reports with limited readership to give the impression of an honest society correcting itself. The investigations themselves revealed the limits of government willingness to probe into such activities. The Church Committee, set up by the Senate, conducted its investigations with the cooperation of the agencies being investigated and, indeed, submitted its findings on the CIA to see if there was material that the agency wanted omitted. Thus, while there was much valuable material in the report, there is no way of knowing how much more there was. The final report was a compromise between committee diligence and CIA caution. The Pike Committee, set up in the House of Representatives, made no such agreement with the CIA or FBI, and when it issued its final report, the same House that had authorized its investigation voted to keep the report secret. When the report was leaked via a CBS newscaster, Daniel Shore, to the Village Voice in New York, it was never printed by the important newspapers in the country: The Times, The Washington Post, or others. Shore was suspended by CBS. It was another instance of cooperation between the mass media and the government in instances of national security. The Church Committee, in its report of CIA attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro and other foreign leaders, revealed an interesting point of view. The committee seemed to look on the killing of a head of state as an unpardonable violation of some gentleman's agreement among statesmen, much more deplorable than military interventions that killed ordinary people. The committee wrote, in the introduction to its assassination report, "Once methods of coercion and violence are chosen, the probability of loss of life is always present. There is, however, a significant difference between a cold-blooded, targeted, intentional killing of an individual foreign leader and other forms of intervening in the affairs of foreign nations." The Church Committee uncovered CIA operations to secretly influence the minds of Americans. The CIA is now using several hundred American academics who, in addition to providing leads and, on occasion, making introductions for intelligence purposes, write books and other material to be used for propaganda purposes abroad. These academics are located in over 100 American colleges, universities, and related institutions. At the majority of institutions, no one other than the individual concerned is aware of the CIA link. At the others, at least one university official is aware of the operational use of academics on his campus. The CIA considers these operational relationships within the U.S. academic community as perhaps its most sensitive domestic area and has strict controls governing these operations. In 1961, the chief of the CIA's Covert Action Staff wrote that books were the most important weapon of strategic propaganda. The Church Committee found that more than 1,000 books were produced, subsidized, or sponsored by the CIA before the end of 1967. When Kissinger testified before the Church Committee about the bombing of Laos, orchestrated by the CIA as a secret activity, he said, "I do not believe in retrospect that it was a good national policy to have the CIA conduct the war in Laos. I think we should have found some other way of doing it." There was no indication that anyone on the committee challenged this idea that what was done should have been done, but by another method. Thus, in 1974 to 1975, the system was acting to purge the country of its rascals and restore it to a healthy, or at least to an acceptable, state. The resignation of Nixon, the succession of Ford, the exposure of bad deeds by the FBI and CIA all aimed to regain the badly damaged confidence of the American people. However, even with these strenuous efforts, there were still many signs in the American public of suspicion, even hostility, to the leaders of government, military, big business. 2 months after the end of the Vietnam War, only 20% of Americans polled thought the collapse of the Saigon government was a threat to United States security. June 14, 1975, was Flag Day, and President Gerald Ford spoke at Fort Benning, Georgia, where the Army staged a march symbolizing its involvement in 13 wars. Ford commented that he was glad to see so many flags, but a reporter covering the event wrote, "Actually, there were few American flags to be seen near the president's reviewing stand. One, held aloft by demonstrators, bore an inked-in inscription saying, 'No more genocide in our name.' It was torn down by spectators as their neighbors applauded." That July, the Lou Harris poll, looking at the public's confidence in the government from 1966 to 1975, reported that confidence in the military during that period had dropped from 62% to 29%, in business from 55% to 18%, in both President and Congress from 42% to 13%. Shortly after that, another Harris poll reported 65% of Americans oppose military aid abroad because they feel it allows dictatorships to maintain control over their population. Perhaps much of the general dissatisfaction was due to the economic state of most Americans. Inflation and unemployment had been rising steadily since 1973, which was the year when, according to a Harris poll, the number of Americans feeling alienated and disaffected with the general state of the country climbed to over 50%. After Ford succeeded Nixon, the percentage of alienated was 55%. The survey showed that people were troubled most of all by inflation. In the fall of 1975, a New York Times survey of 1,559 persons, and interviews with 60 families in 12 cities, showed a substantial decline in optimism about the future. The Times reported, "Inflation, the apparent inability of the country to solve its economic problems, and a foreboding that the energy crisis will mean a permanent step backward for the nation's standard of living have made inroads into Americans' confidence, expectations, and aspirations. Pessimism about the future is particularly acute among those who earn less than $7,000 annually, but it is also high within families whose annual incomes range from $10,000 to $15,000. There is also concern that no longer will hard work and a conscientious effort to save money bring them a nice home in the suburbs. Even higher income people, the survey found, are not as optimistic now as they were in past years, indicating that discontent is moving up from the lower middle income to higher economic levels." Around the same time, that fall of 1975, public opinion analysts testifying before a congressional committee reported, according to the New York Times, that public confidence in the government and in the country's economic future is probably lower than it has ever been since they began to measure such things scientifically. Government statistics suggested the reasons. The Census Bureau reported that from 1974 to 1975 the number of Americans legally poor had risen 10% and was now 25.9 million people. Also, the unemployment rate, which had been 5.6% in 1974, had risen to 8.3% in 1975, and the number of people who exhausted their unemployment benefits increased from 2 million in 1974 to 4.3 million in 1975. Government figures, however, generally underestimated the amount of poverty, set the legally poor level too low, and underestimated the amount of unemployment. For instance, if 16.6% of the population averaged 6 months of unemployment during 1975, or 33.2% averaged 3 months of unemployment, the average annual figure given by the government was 8.3%, which sounded better. In the year 1976, with the presidential election approaching, there was worry in the establishment about the public's faith in the system. William Simon, Secretary of the Treasury under both Nixon and Ford, spoke in the fall of 1976 to a business council meeting in Hot Springs, Virginia. He said that when so much of the world is lurching towards socialism or totalitarianism, it was urgent to make the American business system understood, because private enterprise is losing by default in many of our schools, in much of the communications media, and in a growing portion of the public consciousness. His speech could well be taken to represent the thinking of the American corporate elite. Vietnam, Watergate, student unrest, shifting moral codes, the worst recession in a generation, and a number of other jarring cultural shocks have all combined to create a new climate of questions and doubt. It all adds up to a general malaise, a society-wide crisis of institutional confidence. Too often, Simon said, Americans have been taught to distrust the very word profit and the profit motive that makes our prosperity possible, to somehow feel the system, that has done more to alleviate human suffering and privation than any other, is somehow cynical, selfish, and amoral. We must, Simon said, get across the human side of capitalism. As the United States prepared in 1976 to celebrate the bicentennial of the Declaration of Independence, a group of intellectuals and political leaders from Japan, the United States, and Western Europe, organized into the Trilateral Commission, issued a report. It was entitled The Governability of Democracies. Samuel Huntington, a political science professor at Harvard University and longtime consultant to the White House on the war in Vietnam, wrote the part of the report that dealt with the United States. He called it the democratic distemper and identified the problem he was about to discuss. The 1960s witnessed a dramatic upsurge of democratic fervor in America. In the 60s, Huntington wrote, there was a huge growth of citizen participation in the forms of marches, demonstrations, protest movements, and cause organizations. There were also markedly higher levels of self-consciousness on the part of blacks, Indians, Chicanos, white ethnic groups, students, and women, all of whom became mobilized and organized in new ways. There was a marked expansion of white-collar unionism, and all this added up to a reassertion of equality as a goal in social, economic, and political life. Huntington pointed to the signs of decreasing government authority. The great demands in the 60s for equality had transformed the federal budget. In 1960, foreign affairs spending was 53.7% of the budget, and social spending was 22.3%. By 1974, foreign affairs took 33% and social spending 31%. This seemed to reflect a change in public mood. In 1960, only 18% of the public said the government was spending too much on defense, but in 1969 this jumped to 52%. Huntington was troubled by what he saw. The essence of the democratic surge of the 1960s was a general challenge to existing systems of authority, public and private. In one form or another, this challenge manifested itself in the family, the university, business, public and private associations, politics, the governmental bureaucracy, and the military services. People no longer felt the same obligation to obey those whom they had previously considered superior to themselves in age, rank, status, expertise, character, or talents. All this, he said, produced problems for the governability of democracy in the 1970s. Critical in all this was the decline in the authority of the president. And to the extent that the United States was governed by anyone during the decades after World War II, it was governed by the president acting with the support and cooperation of key individuals and groups in the executive office, the federal bureaucracy, Congress, and the more important businesses, banks, law firms, foundations, and media, which constitute the private sector's establishment. This was probably the frankest statement ever made by an establishment advisor. Huntington further said that the president, to win the election, needed the support of a broad coalition of people. However, the day after his election, the size of his majority is almost if not entirely irrelevant to his ability to govern the country. What counts then is his ability to mobilize support from the leaders of key institutions in a society and government. This coalition must include key people in Congress, the executive branch, and the private sector establishment. He gave examples. Truman made a point of bringing a substantial number of nonpartisan soldiers, Republican bankers, and Wall Street lawyers into his administration. He went to the existing sources of power in the country to get help he needed in ruling the country. Eisenhower in part inherited this coalition and was in part almost its creation. Kennedy attempted to recreate a somewhat similar structure of alliances. What worried Huntington was the loss in governmental authority. For instance, the opposition to Vietnam had brought the abolition of the draft. The question necessarily arises, however, whether if a new threat to security should materialize in the future, the government will possess the authority to command the resources, as well as the sacrifices, which are necessary to meet that threat. Huntington saw the possible end of that quarter century when the United States was the hegemonic power in a system of world order. His conclusion was that there had developed an excess of democracy, and he suggested desirable limits to the extension of political democracy. Huntington was reporting all this to an organization that was very important to the future of the United States. The Trilateral Commission was organized in early 1973 by David Rockefeller and Zbigniew Brzezinski. Rockefeller was an official of the Chase Manhattan Bank and a powerful financial figure in the United States and the world. Brzezinski, a Columbia University professor, specialized in international relations and was a consultant to the State Department. As reported in the Far Eastern Economic Review by Robert Manning, the initiative for the commission came entirely from Rockefeller. According to George Franklin, the commission's executive secretary, Rockefeller was getting worried about the deteriorating relations between the United States, Europe, and Japan. Franklin explained that Rockefeller began to present his ideas to another elite fraternity. At the Bilderberg Group, a very distinguished Anglo-American group which has been meeting for a long time, Mike Blumenthal said he thought things were in a very serious condition in the world and couldn't some kind of private group do more about it? So then David again made his proposal. Then Brzezinski, a close friend of Rockefeller's, carried the Rockefeller-funded ball and organized the commission. It seems probable that the very serious condition mentioned as the reason for the Trilateral Commission was the need for greater unity among Japan, Western Europe, and the United States in the face of a much more complicated threat to tricontinental capitalism than a monolithic communism, revolutionary movements in the Third World. These movements had directions of their own. The Trilateral Commission wanted also to deal with another situation. Back in 1967, George Ball, who had been Under-Secretary of State for Economic Affairs in the Kennedy administration and who was director of Lehman Brothers, a large investment banking firm, told members of the International Chamber of Commerce, "In these 20 post-war years, we have come to recognize in action, though not always in words, that the political boundaries of nation-states are too narrow and constricted to define the scope and activities of modern business. To show the growth of international economics for United States corporations, one would only have to note the situation in banking. In 1960 there were 8 United States banks with foreign branches, in 1974 there were 129. The assets of these overseas branches amounted to $3.5 billion in 1960, $155 billion in 1974. The Trilateral Commission apparently saw itself as helping to create the necessary international links for the new multinational economy. Its members came from the highest circles of politics, business, and the media in Western Europe, Japan, and the United States. They were from Chase Manhattan, Lehman Brothers, Bank of America, Banque de Paris, Lloyds of London, Bank of Tokyo, etc. Oil, steel, auto, aeronautic, and electric industries were represented. Other members were from Time magazine, The Washington Post, the Columbia Broadcasting System, Die Zeit, the Japan Times, The Economist of London, and more. 1976 was not only a presidential election year, it was the much anticipated year of the bicentennial celebration, and it was filled with much publicized events all over the country. The great effort that went into the celebration suggests that it was seen as a way of restoring American patriotism, invoking the symbols of history to unite people and government and put aside the protest mood of the recent past. But there did not seem to be great enthusiasm for it. When the 200th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party was celebrated in Boston, an enormous crowd turned out, not for the official celebration, but for the People's Bicentennial counter-celebration, where packages marked Gulf Oil and Exxon were dumped into the Boston harbor, to symbolize opposition to corporate power in America. Chapter 21. Carter Reagan Bush, the bipartisan consensus. Halfway through the 20th century, the historian Richard Hofstadter, in his book The American Political Tradition, examined our important national leaders, from Jefferson and Jackson to Herbert Hoover and the two Roosevelts, Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives. Hofstadter concluded that the range of vision embraced by the primary contestants in the major parties has always been bounded by the horizons of property and enterprise. They have accepted the economic virtues of capitalist culture as necessary qualities of man. That culture has been intensely nationalistic. Coming to the end of the century, observing its last 25 years, we have seen exactly that limited vision Hofstadter talked about: a capitalistic encouragement of enormous fortunes alongside desperate poverty, a nationalistic acceptance of war and preparations for war. Governmental power swung from Republicans to Democrats and back again, but neither party showed itself capable of going beyond that vision. After the disastrous war in Vietnam came the scandals of Watergate. There was a deepening economic insecurity for much of the population, along with environmental deterioration, and a growing culture of violence and family disarray. Clearly, such fundamental problems could not be solved without bold changes in the social and economic structure. But no major party candidates proposed such changes. The American political tradition held fast. In recognition of this, perhaps only vaguely conscious of this, voters stayed away from the polls in large numbers, or voted without enthusiasm. More and more they declared, if only by non-participation, their alienation from the political system. In 1960, 63% of those eligible to vote voted in the presidential election. By 1976, this figure had dropped to 53%. In a CBS News and New York Times survey, over half of the respondents said that public officials didn't care about people like them. A typical response came from a plumber: the President of the United States isn't going to solve our problems. The problems are too big. There was a troubling incongruity in the society. Electoral politics dominated the press and television screens, and the doings of presidents, members of Congress, Supreme Court justices, and other officials were treated as if they constituted the history of the country. Yet there was something artificial in all this, something pumped up, a straining to persuade a skeptical public that this was all, that they must rest their hopes for the future in Washington politicians, none of whom were inspiring, because it seemed that behind the bombast, the rhetoric, the promises, their major concern was their own political power. The distance between politics and the people was reflected clearly in the culture. In what was supposed to be the best of the media, uncontrolled by corporate interest, that is, in public television, the public was largely invisible. On the leading political forum on public television, the nightly McNeil-Lehrer Report, the public was uninvited, except as viewer of an endless parade of congressmen, senators, government bureaucrats, experts of various kinds. On commercial radio, the usual narrow band of consensus, excluding fundamental criticism, was especially apparent. In the mid-1980s, with Ronald Reagan as president, the fairness doctrine of the Federal Communications Commission, requiring airtime for dissenting views, was eliminated. By the 1990s, talk radio had perhaps 20 million listeners, treated to daily tirades from right-wing talk show hosts, with left-wing guests uninvited. A citizenry disillusioned with politics and with what pretended to be intelligent discussions of politics turned its attention to entertainment, to gossip, to 10,000 schemes for self-help. Those at its margins became violent, finding scapegoats within one's group, or against other races, immigrants, demonized foreigners, welfare mothers, minor criminals. There were other citizens, those who tried to hold on to ideas and ideals still remembered from the 60s and early 70s, not just by recollecting but by acting. Indeed, all across the country there was a part of the public unmentioned in the media, ignored by political leaders energetically active in thousands of local groups around the country. These organized groups were campaigning for environmental protection or women's rights or decent health care or housing for the homeless, or against military spending. This activism was unlike that of the 60s, when the surge of protest against race segregation and war became an overwhelming national force. It struggled uphill, against callous political leaders, trying to reach fellow Americans, most of whom saw little hope in either the politics of voting or the politics of protest. The presidency of Jimmy Carter, covering the years 1977 to 1980, seemed an attempt by one part of the establishment, that represented in the Democratic Party, to recapture a disillusioned citizenry. But Carter, despite a few gestures toward black people and the poor, despite talk of human rights abroad, remained within the historic political boundaries of the American system, protecting corporate wealth and power, maintaining a huge military machine that drained the national wealth, allying the United States with right-wing tyrannies abroad. Carter seemed to be the choice of that international group of powerful influence wielders, the Trilateral Commission. Two founding members of the commission, according to the Far Eastern Economic Review, David Rockefeller and Zbigniew Brzezinski, thought Carter was the right person for the presidential election of 1976, given that the Watergate-plagued Republican Party was a sure loser. Carter's job as president, from the point of view of the establishment, was to halt the rushing disappointment of the American people with the government, with the economic system, with disastrous military ventures abroad. In his campaign, he tried to speak to the disillusioned and angry. His strongest appeal was to blacks, whose rebellion in the late 60s was the most frightening challenge to authority since the labor and unemployed upsurges in the 30s. His appeal was populist, that is, he appealed to various elements of American society who saw themselves beleaguered by the powerful and wealthy. Although he himself was a millionaire peanut grower, he presented himself as an ordinary American farmer. Although he had been a supporter of the Vietnam War until its end, he presented himself as a sympathizer with those who had been against the war, and he appealed to many of the young rebels of the 60s by his promise to cut the military budget. In a much publicized speech to lawyers, Carter spoke out against the use of the law to protect the rich. He appointed a black woman, Patricia Harris, as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and a black civil rights veteran, Andrew Young, as ambassador to the United Nations. He gave the job of heading the Domestic Youth Service Corps to a young former anti-war activist, Sam Brown. His most crucial appointments, however, were in keeping with the Trilateral Commission report of Harvard political scientist Samuel Huntington, which said that, whatever groups voted for a president, once elected, what counts then is his ability to mobilize support from the leaders of key institutions. Brzezinski, a traditional Cold War intellectual, became Carter's national security advisor. His Secretary of Defense, Harold Brown, had, during the Vietnam War, according to the Pentagon Papers, envisaged the elimination of virtually all the constraints under which the bombing then operated. His Secretary of Energy, James Schlesinger, as Secretary of Defense under Nixon, was described by a member of the Washington Press Corps as showing an almost missionary drive in seeking to reverse a downward trend in the defense budget. Schlesinger was also a strong proponent of nuclear energy. His other cabinet appointees had strong corporate connections. A financial writer wrote, not long after Carter's election, "So far, Mr. Carter's actions, commentary, and particularly his cabinet appointments, have been highly reassuring to the business community." Veteran Washington correspondent Tom Wicker wrote, "The available evidence is that Mr. Carter so far is opting for Wall Street's confidence." Carter did initiate more sophisticated policies toward governments that oppressed their own people. He used United Nations Ambassador Andrew Young to build up goodwill for the United States among the black African nations, and urged that South Africa liberalize its policies toward blacks. A peaceful settlement in South Africa was necessary for strategic reasons. South Africa was used for radar tracking systems. Also, it had important U.S. corporate investments and was a critical source of needed raw materials. Therefore, what the United States needed was a stable government in South Africa. The continued oppression of blacks might create civil war. The same approach was used in other countries, combining practical strategic needs with the advancement of civil rights. But because the chief motivation was practicality, not humanity. There was a tendency toward token changes, as in Chile's release of a few political prisoners. When Congressman Herman Badillo introduced in Congress a proposal that required the U.S. representatives to the World Bank and other international financial institutions to vote against loans to countries that systematically violated essential rights, by the use of torture or imprisonment without trial, Carter sent a personal letter to every congressman urging the defeat of this amendment. It won a voice vote in the House, but lost in the Senate. Under Carter, the United States continued to support, all over the world, regimes that engaged in imprisonment of dissenters, torture, and mass murder, in the Philippines, in Iran, in Nicaragua, and in Indonesia, where the inhabitants of East Timor were being annihilated in a campaign bordering on genocide. The New Republic magazine, presumably on the liberal side of the establishment, commented approvingly on the Carter policies. American foreign policy in the next 4 years will essentially extend the philosophies developed in the Nixon-Ford years. This is not at all a negative prospect. There should be continuity. It is part of history. Carter had presented himself as a friend of the movement against the war, but when Nixon mined Haiphong Harbor and resumed bombing of North Vietnam in the spring of 1973, Carter urged that we give President Nixon our backing and support whether or not we agree with specific decisions. Once elected, Carter declined to give aid to Vietnam for reconstruction, despite the fact that the land had been devastated by American bombing. Asked about this at a press conference, Carter replied that there was no special obligation on the United States to do this because the destruction was mutual. Considering that the United States had crossed half the globe with an enormous fleet of bombers and 2 million soldiers, and after 8 years left a tiny nation with over 1 million dead and its land in ruins, this was an astounding statement. One establishment intention, perhaps, was that future generations see the war not as it appeared in the Defense Department's own Pentagon Papers as a ruthless attack on civilian populations for strategic military and economic interests, but as an unfortunate error. Noam Chomsky, one of the leading anti-war intellectuals during the Vietnam period, looked in mid-1978 at how the history of the war was being presented in the major media and wrote that they were destroying the historical record and supplanting it with a more comfortable story. Reducing lessons of the war to the socially neutral categories of error, ignorance, and cost. The Carter administration clearly was trying to end the disillusionment of the American people after the Vietnam War by following foreign policies more palatable, less obviously aggressive. Hence, the emphasis on human rights, the pressure on South Africa and Chile to liberalize their policies. But on close examination, these more liberal policies were designed to leave intact the power and influence of the American military and American business in the world. The renegotiation of the Panama Canal Treaty with the tiny Central American Republic of Panama was an example. The canal saved American companies $1.5 billion a year in delivery costs, and the United States collected $150 million a year in tolls, out of which it paid the Panama government $2.3 million, while maintaining 14 military bases in the area. Back in 1903 the United States had engineered a revolution against Colombia, set up the new tiny Republic of Panama in Central America, and dictated a treaty giving the United States military bases, control of the Panama Canal, and sovereignty in perpetuity. The Carter administration in 1977, responding to anti-American protests in Panama, decided to renegotiate the treaty. The New York Times was candid about the canal: "We stole it, and removed the incriminating evidence from our history books." By 1977 the canal had lost military importance. It could not accommodate large tankers or aircraft carriers. That, plus the anti-American riots in Panama, led the Carter administration, over conservative opposition, to negotiate a new treaty which called for a gradual removal of U.S. bases. The canal's legal ownership would be turned over to Panama after a period. The treaty also contained vague language which could be the basis for American military intervention under certain conditions. Whatever Carter's sophistication in foreign policy, certain fundamentals operated in the late 60s and the 70s. American corporations were active all over the world on a scale never seen before. There were, by the early 70s, about 300 U.S. corporations, including the 7 largest banks, which earned 40% of their net profits outside the United States. They were called multinationals, but actually 98% of their top executives were Americans. As a group, they now constituted the third largest economy in the world, next to the United States and the Soviet Union. The relationship of these global corporations with the poorer countries had long been an exploiting one, it was clear from U.S. Department of Commerce figures. Whereas U.S. corporations in Europe between 1950 and 1965 invested $8.1 billion and made $5.5 billion in profits, in Latin America they invested $3.8 billion and made $11.2 billion in profits, and in Africa they invested $5.2 billion and made $14.3 billion in profits. It was the classical imperial situation, where the places with natural wealth became victims of more powerful nations whose power came from that seized wealth. American corporations depended on the poorer countries for 100% of their diamonds, coffee, platinum, mercury, natural rubber, and cobalt. They got 98% of their manganese from abroad, 90% of their chrome and aluminum. And 20 to 40% of certain imports came from Africa. Another fundamental of foreign policy, whether Democrats or Republicans were in the White House, was the training of foreign military officers. The Army had a School of the Americas in the Canal Zone, from which thousands of military leaders in Latin America had graduated. 6 of the graduates, for instance, were in the Chilean military junta that overthrew the democratically elected Allende government in 1973. The American commandant of the school told a reporter, "We keep in touch with our graduates and they keep in touch with us." And yet the United States cultivated a reputation for being generous with its riches. Indeed, it had frequently given aid to disaster victims. This aid, however, often depended on political loyalty. In one 6-year drought in West Africa, 100,000 Africans died of starvation. A report by the Carnegie Endowment said the Agency for International Development of the United States had been inefficient and neglectful in giving aid to nomads in the Sahel area of West Africa, an area covering 6 countries. The response of aid was that those countries had no close historical, economic, or political ties to the United States. In early 1975 the press carried a dispatch from Washington. Secretary of State Henry A. Kissinger has formally initiated a policy of selecting for cutbacks in American aid those nations that have sided against the U.S. in votes in the United Nations. In some cases the cutbacks involve food and humanitarian relief. Most aid was openly military, and by 1975, the United States exported $9.5 billion in arms. The Carter administration promised to end the sale of arms to repressive regimes, but when it took office the bulk of the sales continued. And the military continued to take a huge share of the national budget. When Carter was running for election, he told the Democratic Platform Committee, "Without endangering the defense of our nation or commitments to our allies, we can reduce present defense expenditures by about $5 to $7 billion annually." But his first budget proposed not a decrease but an increase of $10 billion for the military. Indeed, he proposed that the U.S. spend $1,000 billion in the next 5 years on its military forces. And the administration had just announced that the Department of Agriculture would save $25 million a year by no longer giving free second helpings of milk to 1.4 million needy school children who got free meals in school. If Carter's job was to restore faith in the system, here was his greatest failure: solving the economic problems of the people. The price of food and the necessities of life continued to rise faster than wages were rising. Unemployment remained officially at 6 or 8%, unofficially, the rates were higher. For certain key groups in the population, young people, and especially young black people, the unemployment rate was 20 or 30%. It soon became clear that blacks in the United States, the group most in support of Carter for president, were bitterly disappointed with his policies. He opposed federal aid to poor people who needed abortions, and when it was pointed out to him that this was unfair, because rich women could get abortions with ease, he replied, "Well, as you know, there are many things in life that are not fair, that wealthy people can afford and poor people cannot." Carter's populism was not visible in his administration's relationship to the oil and gas interests. It was part of Carter's energy plan to end price regulation of natural gas for the consumer. The largest producer of natural gas was Exxon Corporation, and the largest blocks of private stock in Exxon were owned by the Rockefeller family. Early in Carter's administration, the Federal Energy Administration found that Gulf Oil Corporation had overstated by $79.1 million its costs for crude oil obtained from foreign affiliates. It then passed on these false costs to consumers. In the summer of 1978, the administration announced that a compromise had been made with Gulf Oil in which Gulf agreed to pay back $42.2 million. Gulf informed its stockholders that the payments will not affect earnings since adequate provision was made in prior years. The lawyer for the Energy Department who worked out the compromise with Gulf said it had been done to avoid a lengthy and costly lawsuit. Would the lawsuit have cost the $36.9 million dropped in the compromise? Would the government have considered letting off a bank robber without a jail term in return for half the loot? The settlement was a perfect example of what Carter had told a meeting of lawyers during his presidential campaign, that the law was on the side of the rich. The fundamental facts of maldistribution of wealth in America were clearly not going to be affected by Carter's policies, any more than by previous administrations, whether conservative or liberal. According to Andrew Zimbalist, an American economist writing in Le Monde Diplomatique in 1977, the top 10% of the American population had an income 30 times that of the bottom tenth, the top 1% of the nation owned 33% of the wealth. The richest 5% owned 83% of the personally owned corporate stock. The 100 largest corporations paid an average of 26.9% in taxes, and the leading oil companies paid 5.8% in taxes. Indeed, 244 individuals who earned over $200,000 paid no taxes. In 1979, as Carter weekly proposed benefits for the poor, and Congress strongly turned them down, a black woman, Marian Wright Edelman, director of the Children's Defense Fund in Washington, pointed to some facts. 1 of every 7 American children had no known regular source of primary health care. 1 of every 3 children under 17 had never seen a dentist. In an article on the New York Times op-ed page, she wrote, "The Senate Budget Committee recently knocked off $88 million from a modest $288 million administration request to improve the program that screens and treats children's health problems. At the same time, the Senate found $725 million to bail out Litton Industries and to hand to the Navy at least 2 destroyers ordered by the Shah of Iran." Carter approved tax reforms which benefited mainly the corporations. Economist Robert Lekakeman, writing in The Nation, noted the sharp increase in corporate profits in the last quarter of 1978 over the previous year's last quarter. He wrote, "Perhaps the president's most outrageous act occurred last November when he signed into law an $18 billion tax reduction, the bulk of whose benefits accrue to affluent individuals and corporations. In 1979, while the poor were taking cuts, the salary of the chairman of Exxon Oil was being raised to $830,000 a year and that of the chairman of Mobil Oil to over $1 million a year. That year, while Exxon's net income rose 56% to more than $4 billion, 3,000 small independent gasoline stations went out of business." Carter made some efforts to hold onto social programs, but this was undermined by his very large military budgets. Presumably, this was to guard against the Soviet Union, but when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979, Carter could take only symbolic actions, like reinstituting the draft, or calling for a boycott of the 1980 Moscow Olympics. On the other hand, American weaponry was used to support dictatorial regimes battling left-wing rebels abroad. A report by the Carter administration to Congress in 1977 was blunt: saying that a number of countries with deplorable records of human rights observance are also countries where we have important security and foreign policy interests. Thus, Carter asked Congress in the spring of 1980 for $5.7 million in credits for the military junta fighting off a peasant rebellion in El Salvador. In the Philippines, after the 1978 National Assembly elections, President Ferdinand Marcos imprisoned 10 of the 21 losing opposition candidates. Many prisoners were tortured, many civilians were killed. Still, Carter urged Congress to give Marcos $300 million in military aid for the next 5 years. In Nicaragua, the United States had helped maintain the Somoza dictatorship for decades. Misreading the basic weakness of that regime, and the popularity of the revolution against it, the Carter administration continued its support for Somoza until close to the regime's fall in 1979. In Iran, toward the end of 1978, the long years of resentment against the Shah's dictatorship culminated in mass demonstrations. On September 8, 1978, hundreds of demonstrators were massacred by the Shah's troops. The next day, according to a UPI dispatch from Tehran, Carter affirmed his support for the Shah. Troops opened fire on demonstrators against the Shah for the third straight day yesterday, and President Jimmy Carter telephoned the Royal Palace to express support for Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who faced the worst crisis of his 37-year reign. 9 members of parliament walked out on a speech by Iran's new premier, shouting that his hands were stained with blood in the crackdown on conservative Muslims and other protesters. On December 13, 1978, Nicholas Gage reported for the New York Times. The staff of the United States Embassy here has been bolstered by dozens of specialists flown in to back an effort to help the Shah against a growing challenge to his rule, according to embassy sources. The new arrivals, according to the embassy sources, include a number of Central Intelligence Agency specialists on Iran, in addition to diplomats and military personnel. In early 1979, as the crisis in Iran was intensifying, the former chief analyst on Iran for the CIA told New York Times reporter Seymour Hersh that he and his colleagues knew of the tortures of Iranian dissenters by Savak, the Iranian secret police set up during the late 1950s by the Shah with help from the CIA. Furthermore, he told Hersh that a senior CIA official was involved in instructing officials in Savak on torture techniques. It was a popular, massive revolution, and the Shah fled. The Carter administration later accepted him into the country, presumably for medical treatment, and the anti-American feelings of the revolutionaries reached a high point. On November 4, 1979, the U.S. Embassy in Tehran was taken over by student militants who, demanding that the Shah be returned to Iran for punishment, held 52 embassy employees hostage. For the next 14 months, with the hostages still held in the embassy compound, that issue took the forefront of foreign news in the United States and aroused powerful nationalist feelings. When Carter ordered the Immigration and Naturalization Service to start deportation proceedings against Iranian students who lacked valid visas, the New York Times gave cautious but clear approval. Politicians and the press played into a general hysteria. An Iranian-American girl who was slated to give a high school commencement address was removed from the program. The bumper sticker "Bomb Iran" appeared on autos all over the country. It was a rare journalist bold enough to point out, as Alan Richman of the Boston Globe did when the 52 hostages were released alive and apparently well, that there was a certain lack of proportion in American reactions to this and other violations of human rights. There were 52 of them, a number easy to comprehend. It wasn't like 15,000 innocent people permanently disappearing in Argentina. They spoke our language. There were 3,000 people summarily shot in Guatemala last year who did not. The hostages were still in captivity when Jimmy Carter faced Ronald Reagan in the election of 1980. That fact, and the economic distress felt by many, were largely responsible for Carter's defeat. Reagan's victory, followed 8 years later by the election of George Bush, meant that another part of the establishment, lacking even the faint liberalism of the Carter presidency, would be in charge. The policies would be more crass, cutting benefits to poor people, lowering taxes for the wealthy, increasing the military budget, filling the federal court system with conservative judges, actively working to destroy revolutionary movements in the Caribbean. The dozen years of the Reagan-Bush presidency transformed the federal judiciary, never more than moderately liberal, into a predominantly conservative institution. By the fall of 1991, Reagan and Bush had filled more than half of the 837 federal judgeships, and appointed enough right-wing justices to transform the Supreme Court. In the 70s, with liberal justices William Brennan and Thurgood Marshall in the lead, the court had declared death penalties unconstitutional, had supported the right of women to choose abortions, and had interpreted the civil rights law as permitting special attention to blacks and women to make up for past discrimination. William Rehnquist, first named to the Supreme Court by Richard Nixon, was made Chief Justice by Ronald Reagan. In the Reagan-Bush years, the Rehnquist Court made a series of decisions that weakened Roe v. Wade, brought back the death penalty, reduced the rights of detainees against police powers, prevented doctors in federally supported family planning clinics from giving women information on abortions, and said that poor people could be forced to pay for public education. Justices William Brennan and Thurgood Marshall were the last of the court's liberals. Old and ill, though reluctant to give up the fight, they retired. The final act to create a conservative Supreme Court was President Bush's nomination to replace Marshall. He chose a black conservative, Clarence Thomas. Despite dramatic testimony from a former colleague, a young black law professor named Anita Hill, that Thomas had sexually harassed her, Thomas was approved by the Senate, and now the Supreme Court moved even more decisively to the right. With conservative federal judges, with pro-business appointments to the National Labor Relations Board, judicial decisions and board findings weakened a labor movement already troubled by a decline in manufacturing. Workers who went out on strike found themselves with no legal protection. One of the first acts of the Reagan administration was to dismiss from their jobs, en masse, striking air traffic controllers. It was a warning to future strikers, and a sign of the weakness of a labor movement which in the 30s and 40s had been a powerful force. Corporate America became the greatest beneficiary of the Reagan-Bush years. In the 60s and 70s an important environmental movement had grown in the nation, horrified at the poisoning of the air, the seas and rivers, and the deaths of thousands each year as a result of work conditions. After a mine explosion in West Virginia killed 78 miners in November 1968, there had been angry protest in the mine district, and Congress passed the Coal Mine Health and Safety Act of 1969. Nixon's Secretary of Labor spoke of a new national passion for environmental improvement. The following year, yielding to strong demands from the labor movement and consumer groups, but also seeing it as an opportunity to win the support of working-class voters, President Nixon had signed the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970. This was an important piece of legislation, establishing a universal right to a safe and healthy workplace, and creating an enforcement machinery. Reflecting on this years later, Herbert Stein, who had been the chairman of Nixon's Council of Economic Advisers, lamented that the juggernaut of environmental regulation proved not to be controllable by the Nixon administration. While President Jimmy Carter came into office praising the OSHA program, he was also eager to please the business community. The woman he appointed to head OSHA, Eula Bingham, fought for strong enforcement of the act, and was occasionally successful. But as the American economy showed signs of trouble, with oil prices, inflation, and unemployment rising, Carter seemed more and more concerned about the difficulties the act created for business. He became an advocate of removing regulations on corporations and giving them more leeway, even if this was hurtful to labor and to consumers. Environmental regulation became more and more a victim of cost-benefit analysis, in which regulations protecting the health and safety of the public became secondary to how costly this would be for business. Under Reagan and Bush, this concern for the economy, which was a shorthand term for corporate profit, dominated any concern for workers or consumers. President Reagan proposed to replace tough enforcement of environmental laws by a voluntary approach, leaving it to businesses to decide for themselves what they would do. he appointed as head of OSHA a businessman who was hostile to OSHA's aims. One of his first acts was to order the destruction of 100,000 government booklets pointing out the dangers of cotton dust to textile workers. Political scientist William Grover, evaluating environmental policy under Carter and Reagan as part of his penetrating structural critique of both presidents, concluded, OSHA appears caught in a cycle of liberal presidents who want to retain some health and safety regulatory programs, but who also need economic growth for political survival, and conservative presidents, who focus almost exclusively on the growth side of the equation. Such a cycle will always tend to subordinate the need for safe and healthful workplaces to ensuring that commitment to OSHA will only be as strong as the priorities of business will allow. George Bush presented himself as the environmental president, and pointed with pride to his signing of the Clean Air Act of 1990. But 2 years after that act was passed, it was seriously weakened by a new rule of the Environmental Protection Agency that allowed manufacturers to increase by 245 tons a year hazardous pollutants in the atmosphere. Furthermore, little money was allocated for enforcement. Contaminated drinking water had caused over 100,000 illnesses between 1971 and 1985, according to an EPA report. But in Bush's first year in office, while the EPA received 80,000 complaints of contaminated drinking water, only 1 in 100 was investigated. And in 1991 and 1992, according to a private environmental group, the Natural Resources Defense Council, there were some 250,000 violations of the Safe Water Drinking Act. Shortly after Bush took office, a government scientist prepared testimony for a congressional committee on the dangerous effects of industrial uses of coal and other fossil fuels in contributing to global warming, a depletion of the Earth's protective ozone layer. The White House changed the testimony, over the scientist's objections, to minimize the danger. Again, business worries about regulation seemed to override the safety of the public. The ecological crisis in the world had become so obviously serious that Pope John Paul II felt the need to rebuke the wealthy classes of the industrialized nations for creating that crisis. Today, the dramatic threat of ecological breakdown is teaching us the extent to which greed and selfishness, both individual and collective, are contrary to the order of creation. At international conferences to deal with the perils of global warming, the European Community and Japan proposed specific levels and timetables for carbon dioxide emissions, in which the United States was the leading culprit. But, as the New York Times reported in the summer of 1991, the Bush administration fears that it would hurt the nation's economy in the short term for no demonstrable long-term climatic benefit. Scientific opinion was quite clear on the long-term benefit, but this was not as important as the economy, that is, the needs of corporations. Evidence became stronger by the late 80s that renewable energy sources could produce more usable energy than nuclear plants, which were dangerous and expensive, and produced radioactive wastes that could not be safely disposed of. Yet the Reagan and Bush administrations made deep cuts in research into renewable energy possibilities. In June 1992, more than 100 countries participated in the Earth Summit Environmental Conference in Brazil. Statistics showed that the armed forces of the world were responsible for 2/3 of the gases that depleted the ozone layer. But when it was suggested that the Earth Summit consider the effects of the military on environmental degradation, the United States delegation objected and the suggestion was defeated. Indeed, the preservation of a huge military establishment and the retention of profit levels of oil corporations appeared to be twin objectives of the Reagan-Bush administrations. Shortly after Ronald Reagan took office, 23 oil industry executives contributed $270,000 to redecorate the White House living quarters. According to the Associated Press, the solicitation drive came 4 weeks after the president decontrolled oil prices, a decision worth $2 billion to the oil industry. Jack Hodges of Oklahoma City, owner of Core Oil and Gas Company, said, "The top man of this country ought to live in one of the top places. Mr. Reagan has helped the energy business. While he built up the military, Reagan tried to pay for this with cuts in benefits for the poor. there would be $140 billion of cuts in social programs through 1984 and an increase of $181 billion for defense in the same period. He also proposed tax cuts of $190 billion. Despite the tax cuts and the military appropriations, Reagan insisted he would still balance the budget because the tax cuts would so stimulate the economy as to generate new revenue. Nobel Prize winning economist Vasily Leontiev remarked dryly, "This is not likely to happen. In fact, I personally guarantee that it will not happen." Indeed, Department of Commerce figures showed that periods of lowered corporate taxes did not at all show higher capital investment, but a steep drop. The sharpest rise of capital investment took place when corporate taxes were slightly higher than they had been the preceding 5 years. The human consequences of Reagan's budget cuts went deep. For instance, Social Security disability benefits were terminated for 350,000 people. A man injured in an oil field accident was forced to go back to work, the federal government overruling both the company doctor and a state supervisor who testified that he was too disabled to work. The man died, and federal officials said, "We have a PR problem?" A war hero of Vietnam, Roy Benavidez, who had been presented with the Congressional Medal of Honor by Reagan, was told by Social Security officials that the shrapnel pieces in his heart, arms, and leg did not prevent him from working. Appearing before a congressional committee, he denounced Reagan. Unemployment grew in the Reagan years. In the year 1982, 30 million people were unemployed all or part of the year. One result was that over 16 million Americans lost medical insurance, which was often tied to holding a job. In Michigan, where the unemployment rate was the highest in the country, the infant death rate began to rise in 1981. New requirements eliminated free school lunches for more than 1 million poor children, who depended on the meal for as much as half of their daily nutrition. Millions of children entered the ranks of the officially declared poor, and soon a quarter of the nation's children, 12 million, were living in poverty. In parts of Detroit, 1/3 of the children were dying before their first birthday, and the New York Times commented, "Given what's happening to the hungry in America, this administration has cause only for shame." Welfare became an object of attack. Aid to single mothers with children through the AFDC program, food stamps, health care for the poor through Medicaid. For most people on welfare, this meant $500 to $700 a month in aid, leaving them well below the poverty level of about $900 a month. Black children were 4 times as likely as white children to grow up on welfare. Early in the Reagan administration, responding to the argument that government aid was not needed, that private enterprise would take care of poverty, a mother wrote to her local newspaper, "I am on aid to families with dependent children, and both my children are in school. I have graduated from college with distinction, 128th in a class of over 1,000, with a BA in English and sociology. I have experience in library work, childcare, social work, and counseling. I have been to the CETA office. They have nothing for me. I also go every week to the library to scour the newspaper help wanted ads. I have kept a copy of every cover letter that I have sent out with my resume, the stack is inches thick. I have applied for jobs paying as little as $8,000 a year. I work part-time in a library for $3.50 an hour, welfare reduces my allotment to compensate. It appears we have employment offices that can't employ, governments that can't govern, and an economic system that can't produce jobs for people ready to work. Last week I sold my bed to pay for the insurance on my car, which, in the absence of mass transportation, I need to go job hunting. I sleep on a piece of rubber foam somebody gave me. So this is the great American dream my parents came to this country for: work hard, get a good education, follow the rules, and you will be rich. I don't want to be rich. I just want to be able to feed my children and live with some semblance of dignity." Democrats often joined Republicans in denouncing welfare programs. Presumably, This was done to gain political support from a middle-class public that believed they were paying taxes to support teenage mothers and people they thought too lazy to work. Much of the public did not know, and were not informed by either political leaders or the media, that welfare took a tiny part of the taxes, and military spending took a huge chunk of it. Yet, the public's attitude on welfare was different from that of the two major parties. It seemed that the constant attacks on welfare by politicians, reported endlessly in the press and on television, did not succeed in eradicating a fundamental generosity felt by most Americans. A New York Times/CBS News poll conducted in early 1992 showed that public opinion on welfare changed depending on how the question was worded. If the word welfare was used, 44% of those questioned said too much was being spent on welfare. Democrats and Republicans in Congress joined to give even more tax breaks to the rich. The Reagan administration, with the help of Democrats in Congress, lowered the tax rate on the very rich to 50%, and in 1986 a coalition of Republicans and Democrats sponsored another tax reform bill that lowered the top rate to 28%. Bartlett and Steele noted that a schoolteacher, a factory worker, and a billionaire could all pay 28%. The idea of a progressive income in which the rich paid at higher rates than everyone else was now almost dead. As a result of all the tax bills from 1978 to 1990, the net worth of the Forbes 400, chosen as the richest in the country by Forbes magazine, was tripled. About $70 billion a year was lost in government revenue, so that in those 13 years the wealthiest 1% of the country gained $1 trillion. As William Grider pointed out, in his remarkable book Who Will Tell the People? The Betrayal of American Democracy. For those who blame Republicans for what has happened and believe that equitable taxation will be restored if only the Democrats can win back the White House, there is this disquieting fact: the turning point on tax politics, when the moneyed elites first began to win big, occurred in 1978 with the Democratic Party fully in power and well before Ronald Reagan came to Washington. Democratic majorities have supported this great shift in tax burden every step of the way. Not only did the income tax become less progressive during the last decades of the century, but the Social Security tax became more regressive. That is, more and more was deducted from the salary checks of the poor and middle classes, but when salaries reached $42,000 no more was deducted. By the early 1990s, a middle-income family earning $37,800 a year paid 7.65% of its income in Social Security taxes. A family earning 10 times as much, $378,000, paid 1.46% of its income in Social Security taxes. The result of these higher payroll taxes was that 3/4 of all wage earners paid more each year through the Social Security tax than through the income tax. Embarrassingly for the Democratic Party, which was supposed to be the party of the working class, those higher payroll taxes had been put in motion under the administration of Jimmy Carter. In a two-party system, if both parties ignore public opinion, there is no place voters can turn. And in the matter of taxation, it has been clear that American citizens have wanted taxes that are truly progressive. William Grider informs us that shortly after World War II, when rates on the very rich were up to 90%, a Gallup poll showed that 85% of the public thought the federal tax code was fair. But by 1984, when all those tax reforms had been put into effect by Democrats and Republicans, a public opinion survey by the Internal Revenue Service found that 80% of those polled agreed with the statement: the present tax system benefits the rich and is unfair to the ordinary working man and woman. By the end of the Reagan years, the gap between rich and poor in the United States had grown dramatically. Where in 1980, the chief executive officers of corporations made 40 times as much in salary as the average factory worker, by 1989 they were making 93 times as much. In the dozen years from 1977 to 1989, the before-tax income of the richest 1% rose 77%, meanwhile, for the poorest 2/5 of the population, there was no gain at all, indeed a small decline. And because of favorable changes for the rich in the tax structure, the richest 1%, in the decade ending in 1990, saw their after-tax income increase 87%. In the same period, the after-tax income of the lower 4/5 of the population either went down 5% or went up no more than 8.6%. While everybody at the lower levels was doing worse, there were especially heavy losses for blacks, Hispanics, women, and the young. The general impoverishment of the lowest income groups that took place in the Reagan-Bush years hit black families hardest, with their lack of resources to start with and with racial discrimination facing them in jobs. The victories of the civil rights movement had opened up spaces for some African Americans, but left others far behind. At the end of the 80s, at least a third of African American families fell below the official poverty level, and black unemployment seemed fixed at 2.5 times that of whites, with young blacks out of work at the rate of 30 to 40%. The life expectancy of blacks remained at least 10 years lower than that of whites. In Detroit, Washington, and Baltimore, the mortality rate for black babies was higher than in Jamaica or Costa Rica. Along with poverty came broken homes, family violence, street crime, drugs. In Washington, D.C., with a concentrated population of black poor within walking distance of the marbled buildings of the national government, 42% of young black men between the ages of 18 and 35 were either in jail, or out on probation or parole. The crime rate among blacks, instead of being seen as a crying demand for the elimination of poverty, was used by politicians to call for the building of more prisons. The 1954 Supreme Court decision in Brown v. Board of Education had begun the process of desegregating schools. But poverty kept black children in ghettos, and many schools around the country remained segregated by race and class. Supreme Court decisions in the 70s determined that there need be no equalization of funds for poor school districts and rich school districts, and that the busing of children need not take place between wealthy suburbs and inner cities. To admirers of free enterprise and laissez-faire, those people were poor who did not work and produce, and so had themselves to blame for their poverty. They ignored the fact that women taking care of children on their own were working very hard indeed. They did not ask why babies who were not old enough to show their work skills should be penalized to the point of death for growing up in a poor family. Ironically, it was Republican Kevin Phillips who, analyzing the Reagan years, wrote, "Less and less wealth was going to people who produced something. Disproportionate rewards to society's economic, legal, and cultural manipulators, from lawyers to financial advisors." In the mid-80s, a major scandal began to emerge in Washington. The deregulation of the savings and loan banks begun in the Carter administration had continued under Reagan, leading to risky investments which drained the assets of the banks, leaving them owing billions of dollars to depositors, which the government had insured. As the years went by and the problem was kept behind a screen, it was going to take more and more money to pay depositors and bail out these banks. The figure began to reach $200 billion. During the 1988 presidential campaign, the Democratic candidate Michael Dukakis was restrained from pointing the finger at the Republican administration because the Democrats in Congress were heavily involved in bringing about and then covering up the situation. So the voters were kept in the dark. The enormous drain of money from the Treasury for defense had once been declared by President Eisenhower to be a theft from human needs. But it was accepted by both parties, as Democrats competed with Republicans to show the electorate how tough they were. Jimmy Carter as president had proposed a $10 billion increase in the military budget, an enactment of exactly what Eisenhower had described. All of the huge military budgets of the post-World War II period, from Truman to Reagan and Bush, were approved overwhelmingly by both Democrats and Republicans. The spending of trillions of dollars to build up nuclear and non-nuclear forces was justified by fears that the Soviet Union, also building up its military forces, would invade Western Europe. But George Kennan, the former ambassador to the Soviet Union and one of the theoreticians of the Cold War, said this fear had no basis in reality. And Harry Rossitsk, who worked for the CIA for 25 years and was at one time CIA Director of Espionage Operations against the Soviet Union, wrote in the 1980s, In all of my years in government and since I have never seen an intelligence estimate that shows how it would be profitable to Soviet interests to invade Western Europe or to attack the United States. However, the creation of such a fear in the public mind was useful in arguing for the building of frightful and superfluous weapons. For instance, the Trident submarine, which was capable of firing hundreds of nuclear warheads, cost $1.5 billion. It was totally useless except in a nuclear war, in which case it would only add several hundred warheads to the tens of thousands already available. That $1.5 billion was enough to finance a 5-year program of child immunization around the world against deadly diseases, and prevent 5 million deaths. In the mid-1980s, an analyst with the Rand Corporation, which did research for the Defense Department, told an interviewer in an unusually candid statement, that the enormous number of weapons was unnecessary from a military point of view, but were useful to convey a certain image at home and abroad. If you had a strong president, a strong secretary of defense, they could temporarily go to Congress and say, "We're only going to build what we need. And if the Russians build twice as many, tough. But it would be unstable politically. And it is therefore better for our own domestic stability as well as international perceptions to insist that we remain good competitors even though the objective significance of the competition is dubious." In 1984, the CIA admitted that it had exaggerated Soviet military expenditures, that since 1975 it had claimed Soviet military spending was growing by 4 to 5% each year when the actual figure was 2%. Thus, by misinformation, even deception, the result was to inflate military expenditures. One of the favorite military programs of the Reagan administration was the Star Wars program, in which billions were spent, supposedly to build a shield in space to stop enemy nuclear missiles in midair. But the first 3 tests of the technology failed. A 4th test was undertaken, with government funding for the program at stake. There was another failure, but Reagan's Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, approved the faking of results to show that the test had succeeded. When the Soviet Union began to disintegrate in 1989, and there was no longer the familiar Soviet threat, the military budget was reduced somewhat, but still remained huge, with support from both Democrats and Republicans. In 1992, the head of the House Armed Services Committee, Leigh Aspin, a Democrat, proposed, in view of the new international situation, that the military budget be cut by 2%, from $281 billion to $275 billion. That same year, as Democrats and Republicans both supported minor cuts in the military budget, a public opinion survey done for the National Press Club showed that 59% of American voters wanted a 50% cut in defense spending over the next 5 years. It seemed that both parties had failed in persuading the citizenry that the military budget should continue at its high level. But they continued to ignore the public they were supposed to represent. In the summer of 1992, congressional Democrats and Republicans joined to vote against a transfer of funds from the military budget to human needs, and voted to spend $120 billion to defend Europe, which everyone acknowledged was no longer in danger if it ever had been from Soviet attack. Democrats and Republicans had long been joined in a bipartisan foreign policy, but in the Reagan-Bush years the United States government showed a special aggressiveness in the use of military force abroad. This was done either directly in invasions, or through both overt and covert support of right-wing tyrannies that cooperated with the United States. Reagan came into office just after a revolution had taken place in Nicaragua, in which a popular Sandinista movement overthrew the corrupt Somoza dynasty. The Sandinistas, a coalition of Marxists, left-wing priests, and assorted nationalists, set about to give more land to the peasants and to spread education and health care among the poor. The Reagan administration, seeing in this a communist threat, but even more important, a challenge to the long U.S. control over governments in Central America, began immediately to work to overthrow the Sandinista government. It waged a secret war by having the CIA organize a counter-revolutionary force, many of whose leaders were former leaders of the hated National Guard under Somoza. The Contras seemed to have no popular support inside Nicaragua and so were based next door in Honduras, a very poor country dominated by the United States. From Honduras they moved across the border, raiding farms and villages, killing men, women and children, committing atrocities. A former colonel with the Contras, Edgar Chamorro, testified before the World Court. We were told that the only way to defeat the Sandinistas was to use the tactics the agency attributed to communist insurgencies elsewhere: kill, kidnap, rob, and torture. Many civilians were killed in cold blood. Many others were tortured, mutilated, raped, robbed, or otherwise abused. When I agreed to join, I had hoped that it would be an organization of Nicaraguans. Turned out to be an instrument of the U.S. government. There was a reason for the secrecy of the U.S. actions in Nicaragua. Public opinion surveys showed that the American public was opposed to military involvement there. In 1984, the CIA, using Latin American agents to conceal its involvement, put mines in the harbors of Nicaragua to blow up ships. When information leaked out, Secretary of Defense Weinberger told ABC News, "The United States is not mining the harbors of Nicaragua." Later that year Congress, responding perhaps to public opinion and the memory of Vietnam, made it illegal for the United States to support directly or indirectly, military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua. The Reagan administration decided to ignore this law and to find ways to fund the Contras secretly, looking for third-party support. Reagan himself solicited funds from Saudi Arabia, at least $32 million. The friendly dictatorship in Guatemala was used to get arms surreptitiously to the Contras. Israel, dependent on U.S. aid and always dependable for support, was also used. In 1986, a story appearing in a Beirut magazine created a sensation, that weapons had been sold by the United States to Iran, that in return Iran had promised to release hostages being held by extremist Muslims in Lebanon, and that profits from the sale were being given to the Contras to buy arms. When asked about this at a press conference in November 1986, President Reagan told 4 Lies, that the shipment to Iran consisted of a few token anti-tank missiles, that the United States didn't condone shipments by third parties, that weapons had not been traded for hostages, and that the purpose of the operation was to promote a dialogue with Iranian moderates. In reality, the purpose was a double one: to free hostages and get credit for that, and to help the Contras. The previous month, when a transport plane that had carried arms to the Contras was downed by Nicaraguan gunfire and the American pilot captured, the lies had multiplied. Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams lied. Secretary of State Schultz lied. Evidence mounted that the captured pilot was working for the CIA. The whole Iran-Contra affair became a perfect example of the double line of defense of the American establishment. The first defense is to deny the truth. If exposed, the second defense is to investigate, but not too much. The press will publicize, but they will not get to the heart of the matter. Once the scandal was out in the open, neither the congressional investigating committees nor the press nor the trial of Colonel Oliver North, who oversaw the Contra aid operation, got to the critical questions: what is U.S. foreign policy all about? How are the president and his staff permitted to support a terrorist group in Central America to overthrow a government that, whatever its faults, is welcomed by its own people as a great improvement over the terrible governments the U.S. has supported there for years? What does the scandal tell us about democracy, about freedom of expression, about an open society? Out of the much publicized contract agate scandal came no powerful critique of secrecy in government or of the erosion of democracy by actions taken in secret by a small group of men safe from the scrutiny of public opinion. The media, in a country priding itself on its level of education and information, kept the public informed only on the most superficial level. The limits of Democratic Party criticism of the affair were revealed by a leading Democrat, Senator Sam Nunn of Georgia, who, as the investigation was getting underway, said, "We must, all of us, help the president restore his credibility in foreign affairs." A few Democrats were critical, which was deplored by a Harvard professor, James Q. Wilson, who was a member of Reagan's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. Wilson looked back nostalgically to a bipartisan consensus. He worried most about a lack of resolve to act like a great power. It became clear that President Reagan and Vice President Bush were involved in what became known as the Iran-Contra affair. But their underlings scrupulously kept them out of it, illustrating the familiar government device of plausible denial, in which the top official, shielded by subordinates, can plausibly deny involvement. Although Congressman Henry Gonzalez of Texas introduced a resolution for the impeachment of Reagan, it was quickly suppressed in Congress. Neither Reagan nor Bush were indicted. Rather, the Congressional Committee put the lesser culprits on the witness stand and several of them were indicted. One tried to commit suicide. Another, Colonel Oliver North, stood trial for lying to Congress, was found guilty, but was not sentenced to prison. Reagan retired in peace and Bush became the next president of the United States. In an ironic twist, an obscure citizen of the tiny town of Odin, Indiana, became a tangential actor in the Iran-Contra controversy. This was a young man named Bill Breeden, a former minister who lived in a teepee in the woods with his wife and 2 children, teaching the children at home. Breeden's hometown of Odin was also the hometown of Admiral John Poindexter, McFarland's successor as Reagan's national security advisor, who was heavily involved in the illegal activities of the Iran-Contra affair. One day Bill Breeden noticed that the town, to show its pride in its homeboy, had renamed one of its streets John Poindexter Street. Breeden, a pacifist and critic of U.S. foreign policy, indignant at what he thought was a celebration of immoral behavior in government, stole the sign. He announced that he was holding it for ransom $30 million, the amount of money that had been given to Iran for transfer to the Contras. He was apprehended, put on trial, and spent a few days in jail. As it turned out, Bill Breeden was the only person to be imprisoned as a result of the Iran-Contra affair. The Iran-Contra affair was only one of the many instances in which the government of the United States violated its own laws in pursuit of some desired goal in foreign policy. Toward the end of the Vietnam War, in 1973, Congress, seeking to limit the presidential power that had been used so ruthlessly in Indochina, passed the War Powers Act, which said, "The President, in every possible instance, shall consult with Congress before introducing United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances." Almost immediately, President Gerald Ford violated the act when he ordered the invasion of a Cambodian island and the bombing of a Cambodian town in retaliation for the temporary detention of American merchant seamen on the ship Mayaguez. He did not consult Congress before he gave the attack orders. In the fall of 1982, President Reagan sent American Marines into a dangerous situation in Lebanon, where a civil war was raging, again ignoring the requirements of the War Powers Act. The following year, over 200 of those Marines were killed when a bomb was exploded in their barracks by terrorists. Shortly after that, in October 1983, Reagan sent U.S. forces to invade the tiny Caribbean island of Grenada. Again, Congress was notified, but not consulted. The reasons given to the American people for this invasion were that a recent coup that had taken place in Grenada put American citizens in danger, and that the United States had received an urgent request from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States to intervene. An unusually pointed article in the New York Times on October 29, 1983, by correspondent Bernard Gewirtzman demolished those reasons. The formal request that the U.S. and other friendly countries provide military help was made by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States last Sunday at the request of the United States, which wanted to show proof that it had been requested to act under terms of that group's treaty. The wording of the formal request, however, was drafted in Washington and conveyed to the Caribbean leaders by special American emissaries. Both Cuba and Grenada, when they saw that American ships were heading for Grenada, sent urgent messages promising that American students were safe and urging that an invasion not occur. There is no indication that the administration made a determined effort to evacuate the Americans peacefully. Officials have acknowledged that there was no inclination to try to negotiate with the Grenadine authorities. "We got there just in time," the president said. A major point in the dispute is whether in fact the Americans on the island were in such danger as to warrant an invasion. No official has produced firm evidence that the Americans were being mistreated or that they would not be able to leave if they wanted. The real reason for the invasion, one high American official told Gewurtzman, was that the United States should show that it was a truly powerful nation. "What good are maneuvers and shows of force, if you never use it?" The connection between U.S. military intervention and the promotion of capitalist enterprise had always been especially crass in the Caribbean. As for Grenada, an article in the Wall Street Journal 8 years after the military invasion spoke of an invasion of banks and noted that St. George's, the capital of Grenada, with 7,500 people, had 118 offshore banks, one for every 64 residents. St. George's has become the Casablanca of the Caribbean, a fast-growing haven for money laundering, tax evasion and assorted financial fraud. After a study of various U.S. military interventions, political scientist Stephen Chalom concluded that people in the invaded countries died not to save U.S. nationals, who would have been far safer without U.S. intervention, but so that Washington might make clear that it ruled the Caribbean and that it was prepared to engage in a paroxysm of violence to enforce its will. He continued, "There have been some cases where American citizens were truly in danger, for example, the 4 church women who were killed by government-sponsored death squads in El Salvador in 1980. But there was no U.S. intervention there, no Marine landings, no protective bombing raids. Instead, Washington backed the death squad regime with military and economic aid, military training, intelligence sharing, and diplomatic support. The historic role of the United States in El Salvador, where 2% of the population owned 60% of the land, was to make sure governments were in power there that would support U.S. business interests, no matter how this impoverished the great majority of people. Popular rebellions that would threaten these business arrangements were to be opposed. When a popular uprising in 1932 threatened the military government, the United States sent a cruiser and 2 destroyers to stand by while the government massacred 30,000 Salvadorans. The administration of Jimmy Carter did nothing to reverse this history. It wanted reform in Latin America, but not revolution that would threaten U.S. corporate interests. In 1980, Richard Cooper, a State Department expert on economic affairs, told Congress that a more equitable distribution of wealth was desirable. However, we also have an enormous stake in the continuing smooth functioning in the economic system. Major changes in the system can have important implications for our own welfare. In February 1980, El Salvador Catholic Archbishop Oscar Romero sent a personal letter to President Carter, asking him to stop military aid to El Salvador. Not long before that, the National Guard and National Police had opened fire on a crowd of protesters in front of the Metropolitan Cathedral and killed 24 people. But the Carter administration continued the aid. The following month, Archbishop Romero was assassinated. There was mounting evidence that the assassination had been ordered by Roberto Dogwison, a leader of the right wing. But Dogwison had the protection of Nicolas Carranza, a deputy minister of defense, who at the time was receiving $90,000 a year from the CIA. And Elliot Abrams, ironically Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights, declared that Dogwison was not involved in murder. When Reagan became president, military aid to the El Salvador government rose steeply. From 1946 to 1979, total military aid to El Salvador was $16.7 million. In Reagan's first year in office, the figure rose to $82 million. Congress was sufficiently embarrassed by the killings in El Salvador to require that before any more aid was given, the president must certify that progress in human rights was taking place. Reagan did not take this seriously. On January 28, 1982, there were reports of a government massacre of peasants in several villages. The following day, Reagan certified that the Salvadoran government was making progress in human rights. 3 days after certification, soldiers stormed the homes of poor people in San Salvador, dragged out 20 people, and killed them. When, at the end of 1983, Congress passed a law to continue the requirement of certification, Reagan vetoed it. The press was especially timid and obsequious during the Reagan years, as Mark Hertzgeer documents in his book on Bended Knee. When journalist Raymond Bonner continued to report on the atrocities in El Salvador, and on the U.S. role, the New York Times removed him from his assignment. Back in 1981, Bonner had reported on the massacre of hundreds of civilians in the town of El Mozote, by a battalion of soldiers trained by the United States. The Reagan administration scoffed at the account, but in 1992, a team of forensic anthropologists began unearthing skeletons from the site of the massacre, most of them children. The following year, a UN commission confirmed the story of the massacre at El Mozote. The Reagan administration, which did not appear at all offended by military juntas governing in Latin America if they were friendly to the United States, became very upset when a tyranny was hostile, as was the government of Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. In 1986, when unknown terrorists bombed a discotheque in West Berlin, killing a U.S. serviceman, the White House immediately decided to retaliate. Gaddafi was probably responsible for various acts of terrorism over the years, but there was no real evidence that in this case he was to blame. Reagan was determined to make a point. Planes were sent over the capital city of Tripoli with specific instructions to aim at Gaddafi's house. The bombs fell on a crowded city, perhaps 100 people were killed, it was estimated by foreign diplomats in Tripoli. Gaddafi was not injured, but an adopted daughter of his was killed. Professor Stephen Shalom, analyzing this incident, writes, "If terrorism is defined as politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets, then one of the most serious incidents of international terrorism of the year was precisely this U.S. raid on Libya." Early in the presidency of George Bush, there came the most dramatic developments on the international scene since the end of World War II. In the year 1989, with a dynamic new leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, at the head of the Soviet Union, the long-suppressed dissatisfaction with dictatorships of the proletariat, which had turned out to be dictatorships over the proletariat, erupted all through the Soviet bloc. There were mass demonstrations in the Soviet Union and in the countries of Eastern Europe which had been long dominated by the Soviet Union. East Germany agreed to unite with West Germany, and the wall separating East Berlin from West Berlin, long a symbol of the tight control of its citizens by East Germany, was dismantled in the presence of wildly exultant citizens of both Germanies. In Czechoslovakia, a new non-communist government came into being, headed by a playwright and former imprisoned dissident named Václav Havel. In Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, a new leadership emerged, promising freedom and democracy. And remarkably, all this took place without civil war, in response to overwhelming popular demand. In the United States, the Republican Party claimed that the hard-line policies of Reagan and the increase in military expenditures had brought down the Soviet Union. But the change had begun much earlier, after the death of Stalin in 1953, and especially with the leadership of Nikita Khrushchev. A remarkably open discussion had been initiated. But the continued hard line of the United States became an obstacle to further liberalization, according to former ambassador to the Soviet Union George Kennan, who wrote that the general effect of Cold War extremism was to delay rather than hasten the great change that overtook the Soviet Union by the end of the 1980s. While the press and politicians in the United States exulted over the collapse of the Soviet Union, Kennan pointed out that, not only did American policies delay this collapse, but these Cold War policies were carried on at a frightful cost to the American people. We paid with 40 years of enormous and otherwise unnecessary military expenditures. We paid through the cultivation of nuclear weaponry to the point where the vast and useless nuclear arsenal had become a danger to the very environment of the planet. The sudden collapse of the Soviet Union left the political leadership of the United States unprepared. Military interventions had been undertaken in Korea and Vietnam with enormous loss of life, also in Cuba and the Dominican Republic, and huge amounts of military aid had been given all over the world in Europe, Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, Asia on the supposition that this was necessary to deal with the communist menace emanating from the Soviet Union. Several $trillion had been taken from American citizens in the form of taxes to maintain a huge nuclear and non-nuclear arsenal and military bases all over the world, all primarily justified by the Soviet threat. Here then was an opportunity for the United States to reconstruct its foreign policy, and to free hundreds of billions of dollars a year from the budget to be used for constructive, healthy projects. But this did not happen. Along with the exultation we have won the Cold War came a kind of panic. What can we do to maintain our military establishment? It became clearer now, although it had been suspected, that United States foreign policy was not simply based on the existence of the Soviet Union, but was motivated by fear of revolution in various parts of the world. The radical social critic Noam Chomsky had long maintained that the appeal to security was largely fraudulent, the Cold War framework having been employed as a device to justify the suppression of independent nationalism whether in Europe, Japan, or the Third World. The fear of independent nationalism was that this would jeopardize powerful American economic interests. Revolutions in Nicaragua or Cuba or El Salvador or Chile were threats to United Fruit, Anaconda Copper, International Telephone and Telegraph, and others. Thus, foreign interventions presented to the public as in the national interest were really undertaken for special interests, for which the American people were asked to sacrifice their sons and their tax dollars. The CIA now had to prove it was still needed. The New York Times declared that in a world where the post-war enemy has ceased to exist, the CIA and its handful of sister agencies, with their billion-dollar satellites and mountains of classified documents, must somehow remain relevant in the minds of Americans. The military budget remained huge. The Cold War budget of $300 billion was reduced by 7% to $280 billion. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, said, "I want to scare the hell out of the rest of the world. I don't say that in a bellicose way." As if to prove that the gigantic military establishment was still necessary, the Bush administration, in its 4-year term, launched 2 wars, a small one against Panama and a massive one against Iraq. Coming into office in 1989, George Bush was embarrassed by the new defiant posture of Panama's dictator, General Manuel Noriega. Noriega's regime was corrupt, brutal, authoritarian, but President Reagan and Vice President Bush had overlooked this because Noriega was useful to the United States. He cooperated with the CIA in many ways, such as offering Panama as a base for Contra operations against the Sandinista government of Nicaragua and meeting with Colonel Oliver North to discuss sabotage targets in Nicaragua. When he was director of the CIA in 1976 to 1977, Bush had protected Noriega. But by 1987 Noriega's usefulness was over, his activities in the drug trade were in the open, and he became a convenient target for an administration which wanted to prove that the United States, apparently unable to destroy the Castro regime or the Sandinistas or the revolutionary movement in El Salvador, was still a power in the Caribbean. Claiming that it wanted to bring Noriega to trial as a drug trafficker and also that it needed to protect U.S. citizens, the United States invaded Panama in December 1989, with 26,000 troops. It was a quick victory. Noriega was captured and brought to Florida to stand trial. But in the invasion, neighborhoods in Panama City were bombarded and hundreds, perhaps thousands of civilians were killed. It was estimated that 14,000 were homeless. Writer Mark Hertzgierd noted that even if the official Pentagon figure of several hundred civilian casualties was correct, this meant that in Panama the U.S. had killed as many people as did the Chinese government in its notorious attack on student demonstrators at Tiananmen Square in Beijing 6 months earlier. A new president friendly to the United States was installed in Panama, but poverty and unemployment remained, and in 1992 the New York Times reported that the invasion and removal of Noriega failed to stanch the flow of illicit narcotics through Panama. The United States, however, succeeded in one of its aims, to re-establish its strong influence over Panama. The Times reported, the president and his key aides and the American ambassador, Dean Hinton, have breakfast together once a week in a meeting that many Panamanians view as the place where important decisions are taken. Liberal Democrats declared their support of the military action. The Democrats were being true to their historic role as supporters of military intervention, anxious to show that foreign policy was bipartisan. They seemed determined to show they were as tough as the Republicans. But the Panama operation was on too small a scale to accomplish what both the Reagan and Bush administrations badly wanted, to overcome the American public's abhorrence, since Vietnam, of foreign military interventions. 2 years later, the Gulf War against Iraq presented such an opportunity. Iraq, under the brutal dictatorship of Saddam Hussein, had taken over its small but oil-rich neighbor, Kuwait, in August 1990. George Bush needed something at this point to boost his popularity among American voters. The Washington Post had a front-page story headline, "Poll shows plunge in public confidence, Bush's rating plummets." The Post reported, "Some observers in his own party worry that the president will be forced to initiate combat to prevent further erosion of his support at home." On October 30, a secret decision was made for war against Iraq. The United Nations had responded to the invasion of Kuwait by establishing sanctions against Iraq. Witness after witness testified before congressional committees in the fall of 1990 that the sanctions were having an effect and should continue. Secret CIA testimony to the Senate affirmed that Iraq's imports and exports had been reduced by more than 90% because of the sanctions. But after the November elections brought gains for the Democrats in Congress, Bush doubled American military forces in the Gulf, to 500,000, creating what was now clearly an offensive force rather than a defensive one. According to Elizabeth Drew, a writer for The New Yorker, Bush's aide John Sununu was telling people that a short successful war would be pure political gold for the president and would guarantee his re-election. Historian John Wiener, analyzing the domestic context of the war decision shortly afterward, wrote that Bush abandoned sanctions and chose war because his time frame was a political one set by the approaching 1992 presidential elections. That and the long-time U.S. wish to have a decisive voice in the control of Middle East oil resources were the crucial elements in the decision to go to war against Iraq. Shortly after the war, as representatives of the 13 oil-producing nations were about to gather in Geneva, the business correspondent of the New York Times wrote, "By virtue of its military victory, the United States is likely to have more influence in the organization of petroleum exporting countries than any industrial nation has ever exercised." But those motives were not presented to the American public. It was told that the United States wanted to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi control. The major media dwelled on this as a reason for war, without noting that other countries had been invaded without the United States showing such concern. The justification for war that seemed most compelling was that Iraq was on its way to building a nuclear bomb, but the evidence for this was very weak. Before the crisis over Kuwait, Western intelligence sources had estimated it would take Iraq 3 to 10 years to build a nuclear weapon. Even if Iraq could build a bomb in a year or two, which was the most pessimistic estimate, it had no delivery system to send it anywhere. Besides, Israel already had nuclear weapons. And the United States had perhaps 30,000 of them. The Bush administration was trying hard to develop a paranoia in the nation about an Iraqi bomb which did not yet exist. Bush seemed determined to go to war. There had been several chances to negotiate an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait right after the invasion, including an Iraqi proposal reported on August 29 by Newsday correspondent Knut Royce. But there was no response from the United States. When Secretary of State James Baker went to Geneva to meet with Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz, the instruction from Bush was no negotiations. Despite months of exhortation from Washington about the dangers of Saddam Hussein, surveys showed that less than half of the public favored military action. In January 1991, Bush, apparently feeling the need for support, asked Congress to give him the authority to make war. This was not a declaration of war, as called for by the Constitution, but since Korea and Vietnam, that provision of the Constitution seemed dead, and even the strict constructionists on the Supreme Court who prided themselves on taking the words of the Constitution literally and seriously would not intervene. The debate in Congress was lively. It is likely that Bush was sure of having enough votes, or he would have launched the invasion without congressional approval. After all, the precedent for ignoring Congress and the Constitution had been set in Korea, Vietnam, Grenada, and Panama. The Senate voted for military action by only a few votes. The House supported the resolution by a larger majority. However, once Bush ordered the attack on Iraq, both houses, with just a few dissents, Democrats as well as Republicans, voted to support the war and support the troops. It was in mid-January 1991, after Saddam Hussein defied an ultimatum to leave Kuwait, that the U.S. launched its air war against Iraq. It was given the name Desert Storm. The government and the media had conjured up a picture of a formidable military power, but Iraq was far from that. The U.S. Air Force had total control of the air, and could bomb at will. Not only that, U.S. officials had virtual total control of the airwaves. The American public was overwhelmed with television photos of smart bombs and confident statements that laser bombs were being guided with perfect precision to military targets. The major networks presented all of these claims without question or criticism. This confidence in smart bombs sparing civilians may have contributed to a shift in public opinion, from being equally divided on going to war, to perhaps 85% support for the invasion. Perhaps more important in winning over public support was that once American military were engaged, it seemed to many people who had previously opposed military action that to criticize it now meant betraying the troops who were there. All over the nation yellow ribbons were displayed as a symbol of support for the forces in Iraq. In fact, the public was being deceived about how smart the bombs being dropped on Iraqi towns were. After talking with former intelligence and Air Force officers, a correspondent for the Boston Globe reported that perhaps 40% of the laser-guided bombs dropped in Operation Desert Storm missed their targets. John Lehman, Secretary of the Navy under President Reagan, estimated there had been thousands of civilian casualties. The Pentagon officially had no figure on this. A senior Pentagon official told the Globe, "To tell you the truth, we're not really focusing on this question." A Reuters dispatch from Iraq described the destruction of a 73-room hotel in a town south of Baghdad, and quoted an Egyptian witness, "They hit the hotel, full of families, and then they came back to hit it again." Reuters reported that the air raids on Iraq first used laser-guided bombs, but within a few weeks turned to B-52s, which carried conventional bombs, meaning more indiscriminate bombing. American reporters were kept from seeing the war close up, and their dispatches were subject to censorship. Apparently recalling how press reports of civilian casualties had affected public opinion during the Vietnam War, the U.S. government was taking no chances this time. A Washington Post reporter complained about the control of information, writing, "The bombing has involved dozens of high-flying B-52 bombers equipped with huge, unguided munitions. But the Pentagon has not allowed interviews with B-52 pilots, shown videotapes of their actions or answered any questions about the operations of an aircraft that is the most deadly and least accurate in the armada of more than 2,000 U.S. and Allied planes in the Persian Gulf region." In mid-February, U.S. planes dropped bombs on an air raid shelter in Baghdad at 4 in the morning, killing 400 to 500 people. An Associated Press reporter who was one of few allowed to go to the site said, "Most of the recovered bodies were charred and mutilated beyond recognition. Some clearly were children." The Pentagon claimed it was a military target, but the AP reporter on the scene said, "No evidence of any military presence could be seen inside the wreckage." Other reporters who inspected the site agreed. After the war, 15 Washington News Bureau chiefs complained in a joint statement that the Pentagon exercised virtual total control over the American press during the Gulf War. But while it was happening, leading television news commentators behaved as if they were working for the United States government. For instance, CBS correspondent Dan Rather, perhaps the most widely seen of the TV newsmen, reported from Saudi Arabia on a film showing a laser bomb hitting a marketplace and killing civilians. Rather's only comment was, "We can be sure that Saddam Hussein will make propaganda of these casualties." When the Russian government tried to negotiate an end to the war, bringing Iraq out of Kuwait before the ground war could get underway, top CBS correspondent Leslie Stahl asked another reporter, "Isn't this the nightmare scenario? Aren't the Soviets trying to stop us?" The final stage of the war, barely 6 weeks after it had begun, was a ground assault which, like the air war, encountered virtually no resistance. With victory certain and the Iraqi army in full flight, U.S. planes kept bombing the retreating soldiers who clogged the highway out of Kuwait City. A reporter called the scene a blazing hell. A gruesome testament. To the east and west across the sand lay the bodies of those fleeing. A Yale professor of military history, Michael Howard, writing in the New York Times, quoted the military strategist Clausewitz approvingly, "The fact that a bloody slaughter is a horrifying act must make us take war more seriously, but not provide an excuse for gradually blunting our swords in the name of humanity." Howard went on to say, "In this conflict of wills, the bottom line remains a readiness to kill and be killed." The human consequences of the war became shockingly clear after its end, when it was revealed that the bombings of Iraq had caused starvation, disease, and the deaths of tens of thousands of children. A UN team visiting Iraq immediately after the war reported that the recent conflict has wrought near-apocalyptic results upon the infrastructure. Most means of modern life support have been destroyed or rendered tenuous. A Harvard medical team reporting in May said that child mortality had risen steeply, and that 55,000 more children died in the first 4 months of the year than in a comparable period the year before. The director of a pediatric hospital in Baghdad told a New York Times reporter that on the first night of the bombing campaign the electricity was knocked out, mothers grabbed their children out of incubators, took intravenous tubes out of their arms. Others were removed from oxygen tents and they ran to the basement, where there was no heat. "I lost more than 40 prematures in the first 12 hours of the bombing." Although in the course of the war Saddam Hussein had been depicted by U.S. officials and the press as another Hitler, the war ended short of a march into Baghdad, leaving Hussein in power. It seemed that the United States had wanted to weaken him, but not to eliminate him, in order to keep him as a balance against Iran. In the years before the Gulf War, the United States had sold arms to both Iran and Iraq, at different times favoring one or the other as part of the traditional balance of powers strategy. Therefore, as the war ended, the United States did not support Iraqi dissidents who wanted to overthrow the regime of Saddam Hussein. A New York Times dispatch from Washington, datelined March 26, 1991, reported, "President Bush has decided to let President Saddam Hussein put down rebellions in his country without American intervention rather than risk the splintering of Iraq," according to official statements and private briefings today. This left the Kurdish minority, which was rebelling against Saddam Hussein, helpless. And anti-Hussein elements among the Iraqi majority were also left hanging. The Washington Post reported, "Major defections from the Iraqi military were in the offing in March at the height of the Kurdish rebellion, but never materialized because the officers concluded the U.S. would not back the uprising." The man who had been Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, a month after the end of the Gulf War, gave a cold assessment of the pluses and minuses of the event. The benefits are undeniably impressive. First, a blatant act of aggression was rebuffed and punished. Second, U.S. military power is henceforth likely to be taken more seriously. Third, the Middle East and Persian Gulf region is now clearly an American sphere of preponderance. Brzezinski, however, was concerned about some negative consequences. One of them was that the very intensity of the air assault on Iraq gives rise to concern that the conduct of the war may come to be seen as evidence that Americans view Arab lives as worthless. And that raises the moral question of the proportionality of response. His point about Arab lives being seen as worthless was underlined by the fact that the war provoked an ugly wave of anti-Arab racism in the United States, with Arab Americans insulted or beaten or threatened with death. There were bumper stickers that said, "I don't break for Iraqis." An Arab-American businessman was beaten in Toledo, Ohio. Brzezinski's measured assessment of the Gulf War could be taken as close to representing the view of the Democratic Party. It went along with the Bush administration. It was pleased with the results. It had some misgivings about civilian casualties. But it did not constitute an opposition. President George Bush was satisfied. As the war ended, he declared on a radio broadcast, "The specter of Vietnam has been buried forever in the desert sands of the Arabian Peninsula." The establishment press very much agreed. The two leading news magazines, Time and Newsweek, had special editions hailing the victory in the war, noting there had been only a few hundred American casualties, without any mention of Iraqi casualties. A New York Times editorial said, "America's victory in the Persian Gulf War provided special vindication for the U.S. Army, which brilliantly exploited its firepower and mobility and in the process erased memories of its grievous difficulties in Vietnam." A black poet in Berkeley, California, June Jordan, had a different view. "I suggest to you it's a hit the same way that crack is, and it doesn't last long." Chapter 22. The Unreported Resistance. In the early 1990s, a writer for the New Republic magazine, reviewing with approval in the New York Times a book about the influence of dangerously unpatriotic elements among American intellectuals, warned his readers of the existence of a permanent adversarial culture in the United States. It was an accurate observation. Despite the political consensus of Democrats and Republicans in Washington which set limits on American reform, making sure that capitalism was in place, that national military strength was maintained, that wealth and power remained in the hands of a few, there were millions of Americans, probably tens of millions, who refused, either actively or silently, to go along. Their activities were largely unreported by the media. They constituted this permanent adversarial culture. The Democratic Party was more responsive to these Americans, on whose votes it depended. But its responsiveness was limited by its own captivity to corporate interests, and its domestic reforms were severely limited by the system's dependency on militarism and war. Thus, President Lyndon Johnson's war on poverty in the 60s became a victim of the war in Vietnam, and Jimmy Carter could not go far so long as he insisted on a huge outlay of money for the military, much of this to stockpile more nuclear weapons. As these limits became clear in the Carter years, a small but determined movement against nuclear arms began to grow. The pioneers were a tiny group of Christian pacifists who had been active against the Vietnam War. Again and again, members of this group would be arrested for engaging in nonviolent acts of dramatic protest against nuclear war at the Pentagon and the White House, trespassing on forbidden areas, pouring their own blood on symbols of the war machine. In 1980, small delegations of peace activists from all over the country maintained a series of demonstrations at the Pentagon, in which over 1,000 people were arrested for acts of nonviolent civil disobedience. In September of that year, Philip Berrigan, his brother Daniel, Molly Rush, and Montgomery, and 4 of their friends made their way past a guard in the General Electric plant at King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, where nose cones for nuclear missiles were manufactured. They used sledgehammers to smash 2 of the nose cones and smeared their own blood over missile parts, blueprints, and furniture. Arrested, sentenced to years in prison, they said they were trying to set an example to do as the Bible suggested, to beat swords into plowshares. They pointed to the huge allocations of taxpayers' money to corporations producing weaponry. G.E. drains $3 million a day from the public treasury, an enormous larceny against the poor. Before their trial, Daniel Berrigan had written in the Catholic Worker, "I know of no sure way of predicting where things will go from there, whether others will hear and respond, or how quickly or slowly. Or whether the act will fail to vitalize others, will come to a grinding halt then and there, its actors stigmatized or dismissed as fools. One swallows dry and takes a chance." In fact, the movement did not come to a halt. Over the next decade, a national movement against nuclear weapons developed, from a small number of men and women willing to go to jail to make others stop and think, to millions of Americans frightened at the thought of nuclear holocaust, indignant at the billions of dollars spent on weaponry while people were in need of life's necessities. Even the very middle American Pennsylvania jurors who convicted the Plowshares 8 showed remarkable sympathy with their actions. One juror, Michael DeRosa, told a reporter, "I didn't think they really went to commit a crime. They went to protest." Another, Mary Ann Ingram, said the jury argued about that, "We really didn't want to convict them on anything. But we had to because of the way the judge said the thing you can use is what you get under the law." She added, "These people are not criminals. Here are people who are trying to do some good for the country." But the judge said nuclear power wasn't the issue. Reagan's huge military budget was to provoke a national movement against nuclear weapons. In the election of 1980 that brought him into the presidency, local referenda in 3 districts in western Massachusetts permitted voters to say whether they believed in a mutual Soviet-American halt to testing, production, and deployment of all nuclear weapons, and wanted Congress to devote those funds instead to civilian use. 2 peace groups had worked for months on the campaign and all 3 districts approved the resolution, even those that voted for Reagan as president. Similar referenda received majority votes between 1978 and 1981 in San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, Madison, and Detroit. Women were in the forefront of the new anti-nuclear movement. Randall Forsberg, a young specialist in nuclear arms, organized the Council for a Nuclear Weapons Freeze, whose simple program, a mutual Soviet-American freeze on the production of new nuclear weapons, began to catch on throughout the country. Shortly after Reagan's election, 2,000 women assembled in Washington, marched on the Pentagon, and surrounded it in a great circle, linking arms or stretching to hold the ends of brightly colored scarves. 140 women were arrested for blocking the Pentagon entrance. A small group of doctors began to organize meetings around the country to teach citizens the medical consequences of nuclear war. They were the core of the Physicians for Social Responsibility, and Dr. Helen Caldicott, the group's president, became one of the most powerful and eloquent national leaders of the movement. At one of their public symposia, Howard Hyatt, dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, gave a graphic description of the results of one 20-megaton nuclear bomb falling on Boston. 2 million people would die. Survivors would be burned, blinded, crippled. In a nuclear war there would be 25 million severe burn cases in the nation, yet all existing facilities could take care of only 200 cases. At a national meeting of Catholic bishops early in the Reagan administration, the majority opposed any use of nuclear weapons. In November 1981, there were meetings on 151 college campuses around the country on the issue of nuclear war. And at local elections in Boston that month, a resolution calling for increased federal spending on social programs by reducing the amount of our tax dollars spent on nuclear weapons and programs of foreign intervention won a majority in every one of Boston's 22 wards, including both white and black working-class districts. On June 12, 1982, the largest political demonstration in the history of the country took place in Central Park, New York City. Close to 1 million people gathered to express their determination to bring an end to the arms race. Scientists who had worked on the atom bomb added their voices to the growing movement. George Kistiakowsky, a Harvard University chemistry professor who had worked on the first atomic bomb, and later was science advisor to President Eisenhower, became a spokesman for the disarmament movement. His last public remarks, before his death from cancer at the age of 82, were in an editorial for the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists in December 1982. "I tell you as my parting words, forget the channels. There simply is not enough time left before the world explodes. Concentrate instead on organizing, with so many others of like mind, a mass movement for peace such as there has not been before." By the spring of 1983, the nuclear freeze had been endorsed by 368 city and county councils across the country, by 444 town meetings and 17 state legislatures, and by the House of Representatives. A Harris poll at this time indicated that 79% of the population wanted a nuclear-freeze agreement with the Soviet Union. Even among evangelical Christians, a group of 40 million people presumed to be conservative and pro-Reagan, a Gallup poll sampling showed 60% favoring a nuclear freeze. A year after the Great Central Park demonstration, there were over 3,000 anti-war groups around the country. And the anti-nuclear feeling was being reflected in the culture, in books, magazine articles, plays, motion pictures. Jonathan Schell's impassioned book Against the Arms Race, The Fate of the Earth, became a national bestseller. A documentary film on the arms race made in Canada was forbidden to enter the country by the Reagan administration, but a federal court ordered it admitted. In less than 3 years, there had come about a remarkable change in public opinion. At the time of Reagan's election, nationalist feeling drummed up by the recent hostage crisis in Iran and by the Russian invasion of Afghanistan was strong. The University of Chicago's National Opinion Research Center found that only 12% of those it polled thought too much was being spent on arms. But when it took another poll in the spring of 1982, that figure rose to 32%. And in the spring of 1983, a New York Times/CBS News poll found that the figure had risen again, to 48%. Anti-militarist feeling expressed itself also in resistance to the draft. When President Jimmy Carter, responding to the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan, called for the registration of young men for a military draft, more than 800,000 men failed to register. One mother wrote to the New York Times. To the editor, 36 years ago I stood in front of the crematorium. The ugliest force in the world had promised itself that I should be removed from the cycle of life, that I should never know the pleasure of giving life. With great guns and great hatred, this force thought itself the equal of the force of life. I survived the great guns, and with every smile of my son, they grow smaller. It is not for me, sir, to offer my son's blood as lubricant for the next generation of guns. I remove myself and my own from the cycle of death. Isabella Leitner. Former Nixon aide Alexander Haig warned, in an interview in the French journal Politique Internationale, that there might reappear in the U.S. the conditions that forced President Nixon to stop the draft. There is a Jane Fonda on every doorstep, he said. One of the young men who refused to register, James Peters, wrote an open letter to President Carter. Dear Mr. President, on July 23, 1980, I am expected to report to my local post office for the purpose of registering with the Selective Service System. I hereby inform you, Mr. President, that I will not register on July 23, or at any time thereafter. We have tried militarism, and it has failed the human race in every way imaginable. Once he was in office, Ronald Reagan hesitated to renew draft registration, because, as his Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, explained, President Reagan believes that resuming the draft to meet manpower problems would lead to public unrest comparable to that in the 60s and 70s. William Beecher, a former Pentagon reporter, wrote in November 1981 that Reagan was obviously concerned, even alarmed, by the mounting voices of discontent and suspicion over emerging U.S. nuclear strategy both in the streets of Europe and more recently on American campuses. Hoping to intimidate this opposition, the Reagan administration began to prosecute draft resistors. One of those facing prison was Benjamin Sassway, who cited U.S. military intervention in El Salvador as a good reason not to register for the draft. Aroused by Sassway's civil disobedience, a right-wing columnist wrote indignantly that one heritage of the 60s was a new generation of anti-war teachers. Almost certainly there was a teacher, or teachers, who taught Benjamin Sassway to look at American society as a hypocritical, exploitative, materialistic roadblock on the path of human progress. The generation of the Vietnam protesters is now in its early 30s, and the academicians among them are already ensconced in the faculties of the country's high schools and colleges. What a pity our jurisprudence doesn't allow us to reach and penalize the real architects of this sort of destruction. Reagan's policy of giving military aid to the dictatorship of El Salvador was not accepted quietly around the nation. He had barely taken office when the following report appeared in the Boston Globe. It was a scene reminiscent of the 1960s, a rally of students in Harvard Yard shouting anti-war slogans, a candlelight march through the streets of Cambridge. 2,000 persons, mostly students, gathered to protest U.S. involvement in El Salvador. Students from Tufts, MIT, Boston University, and Boston College, the University of Massachusetts, Brandeis, Suffolk, Dartmouth, Northeastern, Vassar, Yale and Simmons were represented. During commencement exercises that spring of 1981 at Syracuse University, when Reagan's Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, was given an honorary doctorate in public service, 200 students and faculty turned their backs on the presentation. During Haig's address, the press reported, nearly every pause in Mr. Haig's 15-minute address was punctuated by chants, human needs, not military greed. Get out of El Salvador. Washington guns killed American nuns. The last slogan was a reference to the execution in the fall of 1980 of 4 American nuns by Salvadoran soldiers. Thousands of people in El Salvador were being murdered each year by death squads sponsored by a government armed by the United States, and the American public was beginning to pay attention to events in this tiny Central American country. As has been true generally in the making of U.S. foreign policy, there was no pretense at democracy. Public opinion was simply ignored. A New York Times/CBS News poll in the spring of 1982 reported that only 16% of its sampling favored Reagan's program of sending military and economic aid to El Salvador. In the spring of 1983, it was disclosed that an American physician named Charles Clement was working with the Salvadoran rebels. As an Air Force pilot in Southeast Asia, he had become disillusioned with U.S. policy there, having seen firsthand that his government was lying, and refused to fly any more missions. The Air Force response was to commit him to a psychiatric hospital, then to discharge him as psychologically unfit. He went to medical school, and then volunteered to be a doctor with the guerrillas in El Salvador. There was much talk in the American press in the early 80s about the political cautiousness of a new generation of college students concerned mostly with their own careers. But when, at the Harvard commencement of June 1983, Mexican writer Carlos Fuentes criticized American intervention in Latin America, and said, "Because we are your true friends, we will not permit you to conduct yourselves in Latin American affairs as the Soviet Union conducts itself in Central European and Central Asian affairs," he was interrupted 20 times by applause and received a standing ovation when finished. Among my own students at Boston University, I did not find the pervasive selfishness and unconcern with others that the media kept reporting, in deadening repetition, about the students of the 80s. In the journals they kept, I found the following comments. A male student, "Do you think anything good that has happened in the world had anything to do with government? I work in Roxbury. I know the government doesn't work. Not for the people of Roxbury, and not for the people anywhere. It works for people with money. A graduate of a Catholic high school, America to me is a society, a culture. America is my home. If someone were to rob that culture from me, then perhaps there would be reason to resist. I will not die, however, to defend the honor of the government." A young woman, "As a white middle-class person I've never felt discriminated against at all. But I'll say this, if anyone ever tried to make me sit in a different schoolroom, use a different bathroom, or anything like that, I would knock them right on their ass. The people are the last ones that need their rights stated on paper, for if they're abused or injusticed by government or authority, they can act on the injustice directly. When you look at the statements of rights and laws, it's really government and authority and institutions and corporations that need laws and rights to insulate them from the physicality, the directness of the people. Beyond the campuses, out in the country, there was opposition to government policy, not widely known. A report from Tucson, Arizona, early in the Reagan presidency described demonstrators, mainly middle-aged, protesting at the federal building against U.S. involvement in El Salvador. Over 1,000 people in Tucson marched in a procession and attended a mass to commemorate the anniversary of the assassination of Archbishop Oscar Romero, who had spoken out against the Salvadoran death squads. Over 60,000 Americans signed pledges to take action of some sort, including civil disobedience, if Reagan moved to invade Nicaragua. When the president instituted a blockade of the tiny country to try to force its government out of power, there were demonstrations around the country. In Boston alone, 550 people were arrested protesting the blockade. During Reagan's presidency, there were hundreds of actions throughout the nation against his policies in South Africa. He obviously did not want to see the white ruling minority of South Africa displaced by the radical African National Congress, which represented the black majority. Chester Crocker, Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, in his memoirs, called Reagan insensitive to the conditions under which blacks lived there. Public opinion was strong enough to cause Congress to legislate economic sanctions against the South African government in 1986, overriding Reagan's veto. Reagan's cuts in social services were felt on the local level as vital needs could not be taken care of, and there were angry reactions. In the spring and summer of 1981, residents of East Boston took to the streets. For 55 nights they blocked major thoroughfares and the Sumner Tunnel during rush hour, in order to protest cutbacks in funds for fire, police, and teachers. The police superintendent, John Doyle, said, "Maybe these people are starting to take lessons from the protests of the 60s and 70s. The Boston Globe reported, the demonstrators in East Boston were mostly middle-aged, middle or working-class people who said they had never protested anything before. The Reagan administration took away federal funds for the arts, suggesting that the performing arts seek help from private donors. In New York, 2 historic Broadway theaters were razed to make way for a luxury 50-story hotel, after 200 theater people demonstrated, picketing, reading plays, and singing songs, refusing to disperse when ordered by police. Some of the nation's best-known theater personalities were arrested, including producer Joseph Papp, actresses Tammy Grimes, Estelle Parsons, and Celeste Holm, actors Richard Gere and Michael Moriarty. The budget cuts spurred strikes across the country, often by groups unaccustomed to striking. In the fall of 1982, United Press International reported, "Angered by layoffs, salary cuts, and uncertainty about job security, more school teachers throughout the country have decided to go on strike." Teachers' strikes last week in 7 states, from Rhode Island to Washington, have idled more than 300,000 students. Surveying a series of news events in the first week of January 1983, David Nahan of the Boston Globe wrote, "There is something brewing in the land that bodes ill for those in Washington who ignore it. People have moved from the frightened state to the angry stage and are acting out their frustrations in ways that will test the fabric of civil order." He gave some examples. In Little Washington, Pennsylvania, in early 1983, when a 50-year-old computer science teacher who led a teachers' strike was sent to jail, 2,000 people demonstrated outside the jailhouse in his support, and the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette called it the largest crowd in Washington County since the 1794 Whiskey Rebellion. When unemployed or bankrupt homeowners in the Pittsburgh area could no longer make mortgage payments, and foreclosure sales were scheduled, 60 pickets jammed the courthouse to protest the auction, and Allegheny Sheriff Eugene Kuhn halted the proceedings. The foreclosure of a 320-acre wheat farm in Springfield, Colorado, was interrupted by 200 angry farmers, who had to be dispersed by tear gas and mace. When Reagan arrived in Pittsburgh in April 1983 to make a speech, 3,000 people, many of them unemployed steel workers, demonstrated against him, standing in the rain outside his hotel. Demonstrations by the unemployed were taking place in Detroit, Flint, Chicago, Cleveland, Los Angeles, Washington, over 20 cities in all. Just around that time, Miami blacks rioted against police brutality. They were reacting against their general deprivation as well. The unemployment rate among young African Americans had risen above 50%, and the Reagan administration's only response to poverty was to build more jails. Understanding that blacks would not vote for him, Reagan tried, unsuccessfully, to get Congress to eliminate a crucial section of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which had been very effective in safeguarding the right of blacks to vote in southern states. Reagan's policies clearly joined the two issues of disarmament and social welfare. It was guns versus children, and this was expressed dramatically by the head of the Children's Defense Fund, Marion Wright Edelman, in a commencement speech at the Milton Academy in Massachusetts in the summer of 1983. You are graduating into a nation and world teetering on the brink of moral and economic bankruptcy. Since 1980, our President and Congress have been turning our national plowshares into swords and been bringing good news to the rich at the expense of the poor. Children are the major victims. Our misguided national and world choices are literally killing children daily. Yet governments throughout the world, led by our own, spend over $600 billion a year on arms, while an estimated 1 billion of our world's people live in poverty and 600 million are under or unemployed. Where is the human commitment and political will to find the relative pittance of money needed to protect children? She urged her listeners, pick a piece of the problem that you can help solve while trying to see how your piece fits into the broader social change puzzle. Her words seemed to represent a growing mood that worried the Reagan administration. It withdrew some of its proposed cutbacks, and Congress eliminated others. When, in its second year, the administration proposed $9 billion in cuts in support for children and poor families, Congress accepted only $1 billion. The Washington correspondent of the New York Times reported, political concerns about the fairness of Mr. Reagan's programs have forced the administration to curtail its efforts to make further cutbacks in programs for the poor. The repeated elections of Republican candidates, Reagan in 1980 and 1984, George Bush in 1988, were treated by the press with words like landslide and overwhelming victory. They were ignoring four facts: that roughly half the population, though eligible to vote, did not, that those who did vote were limited severely in their choices to the two parties that monopolized the money and the media, that as a result many of their votes were cast without enthusiasm, and that there was little relationship between voting for a candidate and voting for specific policies. In 1980 Reagan received 51.6% of the popular vote, while Jimmy Carter received 41.7% and John Anderson received 6.7%. Only 54% of the voting age population voted, so that of the total eligible to vote 27% voted for Reagan. A survey by the New York Times found that only 11% of those who voted for Reagan did so because he's a real conservative. 3 times as many said they voted for him because it is time for a change. For a second term, running against former Vice President Walter Mondale, Reagan won 59% of the popular vote, but with half the electorate not voting, he had 29% of the voting population. In the 1988 election, with Vice President George Bush running against Democrat Michael Dukakis, Bush's 54% victory added up to 27% of the eligible voters. Because our peculiar voting arrangements allow a small margin of popular votes to become a huge majority of electoral votes, the media can talk about overwhelming victory, thus deceiving their readers and disheartening those who don't look closely at the statistics. Could one say from these figures that the American people wanted Reagan, or Bush, as president? One could certainly say that more voters preferred the Republican candidates to their opponents. But even more seemed to want neither candidate. Nevertheless, on the basis of these slim electoral pluralities, Reagan and Bush would claim that the people had spoken. Indeed, when the people did speak about issues, in surveys of public opinion, they expressed beliefs to which neither the Republican nor Democratic parties paid attention. For instance, both parties, through the 80s and early 90s, kept strict limits on social programs for the poor, on the grounds that this would require more taxes, and the people did not want higher taxes. This was certainly true as a general proposition, that Americans wanted to pay as little in taxes as possible. But when they were asked if they would be willing to pay higher taxes for specific purposes like health and education, they said yes, they would. For instance, A 1990 poll of Boston area voters showed that 54% of them would pay more taxes if that would go toward cleaning up the environment. And when higher taxes were presented in class terms, rather than as a general proposal, people were quite clear. A Wall Street Journal/NBC News poll in December 1990 showed that 84% of the respondents favored a surtax on millionaires. Even though 51% of the respondents were in favor of raising the capital gains tax, neither major party favored that. A Harris/Harvard School of Public Health poll of 1989 showed that most Americans favored a Canadian-type health system, in which the government was the single payer to doctors and hospitals, bypassing the insurance companies, and offering universal medical coverage to everyone. Neither the Democratic nor the Republican Party adopted that as its program, although both insisted they wanted to reform the health system. A survey by the Gordon Black Corporation for the National Press Club in 1992 found that 59% of all voters wanted a 50% cut in defense spending in 5 years. Neither of the major parties was willing to make major cuts in the military budget. How the public felt about government aid to the poor seemed to depend on how the question was put. Both parties, and the media, talked incessantly about the welfare system, that it was not working, and the word welfare became a signal for opposition. When people were asked if more money should be allocated to welfare, 23% said no. But when the same people were asked, should the government help the poor, 64% said yes. This was a recurring theme. When, at the height of the Reagan presidency, in 1987, people were asked if the government should guarantee food and shelter to needy people, 62% answered yes. Clearly, there was something amiss with a political system, supposed to be democratic, in which the desires of the voters were repeatedly ignored. They could be ignored with impunity so long as the political system was dominated by two parties, both tied to corporate wealth. An electorate forced to choose between Carter and Reagan, or Reagan and Mondale, or Bush and Dukakis could only despair because neither candidate was capable of dealing with a fundamental economic illness whose roots were deeper than any single presidency. That illness came from a fact which was almost never talked about, that the United States was a class society, in which 1% of the population owned 33% of the wealth, with an underclass of 30 to 40 million people living in poverty. The social programs of the 60s, Medicare and Medicaid, food stamps, etc., did not do much more than maintain the historic American maldistribution of resources. While the Democrats would give more help to the poor than the Republicans, they were not capable of seriously tampering with an economic system in which corporate profit comes before human need. There was no important national movement for radical change, no social democratic party such as existed in countries in Western Europe, Canada, and New Zealand. But there were 1,000 signs of alienation, voices of protest, local actions in every part of the country to call attention to deep-felt grievances, to demand that some injustice be remedied. For instance, the Citizens Clearinghouse for Hazardous Wastes in Washington, D.C., which had been formed early in the Reagan administration by housewife and activist Lois Gibbs, reported that it was giving help to 8,000 local groups around the country. One of these groups, in Oregon, brought a series of successful lawsuits to force the Environmental Protection Agency to do something about unsafe drinking water in the Bull Run Reservoir near Portland. In Seabrook, New Hampshire, there were years of persistent protest against a nuclear power plant which residents considered a danger to themselves and their families. Between 1977 and 1989, over 3,500 people were arrested in these protests. Ultimately, the plant, plagued by financial problems and opposition, had to shut down. Fear of nuclear accidents was intensified by disastrous events at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania in 1979 and by an especially frightening calamity in Chernobyl in the Soviet Union in 1986. All of this was having an effect on the once booming nuclear industry. By 1994, the Tennessee Valley Authority had stopped the construction of 3 nuclear plants, which the New York Times called the symbolic death notice for the current generation of reactors in the United States. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, thousands of people demonstrated year after year against the Honeywell Corporation's military contracts, and between 1982 and 1988 over 1,800 people were arrested. Furthermore, when those who engaged in such civil disobedience were brought into court, they often found sympathetic support from juries, winning acquittals from ordinary citizens who seemed to understand that even if they had technically broken the law, they had done so in a good cause. In 1984, a group of Vermont citizens refused to leave the hallway outside a U.S. senator's office, protesting his votes to give arms to the Nicaraguan Contras. They were arrested, but at their trial they were treated sympathetically by the judge and acquitted by the jury. At another trial shortly after, a number of people were charged with blocking CIA recruiters at the University of Massachusetts. They called to the witness stand ex-CIA agents who told the jury that the CIA had engaged in illegal and murderous activities all around the world. The jury acquitted them. One juror, a woman hospital worker, said later, "I was not familiar with the CIA's activities. I was shocked. I was kind of proud of the students." Another juror said, "It was very educational." The county district attorney, prosecuting the case, concluded, "If there is a message, it was that this jury was composed of Middle America. Middle America doesn't want the CIA doing what they are doing." In the South, while there was no great movement comparable to the civil rights movement of the 60s, there were hundreds of local groups organizing poor people, white and black. In North Carolina, Linda Stout, the daughter of a mill worker who had died of industrial poisons, coordinated a multiracial network of 500 textile workers, farmers, maids, most of them low-income women of color, in the Piedmont Peace Project. The historic Highlander Folk School in Tennessee, which had nurtured so many black and white activists throughout the South, was now joined by other folk schools and popular education centers. Ann Braden, a veteran of racial and labor struggles in the South, was still organizing, leading the Southern Organizing Committee for Economic and Social Justice. The group gave help in local actions to 300 African Americans in Tift County, Georgia, who were protesting the existence of a chemical plant which was making them sick, to Native Americans in Cherokee County, North Carolina, who were organizing to stop a polluted landfill. Back in the 60s, Chicano farm workers, people of Mexican descent who came to work and live mostly in California and the southwestern states, rebelled against their feudal working conditions. They went out on strike and organized a national boycott of grapes, under the leadership of Cesar Chavez. Soon farm workers were organizing in other parts of the country. In the 70s and 80s, their struggles against poverty and discrimination continued. The Reagan years hit them hard, as it did poor people all over the country. By 1984, 42% of all Latino children and 1/4 of the families lived below the poverty line. Copper miners in Arizona, mostly Mexican, went on strike against the Phelps Dodge Company after it cut wages, benefits, and safety measures in 1983. They were attacked by National Guardsmen and state troopers, by tear gas and helicopters, but held out for 3 years until a combination of governmental and corporate power finally defeated them. There were victories too. In 1985, 1,700 cannery workers, most of them Mexican women, went on strike in Watsonville, California, and won a union contract with medical benefits. In 1990, workers who had been laid off from the Levi Strauss Company in San Antonio because the company was moving to Costa Rica called a boycott, organized a hunger strike, and won concessions. In Los Angeles, Latino janitors went on strike in 1990 and despite police attacks, won recognition of their union, a pay raise, and sick benefits. Latino and Latina activists, through the 80s and early 90s, campaigned for better labor conditions, for representation in local government, for tenants' rights, for bilingual education in the schools. Kept out of the media, they organized a bilingual radio movement, and by 1991 had 14 Latino stations in the country, 12 of them bilingual. In New Mexico, Latinos fought for land and water rights against real estate developers who tried to throw them off land they had lived on for decades. In 1988 there was a confrontation, and the people organized an armed occupation, built bunkers for protection against attack, and won support from other communities in the Southwest. Finally, a court ruled in their favor. Abnormal rates of cancer for farm workers in California aroused the Chicano community. Cesar Chavez of the United Farm Workers fasted for 35 days in 1988 to call attention to these conditions. There were now United Farm Workers unions in Texas, Arizona, and other states. The importation of Mexican workers for low wages, under terrible conditions, spread from the Southwest to other parts of the country. By 1991, 80,000 Latinos lived in North Carolina, 30,000 in North Georgia. The Farm Labor Organizing Committee, which had won a difficult strike in the Ohio tomato fields in 1979, the largest agricultural strike ever in the Midwest, brought thousands of farm workers together in several Midwest states. As the Latino population of the country kept growing, it soon matched the 12% of the population that was African American and began to have a distinct effect on American culture. Much of its music, art, and drama was much more consciously political and satirical than mainstream culture. The Border Arts Workshop was formed in 1984 by artists and writers in San Diego and Tijuana, and its work dealt powerfully with issues of racism and injustice. In Northern California, Teatro Campesino and Teatro de la Esperanza performed for working people all over the country, turning schoolhouses, churches, and fields into theaters. Latinos were especially conscious of the imperial role the United States had played in Mexico and the Caribbean, and many of them became militant critics of U.S. policy toward Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Cuba. In 1970 a great march in Los Angeles against the Vietnam War, which had been attacked by police, left 3 Chicanos dead. When the Bush administration was preparing for war against Iraq in the summer of 1990, thousands of people in Los Angeles marched along the same route they had taken 20 years before, when they were protesting the Vietnam War. As Elizabeth Martinez wrote, before and during President Bush's war in the Persian Gulf many people including Rasa had doubts about it or were opposed. We had learned some lessons about wars started in the name of democracy that turned out to benefit only the rich and powerful. Rasa mobilized to protest this war of mass murder, even faster than the U.S. war in Vietnam, though we could not stop it. In 1992, a fundraising group which came out of the Vietnam War called Resist made donations to 168 organizations around the country: community groups, peace groups, Native American groups, prisoners' rights organizations, health and environmental groups. A new generation of lawyers, schooled in the 60s, constituted a small but socially conscious minority within the legal profession. They were in court defending the poor and the helpless, or bringing suit against powerful corporations. One law firm used its talent and energy to defend whistleblowers, men and women who were fired because they blew the whistle on corporate corruption that victimized the public. The women's movement, which had managed to raise the consciousness of the whole nation on the issue of sexual equality, faced a powerful backlash in the 80s. The Supreme Court's defense of abortion rights in its 1973 Roe v. Wade decision aroused a pro-life movement that had strong supporters in Washington. Congress passed, and the Supreme Court later let stand, a law that eliminated federal medical benefits to help poor women pay for abortions. But the National Organization of Women and other groups remained strong. In 1989, a Washington rally for what had come to be known as the right to choose drew over 300,000 people. When, in 1994 and 1995, abortion clinics were attacked and several supporters murdered, the conflict became grimly intense. The rights of gay and lesbian Americans had come vividly to the forefront in the 70s with radical changes in ideas about sexuality and freedom. The gay movement then became a visible presence in the nation, with parades, demonstrations, campaigns for the elimination of state statutes discriminating against homosexuals. One result was a growing literature about the hidden history of gay life in the United States and in Europe. In 1994, there was a Stonewall March 25th in Manhattan, which commemorated an event homosexuals regarded as a turning point. 25 years earlier, gay men fought back vigorously against a police raid on the Stonewall Bar in Greenwich Village. In the early 90s, gay and lesbian groups campaigned more openly, more determinedly, against discrimination, and for more attention to the scourge of AIDS, which they claimed was being given only marginal attention by the national government. In Rochester, New York, a local campaign achieved an unprecedented decision barring military recruiters from a school district because of the Defense Department discrimination against gay soldiers. The labor movement in the 80s and 90s was considerably weakened by the decline of manufacturing, by the flight of factories to other countries, by the hostility of the Reagan administration and its appointees on the National Labor Relations Board. Yet organizing continued, especially among white-collar workers and low-income people of color. The AFL-CIO put on hundreds of new organizers to work among Latinos, African Americans, and Asian Americans. Rank-and-file workers in old, stagnant unions began to rebel. In 1991, the notoriously corrupt leadership of the powerful Teamsters Union was voted out of office by a reform slate. The new leadership immediately became a force in Washington, and took the lead in working for independent political coalitions outside the two major parties. But the labor movement as a whole, much diminished, was struggling for survival. Against the overwhelming power of corporate wealth and governmental authority, the spirit of resistance was kept alive in the early 90s, often by small-scale acts of courage and defiance. On the West Coast, a young activist named Keith McHenry and hundreds of others were arrested again and again for distributing free food to poor people without a license. They were part of a program called Food Not Bombs. More Food Not Bombs groups sprang up in communities around the country. In 1992, a New York group interested in revising traditional ideas about American history received approval from the New York City Council to put up 30 metal plaques high on lampposts around the city. One of them, placed opposite the Morgan corporate headquarters, identified the famous banker J.P. Morgan as a Civil War draft dodger. In fact, Morgan had avoided the draft and profited in business deals with the government during the war. Another plaque, placed near the stock exchange, portrayed a suicide and carried the label "Advantage of an Unregulated Free Market." The general disillusionment with government during the Vietnam years and the Watergate scandals, the exposure of anti-democratic actions by the FBI and the CIA, led to resignations from government and open criticism by former employees. A number of former CIA officials left the agency, and wrote books critical of its activities. John Stockwell, who had headed the CIA operation in Angola, resigned, wrote a book exposing the CIA's activities, and lectured all over the country about his experiences. David McMichael, a historian and former CIA specialist, testified at trials on behalf of people who had protested government policy in Central America. FBI agent Jack Ryan, a 21-year veteran of the Bureau, was fired when he refused to investigate peace groups. He was deprived of his pension and for some time had to live in a shelter for homeless people. Sometimes the war in Vietnam, which had ended in 1975, came back to public attention in the 80s and 90s through people who had been involved in the conflicts of that day. Some of them had since made dramatic turnabouts in their thinking. John Wall, who prosecuted Dr. Benjamin Spock and 4 others in Boston for conspiring to obstruct the draft, showed up at a dinner honoring the defendants in 1994, saying the trial had changed his ideas. Even more striking was the statement by Charles Hutto, a U.S. soldier who had participated in the atrocity known as the My Lai Massacre, in which a company of American soldiers shot to death women and children by the hundreds in a tiny Vietnamese village. Interviewed in the 80s, Hutto told a reporter, "I was 19 years old, and I'd always been told to do what the grown UPS told me to do. But now I'll tell my sons, if the government calls, to go, to serve their country, but to use their own judgment at times. To forget about authority. To use their own conscience. I wish somebody had told me that before I went to Vietnam." I didn't know. Now I don't think there should be even a thing called war. 'Cause it messes up a person's mind. It was this legacy of the Vietnam War, the feeling among a great majority of Americans that it was a terrible tragedy, a war that should not have been fought, that plagued the Reagan and Bush administrations, which still hoped to extend American power around the world. In 1985, when George Bush was vice president, former Defense Secretary James Schlesinger had warned the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Vietnam brought a sea change in domestic attitudes. A breakdown in the political consensus behind foreign policy. When Bush became president, he was determined to overcome what came to be called the Vietnam Syndrome, the resistance of the American people to a war desired by the establishment. And so, he launched the air war against Iraq in mid-January 1991 with overwhelming force, so the war could be over quickly, before there was time for a national anti-war movement to develop. The signs of a possible movement were there in the months of the pre-war build-up. On Halloween, 600 students marched through downtown Missoula, Montana, shouting "Hell no, we won't go." In Shreveport, Louisiana, despite the Shreveport Journal's front page headline, "Poll favors military action," the story was that 42% of the respondents thought the U.S. should initiate force and 41% said wait and see. The November 11, 1990, Veterans Parade in Boston was joined by a group called Veterans for Peace, carrying signs, "No more Vietnams. Bring 'em home now and oil and blood do not mix, wage peace." The Boston Globe reported that the protesters were greeted with respectful applause and, at some places, strong demonstrations of support by onlookers. One of those onlookers, a woman named Mary Bell Dressler, said, "Personally, parades that honor the military are somewhat troublesome to me because the military is about war, and war is troublesome to me." Most Vietnam veterans were supporting military action, but there was a strong dissident minority. In one survey that showed 53% of the veterans polled saying they would gladly serve in the Gulf War, 37% said they would not. Perhaps the most famous Vietnam veteran, Ron Kovic, author of Born on the 4th of July, made a 30-second television speech as Bush moved toward war. In the appeal, broadcast on 200 television stations in 120 cities across the country, he asked all citizens to stand up and speak out against war. "How many more Americans coming home in wheelchairs like me will it take before we learn?" That November of 1990, several months into the Kuwait crisis, college students in St. Paul, Minnesota, demonstrated against war. The local press reported. It was a full-blown anti-war demonstration with mothers pushing kids in strollers, college professors and grade school teachers carrying signs, peace activists bedecked in peace symbols, and hundreds of students from a dozen schools singing, beating drums and chanting, "Hey, hey, ho ho, we won't fight for a Mako." 10 days before the bombing began, at a town meeting in Boulder, Colorado, with 800 people present, the question was put, "Do you support Bush's policy for war?" Only 4 people raised their hands. A few days before the war began, 4,000 people in Santa Fe, New Mexico, blocked a 4-lane highway for an hour, asking that there be no war. Residents said this was larger than any demonstration in the Vietnam era. On the eve of war, 6,000 people marched through Ann Arbor, Michigan, to ask for peace. On the night the war began, 5,000 people gathered in San Francisco to denounce the war and formed a human chain around the federal building. Police broke the chain by swinging their clubs at the hands of the protesters. But the San Francisco Board of Supervisors passed a resolution declaring the city and county a sanctuary for those who for moral, ethical, or religious reasons cannot participate in war. The night before Bush gave the order to launch the bombing, a 7-year-old girl in Lexington, Massachusetts, told her mother she wanted to write a letter to the president. Her mother suggested it was late and she should write the next day. "No, tonight," the girl said. She was still learning to write, so she dictated a letter. "Dear President Bush, I don't like the way you are behaving. If you would make up your mind there won't be a war, we won't have to have peace vigils. If you were in a war you wouldn't want to get hurt. What I'm saying is, I don't want any fighting to happen. Sincerely yours, Serena Cabot. After the bombing of Iraq began along with the bombardment of public opinion, the polls showed overwhelming support for Bush's action, and this continued through the 6 weeks of the war. But was it an accurate reflection of the citizenry's long-term feelings about war? The split vote in the polls just before the war reflected a public still thinking its opinion might have an effect. Once the war was on, and clearly irreversible, in an atmosphere charged with patriotic fervor, it was not surprising that a great majority of the country would declare its support. Nevertheless, even with little time to organize, and with the war over very fast, there was an opposition, a minority for sure, but a determined one, and with the potential to grow. Compared to the first months of the military escalation in Vietnam, the movement against the Gulf War expanded with extraordinary speed and vigor. That first week of the war, while it was clear most Americans were supporting Bush's action, tens of thousands of people took to the streets in protest in towns and cities all over the country. In Athens, Ohio, over 100 people were arrested, as they clashed with a Prower group. In Portland, Maine, 500 marched wearing white armbands or carrying white paper crosses with one word, "Why," written in red. At the University of Georgia, 70 students opposed to the war held an all-night vigil, and in the Georgia legislature, Representative Cynthia McKinnon made a speech attacking the bombing of Iraq, leading many of the other legislators to walk off the floor. She held her ground, and it seemed that there had been at least some change in thinking since Representative Julian Bond was expelled from the very same legislature for criticizing the war in Vietnam during the 1960s. At a junior high school in Newton, Massachusetts, 350 students marched to City Hall to present a petition to the mayor declaring their opposition to the war in the Gulf. Clearly, many were trying to reconcile their feelings about war with their sympathy for soldiers sent to the Middle East. A student leader, Carly Baker, said, "We don't think bloodshed is the right way. We are supporting the troops and are proud of them, but we don't want war." In Ada, Oklahoma, while East Central Oklahoma State University was adopting 2 National Guard units, 2 young women sat quietly on top of the concrete entrance gate with signs that read "Teach Peace, Not War." One of them, Patricia Biggs, said, "I don't think we should be over there. I don't think it's about justice and liberty, I think it's about economics. The big oil corporations have a lot to do with what is going on over there. We are risking people's lives for money." 4 days after the United States launched its air attack, 75,000 people marched in Washington, rallying near the White House to denounce the war. In Southern California, Ron Kovic addressed 6,000 people who chanted "Peace Now." In Fayetteville, Arkansas, a group supporting military policy was confronted by the Northwest Arkansas Citizens Against War, who marched carrying a flag-draped coffin and a banner that read "Bring Them Home Alive." Another disabled Vietnam veteran, a professor of history and political science at York College in Pennsylvania named Philip Avillo, wrote in a local newspaper, "Yes, we need to support our men and women under arms. But let's support them by bringing them home, not by condoning this barbarous, violent policy." In Salt Lake City, hundreds of demonstrators, many with children, marched through the city's main streets chanting anti-war slogans. In Vermont, which had just elected socialist Bernie Sanders to Congress, over 2,000 demonstrators disrupted a speech by the governor at the State House, and in Burlington, Vermont's largest city, 300 protesters walked through the downtown area, asking shop owners to close their doors in solidarity. On January 26, 9 days after the beginning of the war, over 150,000 people marched through the streets of Washington, D.C., and listened to speakers denounce the war, including the movie stars Susan Sarandon and Tim Robbins. A woman from Oakland, California, held up the folded American flag that was given to her when her husband was killed in Vietnam, saying, "I learned the hard way there is no glory in a folded flag." Labor unions had supported the war in Vietnam for the most part, but after the bombing started in the Gulf, 11 affiliates of the AFL-CIO, including some of its more powerful unions like steel, auto, communications, chemical workers spoke out against the war. The black community was far less enthusiastic than the rest of the country about what the U.S. Air Force was doing to Iraq. An ABC News/Washington Post poll in early February, 1991, found that support for the war was 84% among whites, but only 48% among African Americans. When the war had been going on for a month, with Iraq devastated by the incessant bombing, there were feelers from Saddam Hussein that Iraq would withdraw from Kuwait if the United States would stop its attacks. Bush rejected the idea, and a meeting of black leaders in New York sharply criticized him, calling the war an immoral and unspiritual diversion. A blatant evasion of our domestic responsibilities. In Selma, Alabama, which had been the scene of bloody police violence against civil rights marchers 26 years before, a meeting to observe the anniversary of that bloody Sunday demanded that our troops be brought home alive to fight for justice at home. The father of a 21-year-old Marine in the Persian Gulf, Alex Molnar, wrote an angry open letter, published in the New York Times, to President Bush. "Where were you, Mr. President, when Iraq was killing its own people with poison gas? Why, until the recent crisis, was it business as usual with Saddam Hussein, the man you now call a Hitler? Is the American way of life that you say my son is risking his life for the continued right of Americans to consume 25 to 30% of the world's oil? I intend to support my son and his fellow soldiers by doing everything I can to oppose any offensive American military action in the Persian Gulf." There were courageous individual acts by citizens, speaking out in spite of threats. Peg Mullen, of Brownsville, Texas, whose son had been killed by friendly fire in Vietnam, organized a busload of mothers to protest in Washington, in spite of a warning that her house would be burned down if she persisted. The actress Margot Kidder, despite the risk to her career, spoke out eloquently against the war. A basketball player for Seton Hall University in New Jersey refused to wear the American flag on his uniform, and when he became the object of derision for this, he left the team and the university, and returned to his native Italy. More tragically, a Vietnam veteran in Los Angeles set fire to himself and died, to protest the war. In Amherst, Massachusetts, a young man carrying a cardboard peace sign knelt on the town common, poured 2 cans of flammable fluid on himself, struck 2 matches, and died in the flames. 2 hours later, students from nearby universities gathered on the common for a candlelight vigil, and placed peace signs at the site of death. One of the signs read, "Stop this crazy war." There was no time, as there had been during the Vietnam conflict, for a large anti-war movement to develop in the military. But there were men and women who defied their commanders and refused to participate in the war. When the first contingents of U.S. troops were being sent to Saudi Arabia, in August of 1990, Corporal Jeff Patterson, a 22-year-old Marine stationed in Hawaii, sat down on the runway of the airfield and refused to board a plane bound for Saudi Arabia. He asked to be discharged from the Marine Corps. "I have come to believe that there are no justified wars." I began to question exactly what I was doing in the Marine Corps about the time I began to read about history. I began to read up on America's support for the murderous regimes of Guatemala, Iran under the Shah, and El Salvador. I object to the military use of force against any people, anywhere, anytime. 14 Marine Corps reservists at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, filed for conscientious objector status, despite the prospect of a court-martial for desertion. A lance corporal in the Marines, Eric Larson, issued a statement. "I declare myself a conscientious objector. Here is my sea bag full of personal gear. Here is my gas mask. I no longer need them. I am no longer a Marine. It, to me, is embarrassing to fight for a way of life in which basic human needs, like a place to sleep, 1 hot meal a day and some medical attention, cannot even be met in our nation's capital." Yolanda Hute Vaughn, a physician who was a captain in the Army Reserve Medical Corps, a mother of 3 young children, and a member of the Physicians for Social Responsibility, was called to active duty in December 1990, a month before the start of the war. She replied, "I am refusing orders to be an accomplice in what I consider an immoral, inhumane, and unconstitutional act, namely an offensive military mobilization in the Middle East." She was court-martialed, convicted of desertion, and sentenced to 2 years in prison. Another soldier, Stephanie Atkinson of Murfreesboro, Illinois, refused to report for active duty, saying she thought the U.S. military was in the Persian Gulf solely for economic reasons. She was first placed under house arrest, then given a discharge under other than honorable conditions. An Army physician named Harlow Ballard, stationed at Fort Devens in Massachusetts, refused to follow an order to go to Saudi Arabia. "I would rather go to jail than support this war," he said. "I don't believe there is any such thing as a just war." Over 1,000 reservists declared themselves conscientious objectors. A 23-year-old Marine Corps reservist named Rob Calabro was one of them. "My father tells me that he's ashamed of me, he screams at me that he's embarrassed by me. But I believe that killing people is morally wrong. I believe I'm serving my country more by being true to my conscience than by living a lie." An information network sprang up during the Gulf War to tell what was not being told in the major media. There were alternative newspapers in many cities. There were over 100 community radio stations, able to reach only a fraction of those tuned into the major networks, but the only sources, during the Gulf War, of critical analyses of the war. An ingenious radio person in Boulder, Colorado, named David Barsamian recorded a speech by Noam Chomsky made at Harvard, a devastating critique of the war. He then sent the cassette out to his network of community stations, which were eager for a point of view different from the official one. 2 young men in New Jersey then transcribed the talk, put it in pamphlet form, in a shape easily photocopied, and placed the pamphlets in bookstores all over the country. After victorious wars there is almost always a sobering effect, as the war fervor wears off, and citizens assess the costs and wonder what was gained. War fever was at its height in February 1991. In that month, when people being polled were reminded of the huge costs of the war, only 17% said the war was not worth it. 4 months later, in June, the figure was 30%. In the months that followed, Bush's support in the nation dropped steeply, as economic conditions deteriorated. After the disintegration of the Soviet bloc began in 1989, there had been talk in the United States of a peace dividend, the opportunity to take billions of dollars from the military budget and use it for human needs. The war in the Gulf became a convenient excuse for the government determined to stop such talk. A member of the Bush administration said, "We owe Saddam a favor. He saved us from the peace dividend." But the idea of a peace dividend could not be stifled so long as Americans were in need. Shortly after the war, historian Marilyn Young warned, "The U.S. can destroy Iraq's highways, but not build its own, create the conditions for epidemic in Iraq, but not offer health care to millions of Americans. It can excoriate Iraqi treatment of the Kurdish minority, but not deal with domestic race relations, create homelessness abroad but not solve it here, keep 500,000 troops drug-free as part of a war, but refuse to fund the treatment of millions of drug addicts at home. We shall lose the war after we have won it." In 1992, the limits of military victory became apparent during the quincentennial celebrations of Columbus's arrival in the Western Hemisphere. 500 years ago Columbus and his fellow conquerors had wiped out the native population of Hispaniola. This was followed during the next 4 centuries by the methodical destruction of Indian tribes by the United States government as it marched across the continent. But now, there was a dramatic reaction. The Indians, the Native Americans, had become a visible force since the 60s and 70s, and in 1992 were joined by other Americans to denounce the quincentennial celebrations. For the first time in all the years that the country had celebrated Columbus Day, there were nationwide protests against honoring a man who had kidnapped, enslaved, mutilated, murdered the natives who greeted his arrival with gifts and friendship. Preparations for the quincentennial began on both sides of the controversy. Official commissions, nationally and in the states, were set up long before the year of the quincentennial. This spurred action by Native Americans. In the summer of 1990, 350 Indians, representatives from all over the hemisphere, met in Quito, Ecuador, at the first intercontinental gathering of indigenous people in the Americas, to mobilize against the glorification of the Columbus conquest. The following summer, in Davis, California, over 100 Native Americans gathered for a follow-up meeting to the Quito Conference. They declared October 12, 1992, International Day of Solidarity with Indigenous People, and resolved to inform the King of Spain that the replicas of Columbus's 3 ships, the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, will not receive permission from the native nations to land in the Western Hemisphere unless he apologizes for the original incursion 500 years ago. The movement grew. The largest ecumenical body in the United States, the National Council of Churches, called on Christians to refrain from celebrating the Columbus quincentennial, saying, what represented newness of freedom, hope and opportunity for some was the occasion for oppression, degradation, and genocide for others. The National Endowment for the Humanities funded a traveling exhibition called First Encounter, which romanticized the Columbus conquest. When the exhibition opened at the Florida Museum of National History, Michelle Diamond, a freshman at the University of Florida, climbed aboard a replica of one of Columbus's ships with a sign reading "Exhibit teaches racism." She said, "It's a human issue, not just a red issue." She was arrested and charged with trespassing, but demonstrations continued for 16 days against the exhibit. A newspaper called Indigenous Thought began publication in early 1991 to create a link among all the counter-Columbus quincentenary activities. It carried articles by Native Americans about current struggles over land stolen by treaty. In Corpus Christi, Texas, Indians and Chicanos joined to protest the city's celebrations of the quincentennial. A woman named Angelina Mendez spoke for the Chicanos, the Chicano Nation, in solidarity with our Indian brothers and sisters to the north, come together with them on this day to denounce the atrocity the U.S. government proposes in reenacting the arrival of the Spanish, more specifically the arrival of Cristobal Colón, to the shores of this land. The Columbus controversy brought an extraordinary burst of educational and cultural activity. A professor at the University of California at San Diego, Deborah Small, put together an exhibit of over 200 paintings on wood panels called 1492. She juxtaposed words from Columbus's diary with blown-up fragments from 16th-century engravings to dramatize the horrors that accompanied Columbus's arrival in the hemisphere. A reviewer wrote that it does remind us, in the most vivid way, of how the coming of Western-style civilization to the New World doesn't provide us with a sunny tale. When President Bush attacked Iraq in 1991, claiming that he was acting to end the Iraqi occupation of Kuwait, a group of Native Americans in Oregon distributed a biting and ironic open letter. Dear President Bush, please send your assistance in freeing our small nation from occupation. This foreign force occupied our lands to steal our rich resources. They used biological warfare and deceit, killing thousands of elders, children, and women in the process. As they overwhelmed our land, they deposed our leaders and people of our own government, and in its place, they installed their own government systems that yet today control our daily lives in many ways. As in your own words, the occupation and overthrow of one small nation is one too many. Sincerely, an American Indian. The publication Rethinking Schools, which represented socially conscious school teachers all over the country, printed a 100-page book called Rethinking Columbus, featuring articles by Native Americans and others, a critical review of children's books on Columbus, a listing of resources for people wanting more information on Columbus, and more reading material on counter-quincentenary activities. In a few months, 200,000 copies of the book were sold. A Portland, Oregon, teacher named Bill Bigelow, who helped put together Rethinking Schools, took a year off from his regular job to tour the country in 1992, giving workshops to other teachers, so that they could begin to tell those truths about the Columbus experience that were omitted from the traditional books and class curricula. One of Bigelow's own students wrote to the publisher Allen and Bacon with a critique of their history text The American Spirit. I'll just pick one topic to keep it simple. How about Columbus? No, you didn't lie, but saying, though they had a keen interest in the peoples of the Caribbean, Columbus and his crews were never able to live peacefully among them, makes it seem as if Columbus did no wrong. The reason for not being able to live peacefully is that he and crew took slaves and killed thousands of Indians for not bringing enough gold. Another student wrote, it seemed to me as if the publishers had just printed up some glory story that was supposed to make us feel more patriotic about our country. They want us to look at our country as great and powerful and forever right. A student named Rebecca wrote, of course, the writers of the books probably think it's harmless enough. What does it matter who discovered America, really? But the thought that I have been lied to all my life about this, and who knows what else, really makes me angry. A group was formed on the West Coast called Italian Americans against Christopher Columbus, saying, when Italian Americans identify with native people, we are bringing ourselves, each of us, closer to possible change in the world. In Los Angeles, a high school student named Blake Lindsay went before the city council to argue against celebrating the quincentennial. She spoke to the council about the genocide of the Arawaks, but she got no official response. However, when she told her story on a talk show, a woman phoned in who said she was from Haiti. The girl is right. We have no Indians left. At our last uprising in Haiti, people destroyed the statue of Columbus. Let's have statues for the Aborigines. There were counter-Columbus activities all over the country, unmentioned in the press or on television. In Minnesota alone, a listing of such activities for 1992 reported dozens of workshops, meetings, films, art shows. At Lincoln Center in New York City, on October 12, there was a performance of Leonard Lehrman's New World, an opera about what Columbus did to the Indians. In Baltimore, there was a multimedia show about Columbus. In Boston and then in a national tour, the Underground Railway Theater performed the Christopher Columbus Follies to packed audiences. The protests, the dozens of new books that were appearing about Indian history, the discussions taking place all over the country, were bringing about an extraordinary transformation in the educational world. For generations, exactly the same story had been told all American school children about Columbus, a romantic, admiring story. Now, thousands of teachers around the country were beginning to tell that story differently. This aroused anger among defenders of the old history, who derided what they called a movement for political correctness and multiculturalism. They resented the critical treatment of Western expansion and imperialism, which they considered an attack on Western civilization. Ronald Reagan's Secretary of Education, William Bennett, had called Western civilization our common culture, its highest ideas and aspirations. A much publicized book by a philosopher named Alan Bloom, The Closing of the American Mind, expressed horror at what the social movements of the 60s had done to change the educational atmosphere of American universities. To him, Western civilization was the high point of human progress, and the United States its best representative. America tells one story, the unbroken, ineluctable progress of freedom and equality. From its first settlers and its political foundings on, there has been no dispute that freedom and equality are the essence of justice for us. In the 70s and 80s, disabled people organized and created a movement powerful enough to bring about the passage by Congress of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It was an unprecedented piece of legislation, setting standards which would enable persons with disabilities to contest discrimination against them, and ensuring they would have access to places where their disabilities would otherwise bar them. In the civil rights movement, Black people disputed that claim of America's standing for freedom and equality. The women's movement had disputed that claim, too. And now, in 1992, Native Americans were pointing to the crimes of Western civilization against their ancestors. They were recalling the communitarian spirit of the Indians Columbus met and conquered, trying to tell the history of those millions of people who were here before Columbus, giving the lie to what a Harvard historian had called the movement of European culture into the vacant wilderness of America. As the United States entered the 90s, the political system, whether Democrats or Republicans were in power, remained in the control of those who had great wealth. The main instruments of information were also dominated by corporate wealth. The country was divided, though no mainstream political leader would speak of it, into classes of extreme wealth and extreme poverty, separated by an insecure and jeopardized middle class. Yet, there was, unquestionably, though largely unreported, what a worried mainstream journalist had called a permanent adversarial culture which refused to surrender the possibility of a more equal, more humane society. If there was hope for the future of America, it lay in the promise of that refusal. Chapter 23. The Coming Revolt of the Guards. The title of this chapter is not a prediction, but a hope, which I will soon explain. As for the subtitle of this book, it is not quite accurate. A people's history promises more than any one person can fulfill, and it is the most difficult kind of history to recapture. I call it that anyway because, with all its limitations, it is a history disrespectful of governments and respectful of people's movements of resistance. That makes it a biased account, one that leans in a certain direction. I am not troubled by that, because the mountain of history books under which we all stand leans so heavily in the other direction, so tremblingly respectful of states and statesmen and so disrespectful, by inattention, to people's movements that we need some counterforce to avoid being crushed into submission. All those histories of this country centered on the Founding Fathers and the Presidents weigh oppressively on the capacity of the ordinary citizen to act. They suggest that in times of crisis we must look to someone to save us, in the Revolutionary crisis, the Founding Fathers, in the Slavery crisis, Lincoln, in the Depression, Roosevelt, in the Vietnam Watergate crisis, Carter. And that between occasional crises everything is all right, and it is sufficient for us to be restored to that normal state. They teach us that the supreme act of citizenship is to choose among saviors, by going into a voting booth every 4 years to choose between two white and well-off Anglo-Saxon males of inoffensive personality and orthodox opinions. The idea of saviors has been built into the entire culture, beyond politics. We have learned to look to stars, leaders, experts in every field, thus surrendering our own strength, demeaning our own ability, obliterating our own selves. But from time to time, Americans reject that idea and rebel. These rebellions, so far, have been contained. The American system is the most ingenious system of control in world history. With a country so rich in natural resources, talent, and labor power, the system can afford to distribute just enough wealth to just enough people to limit discontent to a troublesome minority. It is a country so powerful, so big, so pleasing to so many of its citizens that it can afford to give freedom of dissent to the small number who are not pleased. There is no system of control with more openings, apertures, leeways, flexibilities, rewards for the chosen, winning tickets in lotteries. There is none that disperses its controls more complexly through the voting system, the work situation, the church, the family, the school, the mass media, none more successful in mollifying opposition with reforms, isolating people from one another, creating patriotic loyalty. 1% of the nation owns a third of the wealth. The rest of the wealth is distributed in such a way as to turn those in the 99% against one another, small property owners against the propertyless, black against white, native-born against foreign-born, intellectuals and professionals against the uneducated and unskilled. These groups have resented one another and warred against one another with such vehemence and violence as to obscure their common position as sharers of leftovers in a very wealthy country. Against the reality of that desperate, bitter battle for resources made scarce by elite control, I am taking the liberty of uniting those 99% as the people. I have been writing a history that attempts to represent their submerged, deflected, common interest. To emphasize the commonality of the 99%, to declare deep enmity of interest with the 1%, is to do exactly what the governments of the United States, and the wealthy elite allied to them from the founding fathers to now have tried their best to prevent. Madison feared a majority faction and hoped the new Constitution would control it. He and his colleagues began the preamble to the Constitution with the words "We the people," pretending that the new government stood for everyone, and hoping that this myth, accepted as fact, would ensure domestic tranquility. The pretense continued over the generations, helped by all-embracing symbols, physical or verbal, the flag, patriotism, democracy, national interest, national defense, national security. The slogans were dug into the earth of American culture like a circle of covered wagons on the Western Plain, from inside of which the white, slightly privileged American could shoot to kill the enemy outside, Indians or blacks or foreigners or other whites too wretched to be allowed inside the circle. The managers of the caravan watched at a safe distance, and when the battle was over and the field strewn with dead on both sides, they would take over the land, and prepare another expedition, for another territory. The scheme never worked perfectly. The Revolution and the Constitution, trying to bring stability by containing the class angers of the colonial period while enslaving blacks, annihilating or displacing Indians, did not quite succeed, judging by the tenant uprisings, the slave revolts, the abolitionist agitation, the feminist upsurge, the Indian guerrilla warfare of the pre-Civil War years. After the Civil War, a new coalition of Southern and Northern elites developed, with Southern whites and blacks of the lower classes occupied in racial conflict, native workers and immigrant workers clashing in the North, and the farmers dispersed over a big country, while the system of capitalism consolidated itself in industry and government. But there came rebellion among industrial workers and a great opposition movement among farmers. At the turn of the century, the violent pacification of blacks and Indians and the use of elections and war to absorb and divert white rebels were not enough, in the conditions of modern industry, to prevent the great upsurge of socialism, the massive labor struggles, before the First World War. Neither that war nor the partial prosperity of the 20s, nor the apparent destruction of the socialist movement, could prevent, in the situation of economic crisis, another radical awakening, another labor upsurge in the 30s. World War II created a new unity, followed by an apparently successful attempt, in the atmosphere of the Cold War, to extinguish the strong radical temper of the war years. But then, surprisingly, came the surge of the 60s, from people thought long subdued or put out of sight: blacks, women, Native Americans, prisoners, soldiers, and a new radicalism, which threatened to spread widely in a population disillusioned by the Vietnam War and the politics of Watergate. The exile of Nixon, the celebration of the bicentennial, the presidency of Carter, all aimed at restoration. But restoration to the old order was no solution to the uncertainty, the alienation, which was intensified in the Reagan-Bush years. The election of Clinton in 1992, carrying with it a vague promise of change, did not fulfill the expectations of the hopeful. With such continuing malaise, it is very important for the establishment that uneasy club of business executives, generals, and politicos to maintain the historic pretension of national unity, in which the government represents all the people, and the common enemy is overseas, not at home, where disasters of economics or war are unfortunate errors or tragic accidents, to be corrected by the members of the same club that brought the disasters. It is important for them also to make sure this artificial unity of highly privileged and slightly privileged is the only unity, that the 99% remain split in countless ways, and turn against one another to vent their angers. How skillful to tax the middle class to pay for the relief of the poor, building resentment on top of humiliation. How adroit to bus poor black youngsters into poor white neighborhoods, in a violent exchange of impoverished schools, while the schools of the rich remain untouched and the wealth of the nation, doled out carefully where children need free milk, is drained for billion-dollar aircraft carriers. How ingenious to meet the demands of blacks and women for equality by giving them small special benefits, and setting them in competition with everyone else for jobs made scarce by an irrational, wasteful system. How wise to turn the fear and anger of the majority toward a class of criminals bred by economic inequity faster than they can be put away, deflecting attention from the huge thefts of national resources carried out within the law by men in executive offices. But with all the controls of power and punishment, enticements and concessions, diversions and decoys, operating throughout the history of the country, the establishment has been unable to keep itself secure from revolt. Every time it looked as if it had succeeded, the very people it thought seduced or subdued, stirred and rose. Blacks, cajoled by Supreme Court decisions and congressional statutes, rebelled. Women, wooed and ignored, romanticized and mistreated, rebelled. Indians, thought dead, reappeared, defiant. Young people, despite lures of career and comfort, defected. Working people, thought soothed by reforms, regulated by law, kept within bounds by their own unions, went on strike. Government intellectuals, pledged to secrecy, began giving away secrets. Priests turned from piety to protest. To recall this is to remind people of what the establishment would like them to forget: the enormous capacity of apparently helpless people to resist, of apparently contented people to demand change. To uncover such history is to find a powerful human impulse to assert one's humanity. It is to hold out, even in times of deep pessimism, the possibility of surprise. True, to overestimate class consciousness, to exaggerate rebellion and its successes, would be misleading. It would not account for the fact that the world, not just the United States, but everywhere else, is still in the hands of the elites, that people's movements, although they show an infinite capacity for recurrence, have so far been either defeated or absorbed or perverted, that socialist revolutionists have betrayed socialism, that nationalist revolutions have led to new dictatorships. But most histories understate revolt, overemphasize statesmanship, and thus encourage impotency among citizens. When we look closely at resistance movements, or even at isolated forms of rebellion, we discover that class consciousness, or any other awareness of injustice, has multiple levels. It has many ways of expression, many ways of revealing itself: open, subtle, direct, distorted. In a system of intimidation and control, people do not show how much they know, how deeply they feel, until their practical sense informs them they can do so without being destroyed. History which keeps alive the memory of people's resistance suggests new definitions of power. By traditional definitions, whoever possesses military strength, wealth, command of official ideology, cultural control, has power. Measured by these standards, popular rebellion never looks strong enough to survive. However, the unexpected victories, even temporary ones, of insurgents show the vulnerability of the supposedly powerful. In a highly developed society, the establishment cannot survive without the obedience and loyalty of millions of people who are given small rewards to keep the system going: the soldiers and police, teachers and ministers, administrators and social workers, technicians and production workers, doctors, lawyers, nurses, transport and communications workers, garbagemen and firemen. These people, the employed, the somewhat privileged, are drawn into alliance with the elite. They become the guards of the system, buffers between the upper and lower classes. If they stop obeying, the system falls. That will happen, I think, only when all of us who are slightly privileged and slightly uneasy begin to see that we are like the guards in the prison uprising at Attica, expendable, that the establishment, whatever rewards it gives us, will also, if necessary to maintain its control, kill us. Certain new facts may, in our time, emerge so clearly as to lead to general withdrawal of loyalty from the system. The new conditions of technology, economics, and war, in the atomic age, make it less and less possible for the guards of the system, the intellectuals, the homeowners, the taxpayers, the skilled workers, the professionals, the servants of government, to remain immune from the violence inflicted on the black, the poor, the criminal, the enemy overseas. The internationalization of the economy, the movement of refugees and illegal immigrants across borders, both make it more difficult for the people of the industrial countries to be oblivious to hunger and disease in the poor countries of the world. All of us have become hostages in the new conditions of doomsday technology, runaway economics, global poisoning, uncontainable war. The atomic weapons, the invisible radiations, the economic anarchy, do not distinguish prisoners from guards, and those in charge will not be scrupulous in making distinctions. There is the unforgettable response of the U.S. High Command to the news that American prisoners of war might be near Nagasaki. Targets previously assigned for centerboard remain unchanged. There is evidence of growing dissatisfaction among the guards. We have known for some time that the poor and ignored were the non-voters, alienated from a political system they felt didn't care about them, and about which they could do little. Now alienation has spread upward into families above the poverty line. These are white workers, neither rich nor poor, but angry over economic insecurity, unhappy with their work, worried about their neighborhoods, hostile to government, combining elements of racism with elements of class consciousness, contempt for the lower classes along with distrust for the elite, and thus open to solutions from any direction, right or left. In the 20s there was a similar estrangement in the middle classes, which could have gone in various directions. The Ku Klux Klan had millions of members at that time, but in the 30s the work of an organized left wing mobilized much of this feeling into trade unions, farmers' unions, socialist movements. We may, in the coming years, be in a race for the mobilization of middle-class discontent. The fact of that discontent is clear. The surveys since the early 70s show 70 to 80% of Americans distrustful of government, business, the military. This means the distrust goes beyond blacks, the poor, the radicals. It has spread among skilled workers, white-collar workers, professionals. For the first time in the nation's history, perhaps, both the lower classes and the middle classes, the prisoners and the guards, were disillusioned with the system. There are other signs: the high rate of alcoholism, the high rate of divorce, of drug use and abuse, of nervous breakdowns and mental illness. Millions of people have been looking desperately for solutions to their sense of impotency, their loneliness, their frustration, their estrangement from other people, from the world, from their work, from themselves. They have been adopting new religions, joining self-help groups of all kinds. It is as if a whole nation were going through a critical point in its middle age, a life crisis of self-doubt, self-examination. All this, at a time when the middle class is increasingly insecure economically. The system, in its irrationality, has been driven by profit to build steel skyscrapers for insurance companies while the cities decay, to spend billions for weapons of destruction and virtually nothing for children's playgrounds, to give huge incomes to men who make dangerous or useless things, and very little to artists, musicians, writers, actors. Capitalism has always been a failure for the lower classes. It is now beginning to fail for the middle classes. The threat of unemployment, always inside the homes of the poor, has spread to white-collar workers, professionals. A college education is no longer a guarantee against joblessness, and a system that cannot offer a future to the young coming out of school is in deep trouble. If it happens only to the children of the poor, the problem is manageable. There are the jails. If it happens to the children of the middle class, things may get out of hand. The poor are accustomed to being squeezed and always short of money, but in recent years the middle classes, too, have begun to feel the press of high prices, high taxes. In the 70s, 80s, and early 90s there was a dramatic, frightening increase in the number of crimes. It was not hard to understand, when one walked through any big city. There were the contrasts of wealth and poverty, the culture of possession, the frantic advertising. There was the fierce economic competition, in which the legal violence of the state and the legal robbery by the corporations were accompanied by the illegal crimes of the poor. Most crimes by far involved theft. A disproportionate number of prisoners in American jails were poor and non-white, with little education. Half were unemployed in the month prior to their arrest. The most common and most publicized crimes have been the violent crimes of the young, the poor, a virtual terrorization in the big cities in which the desperate or drug-addicted attack and rob the middle class, or even their fellow poor. A society so stratified by wealth and education lends itself naturally to envy and class anger. The critical question in our time is whether the middle classes, so long led to believe that the solution for such crimes is more jails and more jail terms, may begin to see, by the sheer uncontrollability of crime, that the only prospect is an endless cycle of crime and punishment. They might then conclude that physical security for a working person in the city can come only when everyone in the city is working. And that would require a transformation of national priorities, a change in the system. In recent decades, the fear of criminal assault has been joined by an even greater fear. Deaths from cancer began to multiply, and medical researchers seemed helpless to find the cause. It began to be evident that more and more of these deaths were coming from an environment poisoned by military experimentation and industrial greed. The water people drank, the air they breathed, the particles of dust from the buildings in which they worked, had been quietly contaminated over the years by a system so frantic for growth and profit that the safety and health of human beings had been ignored. A new and deadly scourge appeared, the AIDS virus, which spread with special rapidity among homosexuals and drug addicts. In the early 90s, the false socialism of the Soviet system had failed. And the American system seemed out of control: a runaway capitalism, a runaway technology, a runaway militarism, a running away of government from the people it claimed to represent. Crime was out of control, cancer and AIDS were out of control. Prices and taxes and unemployment were out of control. The decay of cities and the breakdown of families were out of control. And people seemed to sense all this. Perhaps much of the general distrust of government reported in recent years comes from a growing recognition of the truth of what the U.S. Air Force bombardier Yossarian said in the novel Catch-22 to a friend who had just accused him of giving aid and comfort to the enemy: "The enemy is anybody who's going to get you killed, no matter which side he's on. And don't you forget that, because the longer you remember it the longer you might live." The next line in the novel is, "But Clevenger did forget, and now he was dead." Let us imagine the prospect for the first time in the nation's history of a population united for fundamental change. Would the elite turn, as so often before, to its ultimate weapon, foreign intervention, to unite the people with the establishment, in war? It tried to do that in 1991, with the war against Iraq. But, as June Jordan said, it was a hit the same way that crack is, and it doesn't last long. With the establishment's inability either to solve severe economic problems at home or to manufacture abroad a safety valve for domestic discontent, Americans might be ready to demand not just more tinkering, more reform laws, another reshuffling of the same deck, another New Deal, but radical change. Let us be utopian for a moment, so that when we get realistic again, it is not that realism so useful to the establishment in its discouragement of action, that realism anchored to a certain kind of history empty of surprise. Let us imagine what radical change would require of us all. The society's levers of powers would have to be taken away from those whose drives have led to the present state: the giant corporations, the military, and their politician collaborators. We would need by a coordinated effort of local groups all over the country to reconstruct the economy for both efficiency and justice, producing in a cooperative way what people need most. We would start on our neighborhoods, our cities, our workplaces. Work of some kind would be needed by everyone, including people now kept out of the workforce: children, old people, handicapped people. Society could use the enormous energy now idle, the skills and talents now unused. Everyone could share the routine but necessary jobs for a few hours a day, and leave most of the time free for enjoyment, creativity, labors of love, and yet produce enough for an equal and ample distribution of goods. Certain basic things would be abundant enough to be taken out of the money system and be available free to everyone: food, housing, healthcare, education, transportation. The great problem would be to work out a way of accomplishing this without a centralized bureaucracy, using not the incentives of prison and punishment, but those incentives of cooperation which spring from natural human desires, which in the past have been used by the state in times of war, but also by social movements that gave hints of how people might behave in different conditions. Decisions would be made by small groups of people in their workplaces, their neighborhoods a network of cooperatives, in communication with one another, a neighborly socialism avoiding the class hierarchies of capitalism and the harsh dictatorships that have taken the name socialist. People in time, in friendly communities, might create a new, diversified, nonviolent culture, in which all forms of personal and group expression would be possible. Men and women, black and white, old and young, could then cherish their differences as positive attributes, not as reasons for domination. New values of cooperation and freedom might then show up in the relations of people, the upbringing of children. To do all that, in the complex conditions of control in the United States, would require combining the energy of all previous movements in American history of labor insurgents, black rebels, Native Americans, women, young people along with the new energy of an angry middle class. People would need to begin to transform their immediate environments, the workplace, the family, the school, the community, by a series of struggles against absentee authority, to give control of these places to the people who live and work there. These struggles would involve all the tactics used at various times in the past by people's movements, demonstrations, marches, civil disobedience, strikes and boycotts and general strikes, direct action to redistribute wealth, to reconstruct institutions, to revamp relationships, creating in music, literature, drama, all the arts, and all the areas of work and play in everyday life a new culture of sharing, of respect, a new joy in the collaboration of people to help themselves and one another. There would be many defeats. But when such a movement took hold in hundreds of thousands of places all over the country, it would be impossible to suppress, because the very guards the system depends on to crush such a movement would be among the rebels. It would be a new kind of revolution, the only kind that could happen, I believe, in a country like the United States. It would take enormous energy, sacrifice, commitment, patience. But because it would be a process over time, starting without delay, there would be the immediate satisfactions that people have always found in the affectionate ties of groups striving together for a common goal. All this takes us far from American history, into the realm of imagination. But not totally removed from history. There are at least glimpses in the past of such a possibility. In the 60s and 70s, for the first time, the establishment failed to produce national unity and patriotic fervor in a war. There was a flood of cultural changes such as the country had never seen in sex, family, personal relations, exactly those situations most difficult to control from the ordinary centers of power. And never before was there such a general withdrawal of confidence from so many elements of the political and economic system. In every period of history, people have found ways to help one another even in the midst of a culture of competition and violence, if only for brief periods, to find joy in work, struggle, companionship, nature. The prospect is for times of turmoil, struggle, but also inspiration. There is a chance that such a movement could succeed in doing what the system itself has never done, bring about great change with little violence. This is possible because the more of the 99% that begin to see themselves as sharing needs, the more the guards and the prisoners see their common interest, the more the establishment becomes isolated, ineffectual. The elite's weapons, money, control of information would be useless in the face of a determined population. The servants of the system would refuse to work to continue the old, deadly order, and would begin using their time, their space, the very things given them by the system to keep them quiet, to dismantle that system while creating a new one. The prisoners of the system will continue to rebel, as before, in ways that cannot be foreseen, at times that cannot be predicted. The new fact of our era is the chance that they may be joined by the guards. We readers and writers of books have been, for the most part, among the guards. If we understand that, and act on it, not only will life be more satisfying, right off, but our grandchildren, or our great-grandchildren, might possibly see a different and marvelous world. Chapter 24. The Clinton Presidency. The 8-year presidential term of Bill Clinton, a personable, articulate graduate of Yale Law School, a Rhodes Scholar, and former governor of Arkansas, began with the hope that a bright, young person would bring to the country what he promised, change. But Clinton's presidency ended with no chance that it would, as he had wished, make his mark in history as one of the nation's great presidents. His last year in office was marked by sensational scandals surrounding his personal life. More important, he left no legacy of bold innovation in domestic policy or departure from traditional nationalist foreign policy. At home, he surrendered again and again to caution and conservatism, signing legislation that was more pleasing to the Republican Party and big business than to those Democrats who still recalled the bold programs of Franklin Roosevelt. Abroad, there were futile shows of military braggadocio, and a subservience to what President Dwight Eisenhower had once warned against, the military-industrial complex. Clinton had barely won election both times. In 1992, with 45% of the voting population staying away from the polls, he only received 43% of the votes, the senior Bush getting 38%, while 19% of the voters showed their distaste for both parties by voting for a third-party candidate, Ross Perot. In 1996, with half the population not voting, Clinton won 49% of the votes against a lackluster Republican candidate, Robert Dole. There was a distinct absence of voter enthusiasm. One bumper sticker read, "If God had intended us to vote, he would have given us candidates." At his second inauguration ceremony, Clinton spoke of the nation at the edge of a new century, in a new millennium. He said, "We need a new government for a new century." But Clinton's rhetoric was not matched by his performance. It happened that the inauguration coincided with the nationwide celebration of the birthday of Martin Luther King, Jr., and Clinton invoked King's name several times in his address. The two men, however, represented very different social philosophies. By the time King was assassinated in 1968, he had come to believe that our economic system was fundamentally unjust and needed radical transformation. He spoke of the evils of capitalism and asked for a radical redistribution of economic and political power. On the other hand, as major corporations gave money to the Democratic Party on an unprecedented scale, Clinton demonstrated clearly his total confidence in the market system and private enterprise. During his 1992 campaign, the chief executive officer of Martin Marietta Corporation noted, "I think the Democrats are moving more toward business and business is moving more toward the Democrats." Martin Luther King's reaction to the buildup of military power had been the same as his reaction to the Vietnam War: "This madness must cease." And the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. Clinton was willing to recall King's dream of racial equality, but not his dream of a society rejecting violence. Even though the Soviet Union was no longer a military threat, he insisted that the United States must keep its armed forces dispersed around the globe, prepare for two regional wars, and maintain the military budget at Cold War levels. Despite his lofty rhetoric, Clinton showed, in his 8 years in office, that he, like other politicians, was more interested in electoral victory than in social change. To get more votes, he decided he must move the party closer to the center. This meant doing just enough for blacks, women, and working people to keep their support, while trying to win over white conservative voters with a program of toughness on crime, stern measures on welfare, and a strong military. Clinton in office followed this plan quite scrupulously. He made a few cabinet appointments that suggested support for labor and for social welfare programs, and appointed a black pro-labor man as head of the National Labor Relations Board. But his key appointments to the Treasury and Commerce departments were wealthy corporate lawyers, and his foreign policy staff, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of the CIA, the National Security Advisor, were traditional players on the bipartisan Cold War team. Clinton appointed more people of color to government posts than his Republican predecessors. But if any prospective or actual appointees became too bold, Clinton abandoned them quickly. His Secretary of Commerce, Ronald Brown, was black and a corporate lawyer, and Clinton was clearly pleased with him. On the other hand, Lonnie Guinier, a black legal scholar who was being considered for a job with the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, was abandoned when conservatives objected to her strong ideas on matters of racial equality and voter representation. And when Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders, a black, made the controversial suggestion that masturbation was a proper subject in sex education, Clinton asked her to resign. He showed the same timidity in the two appointments he made to the Supreme Court, making sure that Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer would be moderate enough to be acceptable to Republicans as well as to Democrats. He was not willing to fight for a strong liberal to follow in the footsteps of Thurgood Marshall or William Brennan, who had recently left the court. Breyer and Ginsburg both defended the constitutionality of capital punishment, and upheld drastic restrictions on the use of habeas corpus. Both voted with the most conservative judges on the court to uphold the constitutional right of Boston's St. Patrick's Day parade organizers to exclude gay marchers. In choosing judges for the lower federal courts, Clinton showed himself no more likely to appoint liberals than the Republican Gerald Ford had in the 70s. According to a 3-year study published in the Fordham Law Review in early 1996, Clinton's appointments made liberal decisions in less than half their cases. The New York Times noted that while Reagan and Bush had been willing to fight for judges who would reflect their philosophies, Mr. Clinton, in contrast, has been quick to drop judicial candidates if there is even a hint of controversy. Clinton was eager to show he was tough on matters of law and order. Running for president in 1992 while still governor of Arkansas, he flew back to Arkansas to oversee the execution of a mentally retarded man on death row. And early in his administration, in April 1993, he and Attorney General Janet Reno approved an FBI attack on a group of religious zealots who were armed and ensconced in a building complex in Waco, Texas. Instead of waiting for negotiations to bring about a solution, the FBI attacked with rifle fire, tanks, and gas, resulting in a fire that swept through the compound, killing at least 86 men, women, and children. One of the few survivors of the Waco tragedy was David Thibodeau, who in his book A Place Called Waco gives us a rare inside description of the human consequences of the government attack. Despite the fact that more than 30 women and children were crowded into the narrow concrete chamber at the base of the residential tower, the tank crashed into the ceiling, shoving chunks of broken concrete onto the people huddled below. 6 women and kids were immediately crushed by falling blocks. The rest were suffocated by the dust and gas vapors as the tank injected massive doses of CS directly into their windowless, unventilated shelter. The charred corpse of 6-year-old Star, David's oldest daughter, was found with her spine bent into a backward bow until her head almost touched her feet. Her muscles were contracted by the combined effect of the fire's heat and the cyanide in her body, a byproduct of CS gas suffocation. Clinton and Reno gave feeble excuses for what clearly was a reckless decision to launch a military attack on a group of men, women, and children. Reno at one time talked of children being molested, which was totally unsubstantiated, and even if true could hardly justify the massacre that took place. As so often happens in cases where the government commits murder, the surviving victims were put on trial, with the judge overruling the request of the jury not to levy harsh sentences, and ruling for imprisonment up to 40 years. Professor James Fife of Temple University, who taught criminal justice, said, "There is no FBI to investigate the FBI. There is no Justice Department to investigate the Justice Department." One of the people sentenced by the judge was Renas Avram, who commented, "This nation is supposed to run under laws, not personal feelings. When you ignore the law, you sow the seeds of terrorism." This turned out to be a prophetic statement. Timothy McVeigh, who some years after the Waco tragedy was convicted of bombing the federal building in Oklahoma City, which cost 168 lives, had visited the Waco site twice. Later, according to an FBI affidavit, McVeigh was extremely agitated about the government's assault on Waco. Clinton's law and order approach led him early in his first term to sign legislation cutting funds for state resource centers that supplied lawyers to indigent prisoners. The result, according to Bob Herbert writing in the New York Times, was that a man facing the death penalty in Georgia had to appear at a habeas corpus proceeding without a lawyer. In 1996, the president signed legislation that made it more difficult for judges to put prison systems under special masters to ensure the improvement of terrible prison conditions. He also approved a new statute withholding federal funds for legal services where lawyers used those funds to handle class action suits. The Crime Bill of 1996, which both Republicans and Democrats in Congress voted for overwhelmingly, and which Clinton endorsed with enthusiasm, dealt with the problem of crime by emphasizing punishment, not prevention. It extended the death penalty to a whole range of criminal offenses, and provided $8 billion for the building of new prisons. All this was to persuade voters that politicians were tough on crime. But, as criminologist Todd Clear wrote in the New York Times about the new crime bill, harsher sentencing had added 1 million people to the prison population, giving the United States the highest rate of incarceration in the world, and yet violent crime continued to increase. Why, Clear asked, do harsh penalties seem to have so little to do with crime? A crucial reason is that police and prisons have virtually no effect on the sources of criminal behavior. He pointed to those sources. About 70% of prisoners in New York State come from 8 neighborhoods in New York City. These neighborhoods suffer profound poverty, exclusion, marginalization, and despair. All these things nourish crime. Those holding political power, whether Clinton or his Republican predecessors, had something in common. They sought to keep their power by diverting the anger of citizens to groups without the resources to defend themselves. As H. L. Mencken, the acerbic social critic of the 1920s, put it, the whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, all of them imaginary. Criminals were among these hobgoblins. Also immigrants, people on welfare, and certain governments: Iraq, North Korea, Cuba. By turning attention to them, by inventing or exaggerating their dangers, the failures of the American system could be concealed. Immigrants were a convenient object of attack, because as non-voters their interests could be safely ignored. It was easy for politicians to play upon the xenophobia that has erupted from time to time in American history, the anti-Irish prejudices of the mid-19th century, the continual violence against Chinese who had been brought in to work on the railroads, the hostility toward immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe that led to the restrictive immigration laws of the L920s. The reform spirit of the 60s had led to an easing of restrictions on immigration, but in the 90s, Democrats and Republicans alike played on the economic fears of working Americans. Jobs were being lost because corporations were firing employees to save money or moving plants out of the country to more profitable situations. Immigrants, especially the large numbers coming over the southern border from Mexico, were blamed for taking jobs from citizens of the United States, for receiving government benefits, for causing higher taxes on American citizens. Both major political parties joined to pass legislation, which Clinton then signed, to remove welfare benefits from not only illegal but legal immigrants. By early 1997, letters were going out to close to 1 million legal immigrants who were poor, old, or disabled, warning them that their food stamps and cash payments would be cut off in a few months unless they became citizens. For perhaps 500,000 legal immigrants, passing the tests required for becoming a citizen was quite impossible. They could not read English, were sick or disabled, or were just too old to learn. An immigrant from Portugal living in Massachusetts told a reporter, through an interpreter, "Every day we are afraid the letter will come. What will we do if we lose our checks? We will starve. Oh, my God. It will not be worth living." Illegal immigrants fleeing poverty in Mexico began to face harsher treatment in the early 90s. Thousands of border guards were added. A Reuters dispatch from Mexico City said about the tougher policy, "Any crackdown against illegal immigration automatically angers Mexicans, millions of whom migrate, legally and illegally, across the 2,000-mile border to the United States in search of jobs each year. Hundreds of thousands of Central Americans who had fled death squads in Guatemala and El Salvador while the United States was giving military aid to those governments now faced deportation because they had never been deemed political refugees. To admit that these cases were political would have given the lie to U.S. claims at the time that those repressive regimes were improving their human rights record and therefore deserved to continue receiving military aid. In early 1996, Congress and the President joined to pass an Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, allowing deportation of any immigrant ever convicted of a crime, no matter how long ago or how serious. Lawful permanent residents who had married Americans and now had children were not exempt. The New York Times reported that July that hundreds of long-term legal residents have been arrested since the law passed. There was a certain irrationality to this new law, for it was passed in response to the blowing up of the federal building in Oklahoma City by Timothy McVeigh, who was native-born. The new government policy toward immigrants, far from fulfilling Clinton's promise of a new government for a new century, was a throwback to the notorious alien and sedition laws of 1798 and the McCarthy-era McCarran-Walter Act of the 1950s. It was hardly in keeping with the grand claim inscribed on the Statue of Liberty, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." In the summer of 1996, Clinton signed a law to end the federal government's guarantee, created under the New Deal, of financial help to poor families with dependent children. This was called welfare reform, and the law itself had the deceptive title of Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. By this decision, Clinton alienated many of his former liberal supporters. Peter Edelman resigned from his post in the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, bitterly criticizing what he considered Clinton's surrender to the right and the Republicans. Later, Edelman wrote, his goal was re-election at all costs. His political approach was not to calculate the risks but to take no risks at all. His penchant for elevating shadow over substance has hurt poor children. The aim of welfare reform was to force poor families receiving federal cash benefits to go to work by cutting off their benefits after 2 years, limiting lifetime benefits to 5 years, and allowing people without children to get food stamps for only 3 months in any 3-year period. The Los Angeles Times reported, as legal immigrants lose access to Medicaid, and families battle a new 5-year limit on cash benefits. Health experts anticipate resurgence of tuberculosis and sexually transmitted diseases. The aim of the welfare cuts was to save $50 billion over a 5-year period. Even the New York Times, a supporter of Clinton during the election, said that the provisions of the new law have nothing to do with creating work but everything to do with balancing the budget by cutting programs for the poor. There was a simple but overwhelming problem with cutting off benefits to the poor to force them to find jobs. There were not jobs available for all those who would lose their benefits. In New York City in 1990, when 2,000 jobs were advertised in the sanitation department at $23,000 a year, 100,000 people applied. 2 years later in Chicago, 7,000 people showed up for 550 jobs at Stouffer's, a restaurant chain. In Joliet, Illinois, 200 showed up at Commonwealth Edison at 4:30 a.m. to apply for jobs that did not yet exist. In early 1997, 4,000 people lined up for 700 jobs at the Roosevelt Hotel in Manhattan. It was estimated that at the existing rate of job growth in New York, with 470,000 adults on welfare, it would take 24 years to absorb those thrown off the rolls. What the Clinton administration steadfastly refused to do was to establish government programs to create jobs, as had been done in the New Deal era, when billions were spent to give employment to several million people, from construction workers and engineers to artists and writers. The era of big government is over, Clinton proclaimed as he ran for president in 1996, seeking votes on the supposition that Americans supported the Republican position that government was spending too much. Both parties were misreading public opinion, and the press was often complicit in this. When, in the mid-year election of 1994, only 37% of the electorate went to the polls, and slightly more than half voted Republican, the media reported this as a revolution. A headline in the New York Times read "Public shows trust in GOP Congress," suggesting that the American people were supporting the Republican agenda of less government. But in the story below that headline, a New York Times/CBS News public opinion survey found that 65% of those polled said that it is the responsibility of government to take care of people who can't take care of themselves. Clinton and the Republicans, in joining against big government, were aiming only at social services. The other manifestations of big government, huge contracts to military contractors and generous subsidies to corporations, continued at exorbitant levels. Big government had, in fact, begun with the Founding Fathers, who deliberately set up a strong central government to protect the interests of the bondholders, the slave owners, the land speculators, the manufacturers. For the next 200 years, the American government continued to serve the interests of the wealthy and powerful, offering millions of acres of free land to the railroads, setting high tariffs to protect manufacturers, giving tax breaks to oil corporations, and using its armed forces to suppress strikes and rebellions. It was only in the 20th century, especially in the 30s and 60s, when the government, besieged by protests and fearful of the stability of the system, passed social legislation for the poor, that political leaders and business executives complained about big government. President Clinton reappointed Alan Greenspan as head of the Federal Reserve System, which regulated interest rates. Greenspan's chief concern was to avoid inflation, which bondholders did not want because it would reduce their profits. His financial constituency saw higher wages for workers as producing inflation and worried that if there was not enough unemployment, wages might rise. Reduction of the annual deficit in order to achieve a balanced budget became an obsession of the Clinton administration. But since Clinton did not want to raise taxes on the wealthy, or to cut funds for the military, the only alternative was to sacrifice the poor, the children, the aged, to spend less for health care, for food stamps, for education, for single mothers. Two examples of this appeared early in Clinton's second administration, in the spring of 1997. From the New York Times, May 8, 1997, a major element of President Clinton's education plan, a proposal to spend $5 billion to repair the nation's crumbling schools, was among the items quietly killed in last week's agreement to balance the federal budget. From the Boston Globe, May 22, 1997, after White House intervention, the Senate yesterday rejected a proposal to extend health insurance to the nation's 10.5 million uninsured children. 7 lawmakers switched their votes after senior White House officials called and said the amendment would imperil the delicate budget agreement. The concern about balancing the budget did not extend to military spending. Immediately after he was elected for the first time, Clinton had said, "I want to reaffirm the essential continuity in American foreign policy." In Clinton's presidency, the government continued to spend at least $250 billion a year to maintain the military machine. He was accepting the Republican claim that the nation must be ready to fight 2 regional wars simultaneously, despite the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989. At that time, Bush's Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, had said, "The threats have become so remote that they are difficult to discern." General Colin Powell spoke similarly, "I'm running out of demons. I'm running out of villains. I'm down to Castro and Kim Il-sung." Clinton had been accused during the election campaign of having evaded military service during the Vietnam War, apparently in opposition to the war, like so many other young Americans. Once in the White House, he seemed determined to erase the image of a draft dodger, and took every opportunity to portray himself as a supporter of the military establishment. In the fall of 1993, Clinton's Secretary of Defense, Leigh Aspin, announced the results of a bottom-up review of the military budget, envisioning the spending of over $1 trillion for the next 5 years. It called for virtually no reduction in major weapons systems. A conservative analyst with the Woodrow Wilson International Center commented, "There are no radical departures from the Bush base force, or even from earlier U.S. strategy." After being in office 2 years, and facing a Republican upsurge in the congressional elections of 1994, Clinton proposed even more money for the military than had been envisioned in the bottom-up review. A New York Times dispatch from Washington reported, trying to quiet Republican criticism that the military is underfinanced, President Clinton held a Rose Garden ceremony today to announce that he would seek a $25 billion increase in military spending over the next 6 years. The examples most often given by the Pentagon of two simultaneous major regional wars were Iraq and North Korea. Yet the 1991 war against Iraq had followed repeated U.S. arming of Iraq in the 80s. And it was reasonable to suppose that heavy military aid to South Korea, and a permanent U.S. military force in that country, had provoked increases in the North Korean arms budget, which was still much smaller than that of South Korea. Despite these facts, the United States under Clinton was continuing to supply arms to nations all over the world. Clinton, coming into office, approved the sale of F-15 combat planes to Saudi Arabia, and F-16s to Taiwan. The Baltimore Sun reported, "Next year, for the first time, the United States will produce more combat planes for foreign air forces than for the Pentagon," highlighting America's replacement of the Soviet Union as the world's main arms supplier. Encouraged by the Clinton administration, the defense industry last year had its best export year ever, having sold $32 billion worth of weapons overseas, more than twice the 1992 total of $15 billion. That pattern continued through the Clinton presidency. In the summer of 2000, the New York Times reported that in the previous year the United States had sold over $11 billion of arms, 1/3 of all weapons sold worldwide. 2/3 of all arms were sold to poor countries. In 1999 the Clinton administration lifted a ban on advanced weapons to Latin America. The Times called it a victory for the big military contractors, like the Lockheed Martin Corporation and the McDonnell Douglas Corporation. Clinton seemed anxious to show strength. He had been in office barely 6 months when he sent the Air Force to drop bombs on Baghdad, presumably in retaliation for an assassination plot against George Bush on the occasion of his visit to Kuwait. The evidence for such a plot was very weak, coming as it did from the notoriously corrupt Kuwaiti police, and Clinton did not wait for the results of the trial supposed to take place in Kuwait of those accused of the plot. And so, U.S. planes, claiming to have targeted intelligence headquarters in the Iraqi capital, bombed a suburban neighborhood, killing at least 6 people, including a prominent Iraqi artist and her husband. The Boston Globe reported, since the raid, President Clinton and other officials have boasted of crippling Iraq's intelligence capacity and of sending a powerful message that Iraq leader Saddam Hussein had better behave. It turned out later that there was no significant damage, if any, to Iraqi intelligence facilities, and the New York Times commented, Mr. Clinton's sweeping statement was reminiscent of the assertions by President Bush and General Norman Schwarzkopf during the Persian Gulf War that later proved to be untrue. Democrats rallied behind the bombing, and the Boston Globe, referring to the use of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter as legal justification for the bombing, said this was diplomatically the proper rationale to invoke. Clinton's reference to the UN Charter conveyed the American desire to respect international law. In fact, Article 51 of the Union Charter permits unilateral military action only in defense against an armed attack, and only when there is no opportunity to convene the Security Council. None of these factors were present in the Baghdad bombing. Columnist Molly Evans suggested that the bombing of Baghdad for the purpose of sending a powerful message fit the definition of terrorism. The maddening thing about terrorists is that they are indiscriminate in their acts of vengeance, or cries for attention, or whatever. What is true for individuals must also be true of nations. The bombing of Baghdad was a sign that Clinton, facing several foreign policy crises during his 2 terms in office, would react to them in traditional ways, usually involving military action, claiming humanitarian motives, and often with disastrous results for people abroad as well as for the United States. In Somalia, East Africa, in June 1993, with the country in a civil war and people desperate for food, the United States intervened late and badly. As journalist Scott Peterson wrote in Me Against My Brother, at war in Somalia, Sudan, and Rwanda, American and other foreign forces in Somalia committed startling acts of savagery, hiding behind the banner of the United Nations. The Clinton administration made the mistake of intervening in an internal conflict between warlords. It decided to hunt down the most prominent of these, General Mohammed Aidid, in a military operation that ended with the killing of 19 Americans and perhaps 2,000 Somalis in October 1993. The attention of the American public was concentrated, as usual, on the deaths of Americans. The lives of Somalis seemed much less important. As Peterson wrote, American and UN officers made clear that numbers of Somali dead did not interest them, and they kept no count. In fact, the killing of the American Rangers by an angry Somali mob was preceded months before by a critical decision made by the United States to launch a military attack on a house in which tribal elders were meeting. It was a brutal operation. First Cobra attack helicopters launched anti-tank missiles. Minutes later, Peterson reports, American ground troops stormed in and began finishing off the survivors, a charge U.S. commanders deny. But a survivor of the raid told Peterson, if they saw people shouting, they killed them. U.S. General Thomas Montgomery called the attack legitimate because they were all bad guys. Admiral Jonathan Howe, representing the UN operation, defended the attack by saying the house was a very key terrorist planning cell and denied that civilians had died, though it was clear that the dead were tribal elders. The claim was that tactical radios were found in the compound later, but Peterson wrote, I have never heard nor seen any evidence that this attack even remotely met a single criteria of direct military advantage. Peterson commented, though we all had eyes and had witnessed the crime, mission commanders defended the indefensible and stubbornly clung to the illusion that more war could somehow bring peace. They thought that Somalis would forget the carnage, forget the spilled blood of their fathers and brothers. The Somalis did not forget, and the killing of the American Rangers in October was one consequence. The catastrophic policy in Somalia led to another one the following year, in Rwanda, where famine and murderous tribal warfare were ignored. There was a UN force in Rwanda that might have saved tens of thousands of lives, but the United States insisted that it be cut back to a skeleton force. The result was genocide. At least 1 million Rwandans died. As Richard Heeps, a consultant to the Ford Foundation on Africa, wrote to the New York Times, the Clinton administration took the lead in opposing international action. When, shortly after, the Clinton administration did intervene with military force in Bosnia, journalist Scott Peterson, who had by this time moved to the Balkans, commented on the difference in reactions to genocide in Africa and in Europe. He said that it was as if a decision had been made, somewhere, that Africa and Africans were not worth justice. Clinton's foreign policy had very much the traditional bipartisan emphasis on maintaining friendly relations with whatever governments were in power, and promoting profitable trade arrangements with them, whatever their record in protecting human rights. Thus, aid to Indonesia continued, despite that country's record of mass murder in the invasion and occupation of East Timor. Democrats and Republicans joined forces as the Senate defeated a proposal to prohibit the sale of lethal weapons to the Suharto regime of Indonesia. The Boston Globe wrote, the arguments presented by senators solicitous of Suharto's regime and of defense contractors, oil companies, and mining concerns doing business with Jakarta made Americans seem a people willing to overlook genocide for the sake of commerce. Secretary of State Warren Christopher made the all-too-familiar claim that Indonesia's respect for human rights is improving. This was the Clinton administration's rationale for pursuing business as usual with Suharto and his generals. In 1996 the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to José Ramos Horta of East Timor. Speaking at a church in Brooklyn shortly before he won the prize, Ramos Horta said, in the summer of 1977, I was here in New York when I received a message telling me that one of my sisters, Maria, 21 years old, had been killed in an aircraft bombing. The aircraft, named Bronco, was supplied by the United States. Within months, a report about a brother, Guy, 17 years old, killed along with many other people in his village by Bell helicopters, supplied by the United States. Same year, another brother, Nunu, captured and executed with an M16. Similarly, American-made Sikorsky helicopters were used by Turkey to destroy the villages of rebellious Kurds, in what writer John Tierman called a campaign of terror against the Kurdish people. By early 1997, the United States was selling more arms abroad than all other nations combined. Lawrence Korb, a Department of Defense official under Reagan but later a critic of arms sales, wrote, "It has become a money game, an absurd spiral in which we export arms only to have to develop more sophisticated ones to counter those spread out all over the world." Finally, in the last year of the Clinton administration, when mass resistance in East Timor brought about a referendum for independence, military aid stopped, and the Suharto regime collapsed. At last, East Timor appeared to be winning its freedom. But military power continued to dominate policy, and the United States often stood alone in refusing to cut back on its weaponry. Though 100 nations signed an agreement to abolish landmines, which were killing tens of thousands of people each year, the United States refused to go along. Though the Red Cross urged governments to suspend the use of cluster bombs, the United States, which had used them in Vietnam and in the Gulf War, refused to desist. At a UN conference in Rome in 1999, the United States opposed the establishment of a permanent international war crimes court. There was fear that American officials and military leaders who, like Henry Kissinger, had been responsible for policies leading to the deaths of large numbers of people might be brought before such a court. Human rights clearly came second to business profit in U.S. foreign policy. When the international group Human Rights Watch issued its 1996 annual report, the New York Times summarized its findings. The organization strongly criticized many powerful nations, particularly the United States, accusing them of failing to press governments in China, Indonesia, Mexico, Nigeria, and Saudi Arabia to improve human rights for fear of losing access to lucrative markets. This criticism was borne out by the Clinton administration's bizarre approach to two nations, China and Cuba, both of which considered themselves communist. China had massacred protesting students in Beijing in 1991 and put dissenters in prison. Yet the United States continued to give China economic aid and certain trade privileges for the sake of U.S. business interests. Cuba had imprisoned critics of the regime, but had no bloody record of suppression as did Communist China or other governments in the world that received U.S. aid. But the Clinton administration continued, and even extended, a blockade of Cuba that was depriving its population of food and medicine. In its relations with Russia, a concern for stability over morality seemed to motivate the Clinton administration. It insisted on firm support for the regime of Boris Yeltsin, even after Russia initiated a brutal invasion and bombardment of the outlying region of Chechnya, which wanted independence. Both Clinton and Yeltsin, on the occasion of the death of Richard Nixon, expressed admiration for the man who had continued the war in Vietnam, who had violated his oath of office, and who had escaped criminal charges only because he was pardoned by his own vice president. Yeltsin called Nixon one of the greatest politicians in the world, and Clinton said that Nixon, throughout his career, remained a fierce advocate for freedom and democracy around the world. Clinton's foreign economic policy was in keeping with the nation's history, in which both major parties were more concerned for corporate interests than for the rights of working people, here or abroad, and saw foreign aid as a political and economic tool more than as a humanitarian act. In November 1993, an Associated Press dispatch reported the phasing out of economic aid to 35 countries. The administrator for the Agency for International Development, J. Brian Atwood, explained, "We no longer need an aid program to purchase influence." A humanitarian organization, Bread for the World, said that most of the cuts would harm very poor countries and added, with some bitterness, that hunger, poverty, and environmental degradation were not priorities for the Clinton administration. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, both dominated by the United States, adopted a hard-nosed banker's approach to debt-ridden third-world countries. They insisted that these poor nations allocate a good part of their meager resources to repaying their loans to the rich countries, at the cost of cutting social services to their already desperate populations. The emphasis in foreign economic policy was on the market economy and privatization. This forced the people of former Soviet bloc countries to fend for themselves in a supposedly free economy, without the social benefits that they had received under the admittedly inefficient and oppressive former regimes. Unregulated market capitalism turned out to be disastrous for people in the Soviet Union, who saw huge fortunes accumulated by a few and deprivation for the masses. The slogan of free trade became an important objective for the Clinton administration, and, with the support of Republicans as well as Democrats, Congress enacted the North American Free Trade Agreement with Mexico. This removed obstacles for corporate capital and goods to move freely back and forth across the Mexican-United States border. There was vigorous disagreement over the effects of NAFTA. Some economists claimed it would benefit the United States economy by opening up a larger Mexican market for United States goods. Opponents, including the major trade unions, said there would be a loss of jobs for American workers as corporations moved their operations across the border to hire Mexicans at low pay. Two economists for the Institute for Policy Studies, examining NAFTA in early 1995, after a year of its operation, found that it had caused a net loss of 10,000 U.S. jobs. While more workers in Mexico were now hired by U.S. corporations that moved there, they were working at low wages, with lax enforcement of workers' rights and environmental standards. The claim of the United States to support free trade was hardly to be believed, since the government interfered with trade when this did not serve the national interest, which was a euphemism for corporate interest. Thus, it went to lengths to prevent tomato growers in Mexico from entering the U.S. market. In an even more flagrant violation of the principle of free trade, the United States would not allow shipments of food or medicine to Iraq or to Cuba. In 1996, on the television program 60 Minutes, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Madeleine Albright was asked about the report that 500,000 children have died as a result of sanctions against Iraq. That is more children than died in Hiroshima. Is the price worth it? Albright replied, I think this is a very hard choice, but the price, we think the price is worth it. The U.S. government did not seem to recognize that its punitive foreign policies, its military installations in countries all over the globe, might arouse anger in foreign countries, and that anger might turn to violence. When it did, the only response that the United States could think of was to react with more violence. Thus, when U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania were bombed in 1998, the Clinton administration responded by bombing targets in Afghanistan and the Sudan. The claim was that the Afghanistan target was a base for terrorist activity, though there was no proof of this. As for the Sudan, the United States insisted it had bombed a plant manufacturing chemical weapons, but it turned out to be a factory that produced medicines for half the population of the country. The human consequences of that loss of medicine could not be calculated. In that same year, Clinton faced the greatest crisis of his presidency. The nation learned that a young government worker, Monica Lewinsky, had been making secret visits to the White House for sexual liaisons with the president. This became a sensational story, occupying the front pages of newspapers for months. An independent counsel was appointed to investigate, who took lurid, detailed testimony from Monica Lewinsky about sexual contact with Clinton. Clinton lied about his relationship with Lewinsky, and the House of Representatives voted to impeach him on the ground that he had lied in denying sexual relations with the young woman, and that he had obstructed justice by trying to conceal information about their relationship. This was only the second time in American history that a president had been impeached, and here too, as in the case of Andrew Johnson after the Civil War, the impeachment did not lead to the end of Clinton's presidency because the Senate did not vote for removal. What the incident showed was that a matter of personal behavior could crowd out of the public's attention far more serious matters, indeed, matters of life and death. The House of Representatives would impeach the president on matters of sexual behavior, but it would not impeach him for endangering the lives of children by welfare reform, or for violating international law in bombing other countries, or for allowing hundreds of thousands of children to die as a result of economic sanctions. In 1999, Clinton's last year in office, a crisis erupted in the Balkans that once again showed the U.S. government as disposed to use force rather than diplomacy in solving matters of international concern. The problem that arose came out of the breakup 10 years earlier of the Republic of Yugoslavia, and the ensuing conflicts among the separated elements of a once united country. One of the parts of the former Yugoslavia was Bosnia-Herzegovina, with Croats massacring Serbs, and Serbs massacring Croats and Muslims. After a vicious Serb attack on the city of Srebrenica, the United States bombed Serb positions, and then negotiations in Dayton, Ohio, in 1995 stopped the fighting, dividing Bosnia-Herzegovina into Croat and Serbian entities. But the Dayton Accord had failed to deal with the problem of another part of the old Yugoslavia, the province of Kosovo, which, with a majority of its population Albanian and a minority being Serbian, was demanding independence from Serbia. The Serbian president Slobodan Milosevic had shown his ruthlessness earlier in Bosnia, and now, facing armed attack from Kosovo nationalists, attacked Kosovo, killing perhaps 2,000 people and causing several 100,000 to become refugees. An international gathering in Rambouillet, France, was supposed to try to solve the problem diplomatically. But it presented terms to Yugoslavia that seemed certain to be rejected: NATO control of all of Kosovo, and NATO military occupation of the rest of Yugoslavia. On March 23, 1999, the Serbian National Assembly responded with a counter-proposal, rejecting NATO occupation and calling for negotiations leading toward the reaching of a political agreement on a wide-ranging autonomy for Kosovo. The Serbian proposal was ignored, and was not reported in the major newspapers of the United States. The following day, NATO forces began the bombing of Yugoslavia. Presumably, the bombing was to stop the ethnic cleansing of Kosovo, that is, the forcing of Albanians out of the province by death or intimidation. But after 2 weeks of bombing, the New York Times reported that more than 350,000 have left Kosovo since March 24. 2 months later, with the bombing still going on, the figure had risen to over 800,000. The bombing of Yugoslavia, including the capital city of Belgrade, apparently intended to unseat Milosevic, led to an untold number of civilian casualties. An email message came to the United States from a professor at the University of NIS. The little town of Aleksinac, 20 miles away from my hometown, was hit last night with full force. The local hospital was hit, and a whole street was simply wiped out. What I know for certain is 6 dead civilians and more than 50 badly hurt. There was no military target around whatsoever. A New York Times reporter, Stephen Erlanger, described the mounded rubble across narrow Zemach Jovina Street, where Aleksandar Milik, 37, died on Tuesday. Mr. Milik's wife, Vesna, 35, also died. So did his mother and his 2 children, Miljana, 15, and Vladimir, 11, all of them killed about noon when an errant NATO bomb obliterated their new house and the cellar in which they were sheltering. When a peace agreement was finally signed on June 3, 1999, it was a compromise between the Rambouillet Accord, which Yugoslavia had rejected, and the Serbian National Assembly proposal, which had never been seriously considered. Noam Chomsky, in his book The New Military Humanism, examined in detail the events of that spring, and concluded, the outcome as of June 3 suggests that diplomatic initiatives could have been pursued on March 23, averting a terrible human tragedy. But it seemed that the Clinton administration, like so many before it, chose military solutions when diplomatic ones were possible. The militarization of the nation, the huge military budgets, the maintenance of armed forces all over the world, the repeated use of weapons against other countries meant that the resources available for human needs were not available. In one of his finer moments, President Dwight Eisenhower had said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired, signifies in a final sense a theft from those who are hungry and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed." Clinton's economic program, at first announced as a job creation program, was soon to change direction and concentrate on reduction of the deficit, which under Reagan and Bush had left a national debt of $4 trillion. But this emphasis meant that there would be no bold program of expenditures for universal health care, education, childcare, housing, the environment, the arts, or job creation. Clinton's small gestures would not come close to what was needed in a nation where 1/4 of the children lived in poverty, where homeless people lived on the streets in every major city, where women could not look for work for lack of childcare, where the air, the water, were deteriorating dangerously. The United States was the richest country in the world, with 5% of the Earth's population yet consuming 30% of what was produced worldwide. But only a tiny portion of the American population benefited. This richest 1% of the population saw its wealth increase enormously starting in the late 1970s. As a result of changes in the tax structure, by 1995 that richest 1% had gained over $1 trillion and now owned over 40% of the nation's wealth. According to the business magazine Forbes, the 400 richest families owned $92 billion in 1982, but 13 years later this had jumped to $480 billion. In the 90s, the wealth of the 500 corporations of the Standard & Poor's Index had increased by 335%. The Dow Jones average of stock prices had gone up 400% between 1980 and 1995, while the average wage of workers had declined in purchasing power by 15%. It was therefore possible to say that the U.S. economy was healthy, but only if you considered the richest part of the population. Meanwhile, 40 million people were without health insurance, and infants died of sickness and malnutrition at a rate higher than that of any other industrialized country. There seemed to be unlimited funds for the military, but people who performed vital human services in health and education had to struggle to barely survive. A 27-year-old woman named Kim Lee Jacobson, interviewed in the Boston Globe, epitomized the distorted national priorities. She had been named U.S. Toddler Teacher of 1999 but, as she said, "I'm hitting $20,000 this year, after 5 years in the field. It all works out. I didn't come for a lot of money, so I don't expect to have a lot." According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the U.S. Census Bureau, in 1998, 1 of every 3 working people in the United States had jobs paying at or below the federal poverty level. The writer Barbara Ehrenreich spent a year working at various jobs: house cleaner, waitress, factory worker, and reported that jobs such as those left workers unable to afford housing or medical care, or even adequate food. For people of color, the statistics were especially troubling. Black infants died at twice the rate of white children, and the life expectancy of a black man in Harlem, according to a United Nations report, was 46 years, less than that in Cambodia or the Sudan. This racial discrepancy was explained by some people as racial inferiority, as genetic deficiency. But what was clear was that growing up in a terrible environment, whatever one's natural abilities, became an insurmountable handicap for millions of Americans, whether white or black. A Carnegie Endowment study showed that 2 young people of equal standing on intelligence tests had very different futures depending on whom their parents were. The child of a lawyer, though rating no higher on mental tests than the child of a janitor, was 4 times as likely to go to college, 12 times as likely to finish college, and 27 times as likely to end up in the top 10% of American incomes. To change that situation, to bring about even a rough equality of opportunity, would require a drastic redistribution of wealth, a huge expenditure of money for job creation, health, education, and the environment. The United States, instead, was consigning its people to the mercy of the free market, forgetting, or choosing to forget, the disastrous consequence of such a policy in the 20s. The market did not care about the environment or the arts. And it left many Americans without the basic means of subsistence, including adequate housing. Under Reagan, the government had reduced the number of housing units getting subsidies from 400,000 to 40,000. In the Clinton administration, the program ended altogether. Despite Clinton's 1997 Inauguration Day promise of a new government, his presidency offered no bold program to take care of these needs. For instance, although public opinion polls through the 80s and 90s indicated that the American people would support a program of free universal medical care supported by the General Treasury, Clinton was reluctant to advocate this. Instead, he put his wife, Hillary, in charge of a commission whose final report was over 1,000 pages long, impossibly dense and complicated, and yet offering no answer to the problem, how to assure every American medical care, free of the intervention of profiteering insurance companies. Aside from creating an even larger deficit, there were two possible sources to pay for a bold program of social reconstruction, and the Clinton administration was not inclined to tap either one. One source was the military budget. Randall Forsberg, an expert on military expenditures, had suggested during the presidential campaign of 1992 that a military budget of $60 billion, to be achieved over a number of years, would support a demilitarized U.S. foreign policy, appropriate to the needs and opportunities of the post-Cold War world. However, the military budget kept increasing, even after the fall of the supposed target of the military buildup, and by the end of Clinton's term was about $300 billion a year. A radical reduction of the military budget would require a renunciation of war, a withdrawal of military bases from around the world, an acceptance, finally, of the principle enunciated in the UN Charter that the world should renounce the scourge of war. It would speak to the fundamental human desire to live at peace with others. The public appeal for such a dramatic policy change would be based on a simple but powerful moral argument, that given the nature of modern warfare, the victims would be mostly civilians. To put it another way, war in our time is always a war against children. And if the children of other countries are to be granted an equal right to life with our own children, then we must use our extraordinary human ingenuity to find non-military solutions for world problems. The other possible source to pay for social reform was the wealth of the super-rich. The richest 1% of the country had gained over $1 trillion in the 80s and 90s as a result of tax breaks. A wealth tax, something not yet done as national policy, but perfectly feasible, could retrieve that $1 trillion, for instance, at $100 billion a year for 10 years, and still leave that 1% very, very rich. In addition, a truly progressive income tax going back to the post-World War II levels of 70 to 90% on very high incomes could yield another $100 billion a year. Clinton did raise taxes on the super-rich, by a few percentage points, changing the top rate from 31% to 37%, and corporate taxes from 34% to 35%. But this was a pitifully small step in view of the need. With the $400 or $500 billion gained each year by progressive taxation and demilitarization, there would be funds available to pay for a universal health care system funded by the government as Medicare is administered, as the health care system in Canada is handled, without the profit-taking by insurance companies. Those funds could pay for a full employment program, for the first time implementing the 1946 Full Employment Act, which committed the national government to creating useful employment opportunities for all people able and willing to work. Instead of giving out contracts for jet bombers and nuclear submarines, contracts could be offered to non-profit corporations to hire people to build homes, construct public transport systems, clean up the rivers and lakes, turn our cities into decent places to live. The alternative to such a bold program was to continue as before, allowing the cities to fester, forcing rural people to face debt and foreclosures, offering no useful work for the young, creating a marginal population of idle, desperate people, many of them young, many of them people of color, who turn to drugs and crime, constituting a threat to the physical security of the rest of the population. The response of the government to such signs of desperation, anger, and alienation has been, historically, quite predictable: build more jails, lock up more people, execute more prisoners, and continue with the same policies that produced the desperation. And so, by the end of the Clinton administration, the United States had more of its population in prison per capita, a total of 2 million people, than any other country in the world, with the possible exception of China. Clinton claimed to be moderating his policies to match public opinion. But opinion surveys in the 80s and early 90s indicated that Americans favored bold policies that neither Democrats nor Republicans were willing to put forward: universal free health care, guaranteed employment, government help for the poor and homeless, with taxes on the rich, and cuts in the military budget to pay for social programs. The gap between national policy and the feelings of the American public suggested that another scenario was possible, one that envisioned, in the new millennium, citizens organizing to demand what the Declaration of Independence promised: a government that protected the equal right of everyone to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This meant economic arrangements that distributed the national wealth rationally and humanely. This meant a culture where the young no longer were taught to strive for success as a mask for greed. Throughout the 90s, while conservative Republicans and moderate Democrats were running the government, there were large numbers of American citizens, unrepresented in Washington, unreported in the press, who were protesting government policy in various ways, and demanding a more just and peaceful society. The signs of citizen energy outside the circles of power in Washington were not given much attention in the national media, except when a phenomenon was too big to ignore. Even a gathering of 500,000 adults and children, of all colors, arriving in the nation's capital to stand for children was paid little or no attention by television and newspapers. The signs of defiance and resistance were many and varied. In Minneapolis, there was a continuing campaign against a corporation that manufactured landmines. An ex-GI who had been mutilated by an American landmine came to Minneapolis to join the campaign, joined by a young woman who was traveling all over the world to tell people of the children dying on all continents as a result of millions of landmines planted by the United States and other nations. 4 nuns, the McDonald sisters, who were indeed sisters, participated in the protest, and were arrested. In 1994 in Los Angeles, in opposition to a new California law that took away basic health and educational rights from the children of illegal immigrants, 250,000 people took to the streets in protest. When the United States made clear its intention to drop bombs on Iraq, presumably because Iraq was not allowing inspection of what American officials called weapons of mass destruction, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright and other officials spoke to a town meeting in Columbus, Ohio, to build up public support for the bombing. But the planned scenario was interrupted by a young man who, despite plans to control all questions, managed to get the floor and ask Madeleine Albright about all the other nations, allies of the United States, that possessed weapons of mass destruction. The Secretary of State was obviously taken by surprise and stumbled through an answer, which a national TV audience could plainly see. Plans for the bombing were quickly postponed, though sometime later the regular bombing of Iraq, of which the press took no notice, resumed. When Madeleine Albright was given an honorary degree by the University of California at Berkeley in the year 2000, there were protests in the audience and a huge banner, "Madeleine Albright is a war criminal." Protesters and the banner were removed from the theater. It happened that the student selected to receive the university's prestigious University Medal and to give the student address at commencement was a young Palestinian woman named Fadia Rafidi. She was moved to the end of the program so that Albright could speak and leave, but she was determined to speak to Albright's defense of the U.S. sanctions against Iraq. She spoke of the medical supplies not allowed into Iraq, about the hundreds of thousands of deaths of children as a result of the sanctions. She agreed that Saddam Hussein was a brutal dictator. But, she said, when he was gassing the Kurds, he was gassing them using chemical weapons that were manufactured in Rochester, New York. And when he was fighting a long and protracted war with Iran, where 1 million people died, it was the CIA that was funding him. It was US policy that built this dictator. When they didn't need him, they started imposing sanctions on his people. Sanctions should be directed at people's governments, not at the people. In 1998, 7,000 people from all over the country traveled to Fort Benning, Georgia, to protest the existence of the School of the Americas, whose graduates, trained by the United States, had participated in atrocities in various Latin American countries. They carried 8 caskets representing the 6 priests, a cook, and a young girl who had been assassinated by military men invading their home. Ironically, the Georgia federal judge who sentenced them to prison terms, Robert J. Elliott, was the same judge who had pardoned Lieutenant William Calley, found guilty of the My Lai massacre of villagers in Vietnam. On the anniversary of the bombing of Nagasaki in August 1999, 8 pacifists decided to block 4 lanes of traffic leading to a nuclear submarine base in Bangor, Maine. At that base, 8 Trident submarines were housed, carrying over 1,000 nuclear warheads. The protesters were arrested. They managed to explain to the jury, however, the reason for their opposition to nuclear weapons, and they were acquitted. The woman who headed the jury said later, "I am proud to sit with these people." The culture had been affected by the movements of the 60s in a way that could not be obliterated. There was an unmistakable, stubborn new consciousness manifested from time to time in the cinema, on television, in the world of music, an awareness that women deserved equal rights, that the sexual preferences of men and women were their own affair, that the growing gap between rich and poor gave the lie to the word democracy. Racism was still deeply embedded in American society. The evidence was in continued police brutality against people of color, in the higher rates of infant mortality in the black population, the lack of jobs for young blacks, and the corresponding growth of crime and imprisonment. But the country was becoming more diverse, more Latino people, more Asians, more interracial marriages. It was projected that by the year 2050 people of color would be equal in number to whites in the United States. There were sporadic attempts to organize the discontent among the nation's African Americans. In the late 80s, there had been a hint of a future possibility as the black leader Jesse Jackson, speaking for the poor and dispossessed of all colors, a rainbow coalition, won millions of votes in the presidential primary and gave the nation a brief, rare surge of political excitement. In 1995 1 million men traveled from all over the country to Washington, D.C. The Million Man March, to declare to the nation's leaders that they intended to become a force for change. The march did not have a clear agenda, but it was an expression of solidarity. In the summer of 1998, 2,000 African American men met in Chicago to found the Black Radical Congress. The following year, the West Coast Longshoremen's Union carried out an 8-hour work stoppage in protest against the incarceration and death sentence of Mumia Abu-Jamal. Jamal was a respected black journalist who had been tried and sentenced under circumstances that suggested his race, and his radicalism, as well as his persistent criticism of the Philadelphia police, were the reasons he now sat on death row. The labor movement, in the 90s, was showing signs of a new energy. This despite the gradual decline in union membership as manufacturing plants moved out of the country, and industrial workers were being outnumbered by service and white-collar workers, who were more difficult to organize. There was an impetus for a new militancy as it became clear that the wealth of the nation was going mostly to the very rich, and the gap between rich and poor was growing. In the 90s, the income of the richest 5% of the population grew by 20%, while the income of the poor and middle class, taking into consideration the rise in cost of living, either fell or remained the same. In 1990, the average pay of the chief executive officers of the 500 largest corporations was 84 times that of the average worker. By 1999, it was 475 times the average worker's pay. A new president of the AFL-CIO, John Sweeney, coming out of the Service Employees International Union, a sign of the change in the labor force, appeared to depart sharply from the conservatism of his predecessors. He encouraged the idea of a union summer, tapping the idealism of young people by inviting them to help in the organizing of the new service workers, white-collar workers, farm workers, immigrant workers. The unions were losing some strikes, as in the long, bitter struggles in the 90s in Decatur, Illinois, against three corporate giants, Caterpillar, Firestone, and Staley. But there were also victories. United Parcel Service workers went on strike for 15 days, a strike that brought great national attention and won their demand that part-time jobs, without health and other benefits, be converted to 10,000 full-time jobs with benefits. The Machinists Union won strikes at the Boeing Company and McDonnell Douglas. Hotel workers won strikes in Minneapolis and San Francisco. Cleaning women, mostly immigrants, were victorious in Los Angeles, striking against owners of skyscrapers, where the poorly paid workers cleaned the offices of the city's most prosperous business people. In the year 2000, the biggest white-collar strike in the nation's history was one for 19,000 engineers and professional workers of Boeing, who succeeded in having their salaries match those of workers in other Boeing plants. One of the greatest union victories in decades took place in Los Angeles County in 1999, where, after an 11-year campaign, the Service Employees International Union won the right to represent 74,000 home health care workers. That same year, the newly merged unions of garment workers and textile workers called Unite Workers, which had been trying for 25 years to organize cannon mills in North Carolina, won their union election at 2 mills in Kannapolis. Women were taking a leading role in the new leadership of the AFL-CIO. Karen Nussbaum, who had been president of the 9-to-5 National Association of Working Women, became director of the Working Women's Department of the AFL-CIO, and by 1998, 10 of the 21 departments of the union were headed by women. An alliance between students and the labor movement was being forged by the Campaign for a Living Wage for Campus Workers, which soon spread to 150 college campuses. For instance, at Harvard University, students organized to demand that the Harvard administration, sitting on a treasury of $20 billion, pay their janitors and other service employees a wage sufficient to support their families. Many of these workers had to work 2 jobs as much as 80 hours a week to pay for rent and food and medical care. The Harvard students staged colorful rallies in which janitors and other campus workers spoke about their needs. Members of the Cambridge City Council, and trade union leaders including John Sweeney and other high officers of the AFL-CIO, took the microphone to declare their support. The arrival of 2 young movie stars, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, to support the campaign attracted a huge crowd. Both had lived and gone to school in Cambridge. Matt Damon had spent a few years at Harvard before dropping out to go to Hollywood. Ben Affleck spoke movingly about his father working, poorly paid, at a menial job at Harvard. When the Harvard administration continued to refuse to negotiate, 40 students took over one of the Harvard administrative buildings and remained there day and night for several weeks, supported by hundreds of people outside, with tents spread out on the campus grass. Support for the sit-in came from all over the country, and finally Harvard agreed to negotiate. The upshot was a victory for the campus workers, with Harvard agreeing to raise the pay of janitors to $14 an hour and to give health benefits, and to insist that outside contractors match those conditions. In the spring of 2000, students at Wesleyan University in Connecticut occupied the admissions office, insisting that the university president guarantee a living wage, health and retirement benefits, and job security to janitors and other service workers. After several days of the sit-in, the university agreed to comply with the demands. Students around the country organized a workers' rights consortium. At Yale University, the University of Arizona, Syracuse University, the University of Kentucky, and on many other campuses, students carried on campaigns to support the demands of working people. The Living Wage campaign took a powerful hold on popular sympathies at a time when the rich were becoming richer. In Duluth, Minnesota, 56 organizations joined forces to demand that the city give contracts only to businesses that gave a living wage. This meant several dollars above the official minimum wage to employees. The 5-year limit on federal aid to families with dependent children, set in the 1996 welfare reform legislation, meant that millions of people would face deprivation when their benefits expired. Activists began organizing seriously in the year 2000 for that eventuality, bringing people from all over the country into a campaign to end poverty. A veteran of the welfare rights movement in Boston, Diane Dujone, declared, "In the richest country in the year 2000, no one should be living hungry, homeless, and under stress of not knowing how to feed their children and still pay their rent." The Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign in 1998 organized a bus tour of 35 cities to pull together the stories of people who could not feed their families, whose electricity had been cut off, who had been evicted from their homes because they could not afford to pay their bills. The following year, some of the PAERC traveled to Geneva, Switzerland, to testify before the UN Commission on Human Rights. They pointed to the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which Eleanor Roosevelt had helped to draw up, and which declared that decent wages, food, housing, healthcare, and education was a right of all people. Religious leaders, who had been quiet since their involvement in the movements for civil rights and against the Vietnam War, began to speak out on economic inequality. In the summer of 1996, the New York Times reported, "More than at any other time in decades, religious leaders are making common cause with trade unions, lending their moral authority to denounce sweatshops, back a higher minimum wage and help organize janitors and poultry workers. The clergy has not lined up with labor to such an extent since the heyday of Cesar Chavez, the charismatic farm workers' leader, in the 1970s, and perhaps the Depression. All of these groups, and the people they represented, the homeless, the struggling mothers, the families unable to pay their bills, the 40 million without health insurance and the many more with inadequate insurance were facing an enormous barrier of silence in the national culture. Their lives, their plight was not being reported in the major media, and so the myth of a prosperous America, proclaimed by powerful people in Washington and Wall Street, persisted. There were valiant attempts to break through the control of information, especially after the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which enabled the handful of corporations dominating the airwaves to expand their power further. Mergers enabled tighter control of information. Two gigantic media corporations, CBS and Viacom, joined in a $37 billion deal. The Latin American writer Eduardo Galeano commented, "Never have so many been held incommunicado by so few." Alternative media made desperate attempts to break through this control. There were several hundred community radio stations around the country. The Pacifica Network was the most successful of these, bringing alternative information and ideas to their listeners. A one-man operation by David Barsamian, Alternative Radio, distributed dissident views, interviews and lectures via satellite to radio stations around the country. Community newspapers in towns and cities around the country, though their circulation was small, tried to tell the stories of ordinary people. In Boston, homeless people joined to publish the newspaper Spare Change, to tell their stories, print their poems, and then to sell the newspaper on the streets of Boston and Cambridge as a way of making some money. They declared their aims, to be a voice for the voiceless and to be an organizing tool for the homeless community. By the turn of the century they had been turning out the newspaper for 8 years. This idea spread to other parts of the country, and soon there were street newspapers in 40 different cities, which formed the North American Street Newspaper Association. The National Coalition for the Homeless, set up in the nation's capital, distributed a monthly newsletter. Probably the most dramatic attempt to bring to the American people and to the world the facts of corporate domination over the lives of ordinary people was the great gathering of demonstrators in Seattle, Washington, in the last months of 1999. Seattle had been chosen as the meeting place of the World Trade Organization, and representatives of the most wealthy and powerful institutions on the globe were there to make plans to maintain their wealth and power, to bring the principles of capitalism to work across national boundaries, over all the earth. Tens of thousands of people converged on Seattle to protest the plans of the World Trade Organization to expand free trade agreements. This, the protesters argued, meant the freedom of corporations to roam the globe in search of cheap labor and no restrictions on industrial policies that poisoned the environment. The issues around free trade were complex, but a simple idea seemed to unite those who showed up in Seattle to oppose the WTO, that the health and freedom of ordinary people all over the world should not be sacrificed on behalf of corporate profit. More than 1,000 organizations from 90 countries representing labor unions, environmental groups, consumers, religious groups, farmers, indigenous people, women's groups, and more had signed a statement asking governments to stop the expansion of the World Trade Organization. In Seattle, there was a remarkable set of alliances. Steel workers rallied with environmentalists, and machinists joined animal rights activists. Farmers joined a huge labor march of 40,000 on November 30, and then union people attended a family farm rally a few days later. The press gave disproportionate attention to a small number of demonstrators who broke windows and created a ruckus, but the overwhelming majority in Seattle were nonviolent, and it was these that the police chose to attack with tear gas and then arrest. Hundreds were jailed, but the demonstrations continued. News of the events in Seattle went to the nation and all over the world. The official WTO meeting was clearly disturbed by the crowds of protesters, and there were signs of division between the industrial countries and third world countries. As John Nichols reported in The Progressive, while the official WTO sessions were characterized by deep divides between delegations from the northern and southern hemispheres, there was an unprecedented level of north-south unity on the streets. Farmers from around the world came together. The huge AFL-CIO rally cheered speakers from close to a dozen countries. And after events organized to highlight the devastating impact that globalization was having on women in the third world, throngs of women from Africa, Latin America, India, Europe, and the United States marched together in human chains through the streets of downtown Seattle. The summit meeting of the World Trade Organization was shaken by all this, and at a certain point the talks collapsed. It was a remarkable illustration of the ability of organized citizens to challenge the most powerful corporations in the world. Mike Brannan, writing in the newspaper of the insurgent Teamsters, caught the mood of exultation. The kind of solidarity that all of us dream of was in the air as people sang, chanted, played music, and stood up to the cops and the WTO. The people owned the streets that day, and it was as much a lesson for us as it was for corporate America. The Seattle demonstrations coincided with a growing movement throughout the nation, on college campuses and in communities against sweatshop conditions endured by third world men, women, even children working for American corporations. The New York Times reported, a month after Seattle, pressure from college students and other opponents of sweatshops has led some factories that make goods for industry giants like Nike and The Gap to cut back on child labor, to use less dangerous chemicals, and to require fewer employees to work 80-hour weeks, according to groups that monitor such factories. At last month's protests in Seattle, conditions in such factories were a major focus, with many demonstrators demanding that trade treaties punish countries that permit violations of minimum labor standards. Many corporate executives acknowledge that the anti-sweatshop movement's efforts are paying off. Seattle was the first of a series of international gatherings of trade union people, students, environmentalists, in opposition to the increasing control of the world economy by giant corporations. In the year following the Seattle demonstrations, protesters showed up wherever a summit of wealthy entrepreneurs was taking place: Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Davos, Switzerland, Los Angeles, and Prague. Officials of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund could not ignore such a protest movement. They began to declare their concern for the environment and the conditions of their workers. Whether this would result in real changes was unclear, but undoubtedly the corporate leaders of the world could no longer ignore their critics. Would the various strands of protest and resistance, in politics, in the workplace, in the culture, come together in the next century, the next millennium, to fulfill the promise of the Declaration of Independence, of equal rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? No one could predict. All one could do was to act on the possibility, knowing that inaction would make any prediction a gloomy one. If democracy were to be given any meaning, if it were to go beyond the limits of capitalism and nationalism, this would not come if history were any guide from the top. It would come through citizens' movements, educating, organizing, agitating, striking, boycotting, demonstrating, threatening those in power with disruption of the stability they needed. Chapter 25. The 2000 election and the war on terrorism. It was clear as Clinton ended his two-term presidency that the Democratic candidate for president would now be the man who served him faithfully as vice president, Albert Gore. The Republican Party chose as its candidate for president the governor of Texas, George W. Bush, Jr., known for his connection to oil interests and the record number of executions of prisoners during his term in office. Although Bush, during the campaign, accused Gore of appealing to class warfare, the candidacy of Gore and his vice president, Senator Joseph Lieberman, posed no threat to the super-rich. A front-page story in the New York Times was headlined as "A Senator, Lieberman is proudly pro-business," and went on to give the details. He was loved by the Silicon Valley high-tech industry, and the military-industrial complex of Connecticut was grateful to him for their $7.5 billion in contracts for the Seawolf submarine. The degree of difference in the corporate support of the two presidential candidates can be measured by the $220 million raised by the Bush campaign and the $170 million raised by the Gore campaign. Neither Gore nor Bush had a plan for free national health care, for extensive low-cost housing, for dramatic changes in environmental controls. Both supported the death penalty and the growth of prisons. Both favored a large military establishment, the continued use of landmines, and the use of sanctions against the people of Cuba and Iraq. There was a third-party candidate, Ralph Nader, whose national reputation came from decades of persistent criticism of corporate control of the economy. His program was sharply different from the two major candidates, emphasizing healthcare, education, and the environment. But he was shut out of the nationally televised debates during the campaign, and, without the support of big business, he had to raise money from the small contributions of people who believed in his program. It was predictable, given the unity of both major parties around class issues, and the barriers put up against any third-party candidate, that half the country, mostly at lower income levels, and unenthusiastic about either major party, would not even vote. A journalist spoke to a cashier at a filling station, wife of a construction worker, who told him, "I don't think they think about people like us. Maybe if they lived in a two-bedroom trailer, it would be different." An African-American woman, a manager at McDonald's, who made slightly more than the minimum wage of $5.15 an hour, said about Bush and Gore, "I don't even pay attention to those two, and all my friends say the same. My life won't change." It turned out to be the most bizarre election in the nation's history. Al Gore received hundreds of thousands of votes more than Bush, but the Constitution required that the victor be determined by the electors of each state. The electoral vote was so close that the outcome was going to be determined by the electors of the state of Florida. This difference between popular vote and electoral vote had happened twice before, in 1876 and 1888. The candidate with the most votes in Florida would get all that state's electors, and win the presidency. But there was a raging dispute over whether Bush or Gore had received more votes in Florida. It seemed that many votes had not been counted, especially in districts where many black people lived, that ballots had been disqualified on technical grounds, that the marks made on the ballots by the voting machines were not clear. Bush had this advantage: his brother Jeb Bush was governor of Florida, and the Secretary of State in Florida, Katherine Harris, a Republican, had the power to certify who had more votes and had won the election. Facing claims of tainted ballots, Harris rushed through a partial recounting that left Bush ahead. An appeal to the Florida Supreme Court, dominated by Democrats, resulted in the court ordering Harris not to certify a winner and for recounting to continue. Harris set a deadline for recounting, and while there were still thousands of disputed ballots, she went ahead and certified that Bush was the winner by 537 votes. This was certainly the closest call in the history of presidential elections. With Gore ready to challenge the certification, and ask that recounting continue, as the Florida Supreme Court had ruled, the Republican Party took the case to the U.S. Supreme Court. The Supreme Court split along ideological lines. The 5 conservative judges, despite the usual conservative position of non-interference with state powers, overruled the Florida Supreme Court and prohibited any more counting of ballots. They said the recounting violated the constitutional requirement for equal protection of the laws because there were different standards in different counties of Florida for counting ballots. The 4 liberal judges argued that the court did not have the right to interfere with the Florida Supreme Court's interpretation of state law. Breyer and Souter argued even if there was a failure to have a uniform standard in counting, the remedy was to let there be a new election in Florida with a uniform standard. The fact that the Supreme Court refused to allow any reconsideration of the election meant that it was determined to see that its favorite candidate, Bush, would be president. Justice Stevens pointed this out, with some bitterness, in his minority report. Although we may never know with complete certainty the identity of the winner of this year's presidential election, the identity of the loser is perfectly clear. It is the nation's confidence in the judge as an impartial guardian of the rule of law. Bush, taking office, proceeded to pursue his pro-big business agenda with total confidence, as if he had the overwhelming approval of the nation. And the Democratic Party, its fundamental philosophy not too different, became a timid opposition, going along completely with Bush on his foreign policy, and differing from him only mildly on his domestic policy. Bush's program became immediately clear. He pushed tax cuts for the wealthy, opposed strict environmental regulations that would cost money for the business interests, and planned to privatize Social Security by having the retirement funds of citizens depend on the stock market. He moved to increase the military budget, and to pursue the Star Wars program, though the consensus of scientific opinion was that anti-ballistic missiles in space could not work, and that even if the plan worked, it would only trigger a more furious arms race throughout the world. 9 months into his presidency, on September 11, 2001, a cataclysmic event pushed all other issues into the background. Hijackers on 3 different planes flew the huge jets, loaded with fuel, into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in downtown New York, and into one side of the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. As Americans all over the country watched, horrified, they saw on their television screens the towers collapse in an inferno of concrete and metal, burying thousands of workers and hundreds of firemen and policemen who had gone to their rescue. It was an unprecedented assault against enormous symbols of American wealth and power, undertaken by 19 men from the Middle East, most of them from Saudi Arabia. They were willing to die in order to deliver a deadly blow against what they clearly saw as their enemy, a superpower that had thought itself invulnerable. President Bush immediately declared a war on terrorism and proclaimed, "We shall make no distinction between terrorists and countries that harbor terrorists." Congress rushed to pass resolutions giving Bush the power to proceed with military action, without the declaration of war that the Constitution required. The resolution passed unanimously in the Senate, and in the House of Representatives only one member dissented, Barbara Lee, an African American from California. On the supposition that the Islamic militant Osama bin Laden was responsible for the September 11 attacks, and that he was somewhere in Afghanistan, Bush ordered the bombing of Afghanistan. Bush had declared as his objective the apprehension of Osama bin Laden, and the destruction of the Islamic militant organization Al-Qaeda. But after 5 months of bombing Afghanistan, when Bush delivered his State of the Union address to both houses of Congress, he had to admit, while saying we are winning the war on terror, that tens of thousands of trained terrorists are still at large and that dozens of countries were harboring terrorists. It should have been obvious to Bush and his advisers that terrorism could not be defeated by force. The historical evidence was easily available. The British had reacted to terrorist acts by the Irish Republican Army with military action again and again, only to face even more terrorism. The Israelis, for decades, had responded to Palestinian terrorism with military strikes, which only resulted in more Palestinian bombings. Bill Clinton, after the attack on U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya in 1998, had bombed Afghanistan and the Sudan. Clearly, looking at September 11, this had not stopped terrorism. Furthermore, the months of bombings had been devastating to a country that had gone through decades of civil war and destruction. The Pentagon claimed that it was only bombing military targets, that the killing of civilians was unfortunate. An accident. Regrettable. However, according to human rights groups and accumulated stories in the American and West European press, at least 1,000 and perhaps 4,000 Afghan civilians were killed by American bombs. It seemed that the United States was reacting to the horrors perpetrated by terrorists against innocent people in New York by killing other innocent people in Afghanistan. Every day the New York Times ran here trending vignettes of the victims of the World Trade Center tragedy, with accompanying portraits and descriptions of their work, their interests, their families. There was no way of getting similar information on the Afghan victims, but there were moving accounts by reporters writing from hospitals and villages about the effects of American bombing. A journalist with the Boston Globe, writing from a hospital in Jalalabad, wrote, "In one bed lay Noor Mohammed, 10, who was a bundle of bandages. He lost his eyes and hands to the bomb that hit his house after Sunday dinner." Hospital director Giloha Shimwari shook his head at the boy's wounds. "The United States must be thinking he is Osama," Shimwari said. "If he is not Osama, then why would they do this?" The report continued, "The hospital's morgue received 17 bodies last weekend, and officials here estimate at least 89 civilians were killed in several villages. In the hospital yesterday, a bomb's damage could be chronicled in the life of one family. A bomb had killed the father, Faisal Karim. In one bed his wife, Mustafa Jama, who had severe head injuries. Around her, 6 of her children were in bandages. One of them, Zahidullah, 8, lay in a coma." The American public, ever since the calamity of September 11, was overwhelmingly supportive of Bush's policy of a war on terrorism. The Democratic Party went along, vying with the Republicans on who could speak tougher language against terrorism. The New York Times, which had opposed Bush in the election, editorialized in December 2001, "Mr. Bush has proved himself a strong wartime leader who gives the nation a sense of security during a period of crisis. But the full extent of the human catastrophe caused by the bombing of Afghanistan was not being conveyed to Americans by the mainstream press and the major television networks, which seemed determined to show their patriotism." The head of the television network CNN, Walter Isaacson, sent a memo to his staff saying that images of civilian casualties should be accompanied with an explanation that this was retaliation for the harboring of terrorists. "It seems perverse to focus too much on the casualties or hardships in Afghanistan," he said. The television anchorman Dan Rather declared, "George Bush is the president. Wherever he wants me to line up, just tell me where." The United States government went to great lengths to control the flow of information from Afghanistan. It bombed the building housing the largest television station in the Middle East, Al Jazeera, and bought up a satellite organization that was taking photos showing the results, on the ground, of the bombing. Mass circulation magazines fostered an atmosphere of revenge. In Time magazine, one of its writers, under the headline "The Case for Rage and Retribution," called for a policy of focused brutality. A popular television commentator, Bill O'Reilly, called on the United States to bomb the Afghan infrastructure to rubble the airport, the power plants, their water facilities, and the roads. The display of the American flag in the windows of homes, on automobiles, on shop windows, became widespread, and in the atmosphere of wartime jingoism, it became difficult for citizens to criticize government policy. A retired telephone worker in California who, working out in his health club, made a remark critical of President Bush, was visited by the FBI and questioned. A young woman found at her door 2 FBI men who said they had reports of posters on her wall criticizing the president. Congress passed the USA Patriot Act, which gave the Department of Justice the power to detain non-citizens simply on suspicion, without charges, without the procedural rights provided in the Constitution. It said the Secretary of State could designate any group as terrorist, and any person who was a member of or raised funds for such an organization could be arrested and held until deported. President Bush cautioned the nation not to react with hostility to Arab Americans, but in fact the government began to round up people for questioning, almost all Muslims, holding 1,000 or more in detention, without charges. New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis told of one man arrested on secret evidence, and when a federal judge found there was no reason to conclude that the man was a threat to national security, the man was released. However, after September 11 the Department of Justice, ignoring the judge's finding, imprisoned him again, holding him in solitary confinement 23 hours a day, not allowing his family to see him. There were minority voices criticizing the war. Teach-ins, peace rallies took place all over the country. Typical signs at these gatherings read "Justice, not war," and "Our grief is not a cry for revenge." In Arizona, not a place known for anti-establishment activism, 600 citizens signed a newspaper ad that pointed to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They called on the United States and the international community to shift resources away from the destruction of Afghanistan and toward removing the obstacles that prevent sufficient food from reaching those who need it. Some family members of those who had died in the World Trade Center or the Pentagon wrote to President Bush, urging that he not match violence with violence, that he not proceed to bomb the people of Afghanistan. Amber Emonson, whose husband, an Army pilot, was killed in the attack on the Pentagon, said, "I have heard angry rhetoric by some Americans, including many of our nation's leaders, who advise a heavy dose of revenge and punishment. To those leaders, I would like to make clear that my family and I take no comfort in your words of rage. If you choose to respond to this incomprehensible brutality by perpetuating violence against other innocent human beings, you may not do so in the name of justice for my husband." Some of the families of victims traveled to Afghanistan in January 2002, to meet with Afghan families who had lost loved ones in the American bombing. They met with Abdul and Shaikila Amin, whose 5-year-old daughter, Natsala, was killed by an American bomb. One of the Americans was Rita Lazar, whose brother had been cited as a hero by President Bush and who said she would devote the rest of her life to the cause of peace. Critics of the bombing campaign argued that terrorism was rooted in deep grievances against the United States, and that to stop terrorism, these must be addressed. The grievances were not hard to identify: the stationing of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia, site of the most holy of Muslim shrines, the 10 years of sanctions against Iraq which, according to the United Nations, had resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of children, the continued U.S. support of Israel's occupation of Palestinian land, including billions in military aid. However, these issues could not be addressed without fundamental changes in American foreign policy. Such changes could not be accepted by the military-industrial complex that dominated both major parties, because they would require withdrawing military forces from around the world, giving up political and economic domination of other countries, in short, relinquishing the cherished role of the United States as a superpower. Such fundamental changes would require a radical change in priorities, from spending $300 to $400 billion a year for the military, to using this wealth to improve the living conditions of Americans and people in other parts of the world. For instance, it was estimated by the World Health Organization that a small portion of the American military budget, if given to the treatment of tuberculosis in the world, could save millions of lives. The United States, by such a drastic change in its policies, would no longer be a military superpower, but it could be a humanitarian superpower, using its wealth to help people in need. 3 years before the terrible events of September 11, 2001, a former lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force, Robert Bowman, who had flown 101 combat missions in Vietnam, and then had become a Catholic bishop, commented on the terrorist bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. In an article in the National Catholic Reporter he wrote about the roots of terrorism. We are not hated because we practice democracy, value freedom, or uphold human rights. We are hated because our government denies these things to people in third world countries whose resources are coveted by our multinational corporations. That hatred we have sown has come back to haunt us in the form of terrorism. Instead of sending our sons and daughters around the world to kill Arabs so we can have the oil under their sand, we should send them to rebuild their infrastructure, supply clean water, and feed starving children. In short, we should do good instead of evil. Who would try to stop us? Who would hate us? Who would want to bomb us? That is the truth the American people need to hear. Voices like that were mostly shut out of the major American media after the September 11th attacks. But it was a prophetic voice, and there was at least a possibility that its powerful moral message might spread among the American people, once the futility of meeting violence with violence became clear. Certainly, if historical experience had any meaning, the future of peace and justice in America could not depend on the goodwill of government. The democratic principle, enunciated in the words of the Declaration of Independence, declared that government was secondary, that the people who established it were primary. Thus, the future of democracy depended on the people, and their growing consciousness of what was the decent way to relate to their fellow human beings all over the world. Afterward, I am often asked how I came to write this book. One answer is that my wife Rosalind urged me to write it, and continued to urge me at those times when, daunted by the magnitude of the project, I wanted to abandon it. Another is that the circumstances of my own life demanded of me that I try to fashion a new kind of history. By that I mean a history different from what I had learned in college and in graduate school and from what I saw in the history texts given to students all over the country. When I set out to write the book, I had been teaching history and what is grandiosely called political science for 20 years. Half of that time I was involved in the civil rights movement in the South. And then there were 10 years of activity against the war in Vietnam. These experiences were hardly a recipe for neutrality in the teaching and writing of history. But my partisanship was undoubtedly shaped even earlier, by my upbringing in a family of working-class immigrants in New York, by my 3 years as a shipyard worker, and by my Air Force duty as a bombardier in the European theater in the Second World War. That was all before I went to college under the GI Bill of Rights and began to study history. By the time I began teaching and writing, I had no illusions about objectivity, if that meant avoiding a point of view. I knew that a historian was forced to choose, out of an infinite number of facts, what to present, what to omit. And that decision inevitably would reflect, whether consciously or not, the interests of the historian. There is a certain drumbeat of scolding one hears these days, about the need for students to learn facts. Our young people are not being taught facts, said presidential candidate Robert Dole to a gathering of American legionnaires. I was reminded of the character in Dickens' Hard Times, the pedant Gradgrind, who admonished a younger teacher, teach nothing but facts, facts, facts. But there is no such thing as a pure fact, innocent of interpretation. Behind every fact presented to the world by a teacher, a writer, anyone is a judgment. The judgment that has been made is that this fact is important, and that other facts, omitted, are not important. There were themes of profound importance to me which I found missing in the orthodox histories that dominated American culture. The consequence of those omissions has been not simply to give a distorted view of the past but, more important, to mislead us all about the present. For instance, there is the issue of class. It is pretended that, as in the preamble to the Constitution, it is we the people who wrote that document, rather than 55 privileged white males whose class interest required a strong central government. That use of government for class purposes, to serve the needs of the wealthy and powerful, has continued throughout American history, down to the present day. It is disguised by language that suggests all of us rich and poor and middle class have a common interest. Thus, the state of the nation is described in universal terms. The novelist Kurt Vonnegut invented the term Granfalloon to describe a great bubble that must be punctured to see the complexity inside. When the president declares happily that our economy is sound, he will not acknowledge that it is not at all sound for 40 or 50 million people who are struggling to survive, although it may be moderately sound for many in the middle class, and extremely sound for the richest 1% of the nation who own 40% of the nation's wealth. Labels are given to periods in our history which reflect the well-being of one class and ignore the rest. When I was going through the files of Fiorello LaGuardia, who as a congressman in the 20s represented East Harlem, I read the letters of desperate housewives, their husbands out of work, their children hungry, unable to pay their rent, all this in that period known as the Jazz Age, the Roaring Twenties. What we learn about the past does not give us absolute truth about the present, but it may cause us to look deeper than the glib statements made by political leaders and the experts quoted in the press. Class interest has always been obscured behind an all-encompassing veil called the national interest. My own war experience, and the history of all those military interventions in which the United States was engaged, made me skeptical when I heard people in high political office invoke the national interest or national security to justify their policies. It was with such justifications that Truman initiated a police action in Korea that killed several million people, that Johnson and Nixon carried out a war in Indochina in which perhaps 3 million people died, that Reagan invaded Grenada, Bush attacked Panama and then Iraq, and Clinton bombed Iraq again and again. Is there a national interest when a few people decide on war, and huge numbers of others here and abroad are killed or crippled as a result of such a decision? Should citizens not ask, in whose interest are we doing what we are doing? Then why not, I came to think, tell the story of wars not through the eyes of the generals and diplomats but from the viewpoints of the GIs, of the parents who received the black-bordered telegrams, even of the enemy. What struck me as I began to study history was how nationalist fervor inculcated from childhood on by pledges of allegiance, national anthems, flags waving and rhetoric blowing permeated the educational systems of all countries, including our own. I wonder now how the foreign policies of the United States would look if we wiped out the national boundaries of the world, at least in our minds, and thought of all children everywhere as our own. Then we could never drop an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, or napalm on Vietnam, or wage war anywhere, because wars, especially in our time, are always wars against children, indeed our children. And then there is, much as we would want to erase it, the ineradicable issue of race. It did not occur to me, when I first began to immerse myself in history, how badly twisted was the teaching and writing of history by its submersion of non-white people. Yes, Indians were there, and then gone. Black people were visible when slaves, then free and invisible. It was a white man's history. From first grade to graduate school, I was given no inkling that the landing of Christopher Columbus in the New World initiated a genocide, in which the indigenous population of Hispaniola was annihilated. Or that this was just the first stage of what was presented as a benign expansion of the new nation, but which involved the violent expulsion of Indians, accompanied by unspeakable atrocities, from every square mile of the continent, until there was nothing to do with them but herd them into reservations. I was invited, sometime in 1998, to speak at a symposium in Boston's historic Faneuil Hall, on the Boston Massacre. I said I would be glad to do that, so long as I did not have to deal with the Boston Massacre. And so my talk was not about the killing of 5 colonists by British troops in 1770. I thought that had been given an inordinate amount of attention for over 200 years, because it served a certain patriotic function. Instead, I wanted to talk about the many massacres of non-white people in our history, which would not reinforce patriotic pride but remind us of the long legacy of racism in our country, still smoldering and needing attention. Every American schoolchild learns about the Boston Massacre. But who learns about the massacre of 600 men, women, and children of the Pequot tribe in New England in 1637? Or the massacre in the midst of the Civil War of hundreds of Indian families at Sand Creek, Colorado, by U.S. soldiers? Or the military attack by 200 U.S. cavalrymen in 1870 which wiped out a sleeping camp of Piegan Indians in Montana. It was not until I joined the faculty of Spelman College, a college for black women in Atlanta, Georgia, that I began to read the African American historians who never appeared on my reading lists in graduate school. Nowhere in my history education had I learned about the massacres of black people that took place again and again, amid the silence of a national government pledged, by the Constitution, to protect equal rights for all. For instance, in East St. Louis in 1917 there occurred one of the many race riots that took place in what are white-oriented history books called the Progressive Era. There, white workers, angered by the influx of black workers, killed perhaps 200 people, provoking an angry article by W.E.B. Du Bois called The Massacre of East St. Louis, and causing the performing artist Josephine Baker to say, "The very idea of America makes me shake and tremble and gives me nightmares." I wanted, in writing this book, to awaken a greater consciousness of class conflict, racial injustice, sexual inequality, and national arrogance. But even as I tried to make up for what I saw as serious omissions, I nevertheless neglected groups in American society that had always been missing from orthodox histories. I became aware of this, and embarrassed by it, when people wrote to me after reading A People's History, praising the book but pointing gently to its shortcomings. It was perhaps my stronger connection to the East Coast of the United States that caused me to ignore the large numbers of Latino and Latina people who lived in California and the Southwest, and their struggles for justice. Readers who want to learn more about that might look into these extraordinary books: De Colores Means All of Us by Elizabeth Martinez, Zapata's Disciple, Essays by Martin Espada, Aztlan and Vietnam, Chicano and Chicana Experiences of the War, edited by George Mariscal. And I suppose, it was my own sexual orientation that accounted for my minimal treatment of the issue of gay and lesbian rights. I tried, when a new edition appeared in 1995, to make up for this. But readers will have to look further to get a more substantial account of the remarkable change in the national culture that took place when men and women who were queer asserted their humanity boldly, courageously, to the larger society. As we pass from one century to another, one millennium to another, we would like to think that history itself is transformed as dramatically as the calendar. However, it rushes on, as it always did, with two forces racing toward the future, one splendidly uniformed, the other ragged but inspired. There is the past and its continuing horrors, violence, war, prejudices against those who are different, outrageous monopolization of the good earth's wealth by a few, political power in the hands of liars and murderers, the building of prisons instead of schools, the poisoning of the press and the entire culture by money. It is easy to become discouraged observing this, especially since this is what the press and television insist that we look at, and nothing more. But there is also the bubbling of change under the surface of obedience, the growing revulsion against the endless wars, the insistence of women all over the world that they will no longer tolerate abuse and subordination. We see, for instance, the new international movement against female genital mutilation, and the militancy of welfare mothers against punitive laws. There is civil disobedience against the military machine, protest against police brutality directed especially at people of color. In the United States, we see the educational system, a burgeoning new literature, alternative radio stations, a wealth of documentary films outside the mainstream, even Hollywood itself and sometimes television compelled to recognize the growing multiracial character of the nation. Yes, we have in this country, dominated by corporate wealth and military power and two antiquated political parties, what a fearful conservative characterized as a permanent adversarial culture challenging the present, demanding a new future. It is a race in which we can all choose to participate, or just to watch. But we should know that our choice will help determine the outcome. I think of the words of the poet Shelley, recited by women garment workers in New York to one another at the start of the 20th century. Rise like lions after slumber. In unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth, like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few.